predominant fabric. So I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Akim Burkhardt, Consul General, German Consulate General, Bengaluru. Akim Burkhardt is the Consul General of the Federal Republic of Germany in Bengaluru. He heads the German Consulate, which is the official representation of the German government in Karnataka and Kerala. So, may I request, sir, for your words of wisdom, please?
Yes, thank you so much for introducing us to the public. Thank you, first of all, to all of you here in the room for coming this morning to our session. You said Innovation Odyssey, Story of Bangalore and Berlin. I don't want to speak too much because I would like that the ones who came from Berlin, and I'm really grateful that you took all the way from Germany here for the Bangalore Tech Summit. I want you and the companies which had been accompanying you, I want to give them the word. Bangalore and Berlin do have a history. There is a lot of business going on between these two places in Germany and India. Just this year, there was an MOU signed between the two federal states to cooperate more intensively. And I think that we are here today is one of the consequences of this MOU. So to make a long story short, I would like to introduce my two panelists, which is Amrita Gandikota, Prime in Fabric, and Friedemann Lotz from Berlin Partner. And I would like to give you first the word just to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself and also to you, Mr. Friedemann. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here. And I think I'm really happy for this opportunity and this consistent collaborative support of both Berlin and Karnataka to create more platforms like this to talk about such innovation corridors. So I am Amrita. I am a German Chancellor Fellow and I am the founder of Prime in Fabric. Basically, what I'm passionate about and what I'm working towards is to build a startup platform, especially creating connecting borders between startups across their complementing areas so that the competencies can develop amongst themselves. And I'm here to learn more and looking forward to more interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Mr. Friedemann, it's up to you.
Hello, everybody. So it's a great honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Friedemann Lotz. I work for Berlin Partner, which is the economic development agency of Berlin. And we support international tech companies that might be interested in Berlin and expanding or relocating to Berlin, to keep it short and simple.
Thank you so much. And to keep it short, that's very good. I will get into questions immediately because I think we would love to see the companies here on stage a little bit later on. So perhaps a question to you, Mr. Lotz. What makes Berlin tech ecosystem so special these days? What is about Berlin? Tell me.
So if we think of what makes interesting and growing startup ecosystems, I would say it really comes down to three key ingredients, which are talent, capital, and a certain mindset. And I think Berlin definitely ticks all these boxes. On the talent front, really Berlin has always been a city that has attracted creative people from all over the world. I mean, back in the days when the Berlin Wall came down, so around the 90s, people came because it was a very cheap place and there was lots of space. And so this attracted lots of creative people, artists, and later techies. And these days, people come because it's just a great place to build and grow companies and also to find top-notch international talent. And so just to give you an idea, 42% of startup employees in Berlin are international, which is quite unique in Germany, but also in globally. So second point, capital. If we look at 2021, I mean, like in other tech hubs, it was really a record year. So Berlin, Berlin-based companies managed to raise around $11 billion. I think Bengaluru stood at 18 billion. So both Berlin and Bengaluru are in the top 10 worldwide. if you see that 15 new unicorns emerged in Berlin only in 2021, you can really see that the ecosystem has been growing a lot. All the big VCs are there, the American big shots, the European investors are there. So in terms of even though right now there's kind of a slowdown and the overall situation is a little bit different than in the past 2 years, it's still, I mean, the ecosystem has so much substance and there's so much interesting things going on that the funding levels are still pretty high. And maybe to conclude, like the last point, the mindset, Berlin has always been a city that was never quite finished. It's a city that changes all the time, and even throughout history, it has gone through so many like disruptions. So I think it's a city that also attracts people that want to try out new things, and maybe people who see things a little bit differently or want to approach things a little bit differently. So yeah, definitely this is it's a young, vibrant environment, a little bit chaotic sometimes. So maybe this is similar to Bangalore. We're quite alike in that sense. And also, yeah, and now if you see this third generation of entrepreneurs in Berlin, so people who have gone through, who have gained experience in hypergrowth startups, in maybe who did their first exits, who did their first IPOs. So these people really drive this growth and want to build new great ventures out of Berlin.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think some of your points reminded me of Bangalore, a never finished town, for example. You know, that is really something which also fits for Bangalore. But to put some additional light on that, what is attractive in Bangalore for international corporations, Amrita?
Thank you. I mean, in the audience that I see, there's still a lot more Bangaloreans or people from Karnataka, and definitely a few international counterparts as well. One thing that undoubtedly I can say is that Bangalore has a very matured startup ecosystem. They have best practices, they have tried and failed and tested methods, and this is happening across all sectors. So there is something for every counterpart which they can take a piece of and create a niche for themselves. That is my first point. My second point is, I would say Bangalore can be definitely established as a launchpad for entering India in the entire subcontinent, because Bangalore attracts talent not just globally, but also all over from India. So it is just one-stop shop for everything India, especially for international counterparts to grasp into, to take a deep dive into the local ecosystem. And finally, I want to touch upon certain qualitative or intangible aspects as the mindset which you refer to. There's a certain sense of openness in any Bangalorean or from Karnataka, which is what made this ecosystem what it is today, which attracts a lot of unicorns, which attracts global MNCs, etc. And I think this is the place to be and can continue to be. Yeah.
That's good to hear, the place to be. I like to be here, so yes, I can only agree on that. Talking about Berlin, and we have a lot of Indian investors, tech-affine people in the room. What are the top trends in Berlin? What would be the attraction for an Indian to come to Berlin, an Indian startup to come to Berlin? What is there in Berlin?
So I would say Germany overall is known for the big corporates, the big brands, which everybody knows. And then you have also this so-called Mittelstand, which is really the backbone of the German economy. It's often high-tech SMEs. These companies have been around for quite some years. Some of them need to change, need to adapt. And COVID, I believe, was kind of a wake-up call for some of these SMEs, because they realized they were lagging behind a little bit in terms of digital transformation. So I think this, bearing in mind that India has a lot in the field of enterprise SaaS, I think this is really a huge business opportunity for you. Second point I would like to make is fintech. It's certainly the vertical that has raised most money in the last years in Berlin. I don't know if you heard about names like N26 or Trade Republic, which are really big in Europe. So many unicorns that emerged recently. So also lots of international scale-ups that opened offices in Berlin recently. So even though fintech is a sector that suffers quite a lot now in the post-COVID era, it still is a sector where Berlin and also Germany can learn from India for sure. And maybe one last point. Last year in Berlin, we were talking a lot about Web3, about NFTs, about metaverse. And now, for obvious reasons, with the whole geopolitical shifts we see at the energy crisis, climate tech is really a big subject in Berlin. If you see, investors, VCs, private equity, they're all really interested in climate tech. And so this is a trend that's there to stay, I would say.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, sometimes, and you were mentioning the different areas where these companies are working in. I say that I often say when I'm around here in Bangalore, I feel like a boy in a toy shop because there are so many innovative things going on here. So you see the complementarity, I mean, the Bangalore ecosystem, startup ecosystem, and the Berlin startup ecosystem. You're a very knowledgeable person in that area, so let us know about it.
If I may, I would like to zoom out for a second and just look at India and Germany. One thing, as global partners, I think both countries share very strong democratic values and have had trade relations since over 500 years. And there's also classic German companies that have been in India since even before our independence. So this is one precedent that has already been set. And with that as a background, in the early 2000s, for example, India was known for its back-end operations or the BPO aspect. Whereas today, the evolution has happened where companies in India are global capacity centers, where they're not just doing back-end operations, which is great, but also contributing in global strategy. And one great example for that is the Mercedes-Benz Research and Development Center in Bangalore, MBRDI. So this is just one example, and of course there are many. And now if I specifically talk about the complementing aspects, in my previous answer, I talked about all the rosy aspects of Bangalore, about why Bangalore is the place to be. Bangalore also poses some challenges, and there are some pertinent problems. It could be with infrastructure or mobility, which is a great, and real startup founders are looking out for problems. Necessity is the mother of invention, right? So this is a great place to come to collaborate, understand these problem statements, and create something on an eye-to-eye level and achieve joint solutions together. So that is also my personal goal, perhaps, to bring these two startup ecosystems together. And one other final aspect is the mindset. Again, because one cannot ignore the aspect of mindset, is in India or Bangalore, there is this innate sense of this Jugaadi mindset, where things are agile, things are quick. Whereas on the German side, things are much more long-term. It's a more research-driven, sustainable environment. And if you bring these two together, that's, I think, a perfect recipe. And forums like this, platforms like this are slowly propelling each other, and the MOU between Karnataka and Bangalore is just one great step in that path. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was a general answer. Let's be more concrete, because I think nothing is more ideal than to have some success stories. Can you share some success stories with us between Bangalore, Berlin Innovation Corridor?
Perfect. So I was just mentioning the MOUs. So for me, to begin with, that already is a, because 5 years ago, there was, when we talk about Indian and German startup ecosystems, or specifically Berlin and Bengaluru startup ecosystems, they were both working in silos, and they were creating ripples in its own. But there have been many counterparts who have created this synergy together. And today we have the MOU. And as part of the MOU, we also specifically talk about a soft landing program in the area of mobility, in the area of health tech, and also focusing on female entrepreneurs. And hopefully in the next years, we take it forward. And one other example I can give, we just went to this office opening yesterday of Anchor Cloud, which is founded by an Indian founder in Berlin, and now he has founded it back in Bangalore, which I think is an amazing success story and brings these two ecosystems completely together. So that's just one example. And if we look through, and today we also have 4 really innovative, amazing startup founders who will go right after us, and you have more tangible cases, which hopefully will turn into successes.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much for these success stories, and we will hear some more later in that meeting here. In addition to that, you know, what could you share us? I would say 3 tips for a young Indian startup in Bangalore when they want to come to Berlin. What should they do? What could Berlin Partner do? What could you tell them?
So for the advice I would give, I mean, Germany is a very lucrative market, but it's also a competitive market and a mature market. So really, it's all about building trust. Germans are known to be rather risk averse. They're not the first movers. They prefer to be sure that they're talking to trustworthy business partners. So having, for example, a German legal entity definitely can make a difference there. Maybe another point, localization. So you will for sure need to localize, to adapt your product to the German market, to German user preferences. So what I see a lot is just sloppy translations to English or German. So Germans are quite demanding. They just you need to do your homework there. Localization also includes things like terms and conditions, the payment methods, GDPR, so data privacy. Germans are really fond of data privacy and take this very seriously. So I think this should be said. So yeah, these are things, and maybe this goes in the same direction. If you are in Berlin, everybody speaks English. It's very easy to get along. It's very easy to live there without speaking German. However, if you're into more conservative industries, if your clients are in, let's say, the industry, it's a different environment, and in B2B sales, German is really important. So make sure you find a good German salesperson, a German country manager. I think this is key also for success and for laying the right basis.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, you're true. You know, in Germany, we say that if you put money in a startup, it's a risk capital, whereas you in India say it's a venture capital. So I think you described it quite well. But nevertheless, Berlin was very successful in attracting capital for young startups. So we are coming to nearly to an end of our session up here. And just for a little closing statement, some few sentences to you, Amrita, what are your expectations and visions for future collaborations?
My personal vision for India and Germany in the startup ecosystem would be to have a venture studio between Germany and India, especially a tinkering lab for German and Indian startups, because we can talk about this forever and every startup is unique, every location is unique, to create customized solutions for startups where they can fail easily, fail fast, but at the same time achieve long-term success is something amazing. And to look at an Indo-German venture studio would be something really spectacular. Yeah, both based on a more virtual way and also on a physical manner, both in India and Germany. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, some final words from your side on what could Berlin and Bangalore startups can learn from each other?
I would say, I mean, it's my first time in India. It's my first time in Bengaluru, and I have to say I'm super impressed by the whole ecosystem. I think the can-do mentality and maybe also this hustle mentality that's here in India is quite impressive. So I mean this in a very positive way. This hunger for success, this appetite for success. Germany is a different market. Maybe employees also have other expectations or have other priorities. But this hunger is something that really resonates with me here in Bengaluru, and I think Berlin can definitely get inspiration from there.
Thank you so much. I think that is a very good point, and that brings us directly to the companies, to the startups you brought with you from Berlin, which came here. And I would like that we change the setting here on the stage. We bring you up.
Thank you, Mr. Friedemann Lodge, and I also thank Ms. Amrita Gandikota for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. May I now request Mr. Aurelia Elemengeyi, CEO Medigo GmbH, and Mr. Martin Theobald, CEO TerraSign GmbH, to kindly come onto the dais to share your valuable thoughts with us. Now we have with us Mr. Aurelia Elemengeyi, CEO Medigo GmbH, and Mr. Martin Theobald, CEO TerraSign GmbH.
So I think we got it. Yeah, the names are right now. Very good. So thank you for being here in Bangalore. I don't want to talk too much because it's your talk. You have to talk the talk, and you have to present your startups. I think there's a clear kind of scenario behind it. Everybody has a certain short period of time, one slide, and I will keep silent during that time. So only for you to remind, when that is over, we will have a question and answer session. You can ask questions to these entrepreneurs and grill them. Okay, so who will start actually? You will start. Okay, so go for it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. It's my pleasure to be here today at the Bengaluru Tech Summit. My name is Aurelian. I am the CEO of Medigo. And I would like to take today's opportunity to tell you a bit more about the work that Medigo does to make access to healthcare cashless and seamless. Medigo is a Berlin-based insurtech startup that specializes in building payment solutions and software solutions for private medical insurance. The work that we do is relatively simple. We support health insurers, provide patients with a claims journey that is easy, frictionless, and cashless. We do that because we believe that patients should only be concerned with one thing and one thing only, and that is getting better. However, unfortunately, more often than not, patients get bogged down with administrative tasks with their health insurance, collecting invoices, submitting claims for reimbursements, waiting for the insurance to reimburse them. And that is what we are changing. The latest product that we have developed is a payment card that virtually gets rid of out-of-pocket expenses and reimbursement claims. It is quite simple. It is a digital virtual card that can be embedded into the insurance app of any insurer, and that can be stored easily in the smartphone wallet of any patient. The beauty of the card is that it is linked to the insurance's funds, to the insurance money. So when the patient goes for treatment, they pay the medical provider with the insurance's money. However, the trick is that the card is also linked to the patient funds through their bank account or their credit card as a collateral. And if after assessment we realize that the patient has a copay, a shortfall, or a deductible that needs to be collected, we'll be able to claw the funds back from the patient's collateral. So concretely, patients don't have to use their own money anymore to pay for their medical bills. They will just use the card to settle their medical expense using the insurance's money, their insurance's money, and then, if we need, we'll claw the money back. It virtually gets rid of the pay and claim model. It flips it around, and it tackles this issue of paperwork, submitting claims, waiting, and also accessing healthcare, or prevents the issue of patients not being able, to access healthcare because of lack of funds. We work with 15 insurers globally, and we are implementing the card at the moment with the leading insurer in the GCC region. We believe that the problem of the pay and claim model and waiting for an insurance company to reimburse you is a global issue, and that is why we are here today, to explore further opportunities and understand a bit more about the Bengaluru ecosystem and the Indian ecosystem in general. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Aurelia. Can I have the card? I hate all the paperwork around my insurance, so I will be your client. Please, Martin, come in.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Theobald, and I'm from TerraSign. And first of all, I have to disappoint you. TerraSign is not a startup anymore. We are well funded, and we made our way. Because the corner definition of a startup in Germany is you have to have a tabletop soccer in your office. And we don't have one because I don't like the sound of a tabletop soccer. But what we do, we move people all around the world for our clients, as we do in global mobility. TerraSign at a glance. We were founded 2010 in Boston by an American. He moved the company in 2012 to Heidelberg because he had some romantic feelings about Germany. In 2015, we moved it back to Berlin because you don't have to spell Berlin if it comes to international matters. We now serve clients from small and medium-sized companies such as Volkswagen, Porsche, Bentley, Audi. And what brings home the bacon for us, or what pays our rent, is the European Posting Directive. You may never have heard of it, but it's like all Europeans are obsessed with paperwork. And before you go on a business trip in Europe, you have to do some paperwork. You have to prove your social security. You have to prove that you comply to national labor laws. And that's what we do for our companies. We do all the paperwork. We have 18,000 contacts to our clients in a month, serving them with all the paperwork they do. So that's what we go for. And why I'm here is that we want to digitize our business model. We want to put it on a further stage. We want to go on. We want to bring even more people together. We want to build a talent bridge between Bengaluru and Berlin. We have offices in Berlin, in Paris, Boston, Warsaw, Rome, and, as we are aware, German, in Palma de Mallorca. And I would love to add Bengaluru to that map. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much. Again, I think the Germans have a certain view on paperwork. That's okay, thank you so much. And please, next, Vanessa. Oh, it will be you, Harish. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nageshwar. I work with EVA as head of operations. So EVA is an aviation technology company. We are founded in US and headquartered in Berlin. We make drone ports and drone infrastructure solutions. We make ports for landing smaller drones to the larger drones, which can even called as air taxis. It's a $100 billion market, and India accounts for $4 billion market in drone industry. As we know that drone delivery is becoming real and growing at a very faster rate. So we as EVA are on the mission to develop solutions around it. Few of our products are developed, so which are capable of housing multiple drones. It can also act as a charging station, network station, command center, and data center for controlling multiple drones. As far as technology is concerned, it's completely drone agnostic. That means you bring in any drone, we are able to integrate it and it can land and use our tech. As far as manpower requirements are concerned, it is quite affordable for controlling multiple drones, and we are quite flexible in selling, leasing, and renting models. Our solution has been delivered in northern part of India in Uttarakhand for disaster use case. Our ports are deployed across different places across globe for food delivery, medicine delivery, and disaster response projects. In coming years, we will be in a state to deploy a countrywide drone corridor for medicine delivery in Georgia and drone superhighways in some parts of Colombia and US. So superhighway for Bangalore, Chennai is also in place and also in plans. So the company is pioneering into a technology called as a drone superhighway, which covers around 3 to 500 kilometers in length and 50 kilometers in stretch. That means we deploy multiple landing stations across the network, wherein people who are using around it can utilize the advantage of it. It acts as a petrol pump for drone stations, for drones, where any drone can land and recharge. It can also act as a logistic and network hub. As far as the use cases are concerned, it can be used in healthcare, medical delivery, food delivery, logistics, agriculture, and security. Thank you.
Hey, Garish, I think drone is a buzzword in Bangalore and in India at large. So I'm very interested in questions which will come from the public. So, Vanessa, thank you. Please take the stage.
Hi, yeah, happy to be here. I am Vanessa from Berlin, and I'm the co-founder and managing director of Lemon. We developed the first IoT-enabled jewelry bracelet with a loud and silent alarm for personal safety. We do it a little bit like that. Okay. With our product, we tackle the issue of women who, of above 80% of women who feel unsafe in everyday situations. For example, while walking home at night or taking the public transport. Our mission is to strengthen this person's sense of security so that they feel safe again and simply good without stigmatization, and provide them with the best possible help in case of an emergency. How do we do that? We developed an IoT emergency bracelet where you can directly trigger a loud alarm. So in case I just pull the strip, it will raise like a 120 decibel sound to scare away an aggressor or to take attention in case of it's a medical emergency. Also, with our integrated IoT technology, we will send an SMS with your location data to your private emergency contacts and or a 24/7 available emergency service center. Also, as we're using LTE-M and NB-IoT technology inside the bracelet, the bracelet can work even if the smartphone is not available, shut down or something like that. Within the last 2 years, we developed a technical major IoT product, including a connected iOS and Android app, and as well as a platform for partner integration. I am now here in India as we're thinking about exploring the Indian market and searching for investors who want to take part of our seed round, sales partner, production partner who want to tackle the issue of women's safety together, Yeah, I just want to support us. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. I think this is a technical or tech solution which is unfortunately needed all over the planet. You know, I have two daughters, and I know sometime in the evening, then they walk back home, they just called us. I'm just walking, and we talk all the time. So that might really give relief to many women who feel unsafe in the public space, unfortunately, still nowadays. Yeah, thank you for all four of you for presenting your startup and your business. I would like to hand over to the audience, and I'm sure there are questions or even commentaries or whatever you want to say in this framework. Please feel free. There are mics around. Just yes, please.
Hello everyone. My name is Sivans Dividi. I'm a founder and CEO of Productive Labs. So basically, my question is with Haris. I am working on a drone technology, and so like we are already get funding from central government. So my key question is like we are building hybrid VTOL drones and hybrid VTOL drones. So right now in India, we already did a lot of tests with the central government. So is there any plan to scale our business in a German? And is there any plan to, like EVA is doing in a northern region, northern Uttarakhand, right? Is there any plan we can collaborate and do something?
Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? See, that's what I said. Our technology is completely agnostic. We don't restrict with any of the drone company. We, we invite most of the drone companies to come in and work with us because, anyways, we are the tech. The infrastructure would be a B2B model. It won't be a B2C right now because, anyways, that infrastructure will be governed by the government or by bigger giants. So we don't restrict with the technology company or a drone company coming in. We have to be open with everyone. And it also depends on what kind of market you want to get into. You want to get into a defense market or you want to get into a commercial market. And it also depends on the use case which you are looking at. For the surveillance, definitely you can approach security organizations or private organizations who are big in numbers. And if it's an agriculture drone, you can definitely go and connect with agriculture ministry and the pesticide and these kind of companies who can help you out. And it depends on the application you're looking at.
Okay, so we are basically working for Ministry of Petroleum for inspection of industrial. Okay. So the second question is mine. Like you probably know, DGCA play a huge role in India to get a drone license and all. So is EVA has certified to get infrastructure and create infrastructure in India?
See, as far as infrastructure policy around drones is concerned, it's at a very nascent stage. The drone policy up, but at the same time, if you see the UTM policy which is coming up, it's talking something about fixed landing spots. That itself talks about drone infrastructure or landing ports. Because if you are using drones, you cannot take off and land in coming future because it needs to be regulated and controlled through the UTM, and air traffic control has to keep a track of all the drones flying around. You cannot go and fly anywhere else. So that's why the policies are coming up like this.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, regulation is an important point. Yeah. Please, there is another question over there.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm the co-founder of a fabulous semiconductor company. I just want to know whether Germany in general or specific to Berlin, whether you have any specific schemes or programs to support semiconductor ventures.
You would like to take this question?
I think I have to take that question. Yes, we do, because if you take the geopolitical situation, you know that all of our countries are looking to be more self-reliant on the semiconductor policy. We're not alone in Europe on having a policy on that. We do that in concert with our European partners. If you look, for example, at a town, Magdeburg, which is, I would say, 100 kilometers maximum west of Berlin, There will be one of the biggest new semiconductor companies being settled from Intel. So they will build there, and they get a chunk of money from the government, from the local government, from the federal government. And same will happen to Infineon, which just said they will invest 5 billion into a semiconductor plant near Dresden. And also there, I guess within the 5 billion, there will quite an amount of money coming at support to these companies, because we have interest in having these companies for also strategic and industry political reasons. So the answer is yes. I wouldn't be able to exactly tell you the programs and projects. It all depends also in Germany on the different federal states, and perhaps Berlin partner. I don't know if you have any information on that here in the room. Where's Berlin partner? I'm just looking for them. They're over there. If you have any concrete information on that, then please get a mic and answer on that.
I mean, happy to talk to you personally afterwards. There is several funding. Every funding depends on the size of the investment, size of the project. So there is no case such you say this amount of investment gives you this amount of financial support from the local or the federal government. Exactly what you said, but happy to discuss your case afterwards or with everyone else. Not only for semiconductors, for every other investment opportunities as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Please, there is another question over there.
Hi, good morning. So my question is, since this is a story of Bengaluru and Berlin, basically, so had been a space enthusiast, and it's more about education perspective of integration of Berlin with probably Bangalore. So you have this course called probably space engineering, which is at TU Berlin. So is there any scope of integration of Indian students in Berlin with the sponsorship or scholarship from the German government or consulate? So this is directed to someone from Berlin. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I think that's me too. Yes, just at the back of the room, I see my dear colleague Manjula, and she is my science advisor in the Consulate General, and she knows exactly on all possible programs, opportunities, exchange universities, etc. My government has a very clear policy. We would love to attract more Indian students than we do by now. Right now, we have about 35,000 Indian students in Germany, either to the bachelor, but more to the master's and even PhD. And we feel that is still not enough. Indian students are already the second biggest group of foreign students in Germany, and I only can support that because sorry to be so competitive, but if parents send their children to the US, to Canada, Australia, or UK, they pay a hell lot of money for the universities, which is not the case in Germany, because public universities are nearly for free. So you have to pay for your living, but that's about it, and the quality is really high. This morning we had the Nobel laureate as a speaker here, and she's a French professor, and she's heading an institute, a Max Planck Institute in Berlin. So you can see science, for example, in Berlin has a very high ranking, and I think you, as startups, you really cherish that you have very good qualified people coming on the market and very high qualified scientific institutions in that town. So there's another question over there. It's a left-sided question here. They're on the right side. There had been no questions so far. So please.
Good morning, or rather good afternoon to all. I have just recently taken up a stake in a company based out of Bremen, not Berlin. It's an IT company. I've just taken a stake there, and I was a student in Mannheim Business School also one point of time, so I know a bit of Deutschland. So my question is that now, is there any kind of an opportunity where the Chamber of Commerce or the consulate can help me develop some networking in Bremen with companies around for business development?
I think first of all, sorry again, that's it's not you talking, it's me talking. You have all the people around here in the room. You have the people from Berlin Partner, and you have also these entrepreneurs who had been in contact with these institutions. And we have the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry there in the back, the guy waving. Hi, Sumit. So there are institutions around here in Bangalore which can guide you and help you. And I think, if you talk to Berlin Partner, if you talk to these guys here, then you have a picture of what is possible and what is not possible.
Thank you so much. Danke.
Thank you. So, any questions? It does not seem the case. So I really appreciate that you had been here. So many people here in the room and being interested in what these companies are doing, what Berlin Partner is doing, what Germany is doing. The consulate is here in Bangalore, so whenever there's a question like that one, don't hesitate to contact us. We are there for that, and we can guide you within the jungle of information. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful BTS, and thank you to the organizers for hosting us today. Thank you for all of you being here, taking the long way from Berlin and presenting your projects. Good luck for you and for your projects, and have some good days ahead. And all of you, have a nice day. Thank you so much.
I thank all the esteemed speakers for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. May I now request Mr. Akim Burkhardt, the Consul General, German Consulate General, Bengaluru, to present a memento to all the speakers. Memento. I request Mr. Aurelia Alemangei to CEO Medico GmbH to accept the token of love and affection. I request Mr. Akim Burkhardt to present a memento to Mr. Martin Theobald, CEO TerraSign GmbH. Now it's a turn of Ms. Vanessa Erickson, Managing Director and Co-founder, Lemon. I request Mr. Akim Burkhardt to present a memento to Mr. Nageshwar, Head of Operations, Eva Drone Parts. I request Ms. Amrita Gandikota to kindly come onto this dais to accept our I also request Mr. Friedemann Lords, Key Account Manager ICT Berlin Partner, to kindly come onto the dais and accept the memento from Mr. Akim Burkhardt. I request Ms. Amrita Gandikota to present a memento to Mr. Akim Burkhardt, Consul General, German Consulate General, Bengaluru. I request all the eminent speakers to kindly pose for the photo. Thank you, all of you. And the next session will be on NRW, New Next Gen Tech for Sustainability. It will be moderated by Ms. Ambika Banotra. I request Ms. Ambika Banotra and welcome her to the dais. She is the Chief Representative, NRW Global Business India, NRW Global Business. She is the Chief Representative of the NRW Global Business GmbH in India since November 2021. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. I request her to take through the session, and over to you, ma'am.
I would also request the people who are going out to just have a look and sit down, because you have seen only one part of Germany, not the another one, and which is the most interesting one, North Rhine-Westphalia with Düsseldorf as a capital. So big clap for North Rhine-Westphalia first. So I request all of you to please take the seat. Yeah. Meanwhile, we'll keep the chairs and startup, yes, they need something. Startups are already doing great. We have heard the Berlin startup. But they need to scale up, right? They need to go somewhere. And where is that somewhere? Berlin is, of course, the good location, very nice location, from the German part. But we have a very important state in Germany, which is known as North Rhine-Westphalia. So I'll want to make you acquainted with the stage. So with the state. So can we have the video to just give a glimpse of what we are doing in North Rhine-Westphalia? Sanjita, can you play the video, please?
And what? NRW. That's North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. The ideal location for the future of your business, right in the middle of Europe. Digital transformation is really changing the game here.
Also smart manufacturing. Robots are caring for many things, like Paul. Well, almost like Paul.
NRW is also the best place in Europe for smart cities and new mobility.
And for some of tomorrow's most promising pilots.
We have the densest R&D network in Europe. Innovative companies and more than 100 research institutes make tomorrow's medical technology become reality today.
Little Max, he's blind, but he can read books now. It's an ebook. Oh, of course.
In NRW, you find top-notch startups with an innovative spirit and some of the best institutes for cybersecurity in Europe. And also, some of the most powerful supercomputers in the world.
I call her Jules.
Not forgetting our outstanding talent pool.
So yes, let's start the session first. And just to set the context, next tech gen for sustainability. So economy and ecology are the equally taken into account for the sustainable strategy of North Rhine-Westphalia. Sustainability is no longer a good to have concept, but a necessary factor for the future. And that we can guess from that 3 or 4 sessions in Bangalore Tech Summit are based on the factor of sustainability. To know more about the next gen solution for sustainability, NRW State is glad to present you the leaders from the German government, academia, industry from the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. So since we have a time constraint, let me welcome our first keynote speech. I think Mr. Bukat, you have already done a marvelous job in the first panel, so I'll not take much of your time. And I would request you to give a keynote speech for our session as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, good morning again. I hope some of the listeners which had been here in the last group are also here now, and some more will come into the room. We have, I think, witnessed something very important in the recent days, the opening of the NRW Global office in India with Ambika, which just spoke, is heading. So I think North Rhine-Westphalia is well placed in the Indian economic ecosystem by opening this office. But you were mentioning the main and key topic, which is sustainability and next tech. If all human beings, and this week we have 8 billion of them living on this planet, want to live the same lifestyle, and let's say the same lifestyle that we do in Germany, the resources of this planet would not be enough to tackle with it. The solution is not to deprive the big part of the world's population from this development, but to use tech for answering these questions. And I think a lot of German and also Australian companies, as well as Indian companies, are exactly on that way. And I think that's why Bangalore Tech Summit 2022 has the title Tech for Next Generation. How can organizations overcome the carbon emission challenges, be profitable and deliver innovation? Sustainability requires transformation. And most organizations are discovering how to consolidate new technologies and new measures to proceed with the social, ecological development and framework. So technology is shaping sustainability and enabling advanced levels of productivity and efficiency. And I believe, especially the old companies, in brackets, the big companies, they are on that way. And yesterday we were visiting a company here in Bangalore, an Indian company, also active in North Rhine-Westphalia, which is very active in the field of getting carbon neutral. Actually, they are carbon neutral already now. And they do that by technology. So there is a rise of new green tech products, an effective pathway that don't compromise the health of our ecosystems. We see an increase in green products that minimizes the environmental footprint. Companies' policies that embrace employees to engage in sustainable practices. I can see that every time I visit a company here in Bangalore. And sustainable product life cycles with less hazardous materials. I would like to call it the fourth industrial revolution that we are living as. Sustainability is becoming imperative. Business leaders and startups have understood the value of integrating best practices and reshape the businesses for a better world. We in Germany and you in North Rhine-Westphalia, you're going that path. We have committed to change our society into a carbon neutral society. This is why innovation in this area is widespread in my country. The cooperation with all the phenomenal ideas and talents is one of the leading, which are there here in one of the leading hotspots of the world in Bangalore, Karnataka in India, is a unique chance to make a change. So my wish is, let's all work together to make this planet a livable and sustainable place for the entire humankind, and actually also for the animals and the plants. Bangalore 25 Tech Summit is therefore the place to be. Thank you for the delegation from North Rhine-Westphalia to be here, to present North Rhine-Westphalia to Bangalore, and to be present in India in the future. Good luck for that. Thank you for being here.
So now, to set the context, I have already set the context. Sustainability is the topic, but how we have to achieve sustainability? What are the next tech-gen solutions? How we can achieve that? To start with, we have our chief guest here, Dr. Toibus Straupel, Director General of European Legal and Foreign Trade Department of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Protection, Energy of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. So can I request you, sir, to share your view about the importance of sustainability in all spheres of life in North Rhine-Westphalia? Welcome, sir.
Yes, thank you very much for this kind of inauguration. And let me say frankly, of course, we all love Berlin because Berlin is our capital. And for some who are historically interested, Bonn, situated in North Rhine-Westphalia, was for the first 40 years of the Federal Republic of Germany, the capital city, and still hosts many important ministries of the federal government. So we have a close cooperation with Berlin politically. And economically, I think India is great enough, big enough to host all of us and all of our interests. And I want to present you now, in the coming minutes, a bit what is special of North Rhine-Westphalia and why it is worthwhile to have contacts with us. First of all, It is a great honor for me and my delegation to be part of this year's Bengaluru Tech Summit, which is celebrating its 25th year. The Tech Summit is indeed Asia's most, as we learned, Asia's most prestigious and sought-after technology summit. This summit is the perfect platform to bring all relevant companies, institutions, bright and innovative minds, and cutting-edge technologies in different fields together. I think one of the key aims of this summit is to build up new collaborations, partnerships, and dynamic innovation ecosystems. Why are innovations so important in these very disrupting days? It is so important because innovations are the key driver of economic growth worldwide. Therefore, cooperation in technological R&D becomes the relevant driver of innovations. Especially among large private entities, cooperation happens naturally. But cooperation between medium-sized enterprises and large businesses, startups, or public institutions is more challenging because SMEs often lack networks and resources. It requires a more strategic approach and specific support from local institutions. Also, research and development at universities and research institutions has a high innovative potential. But there are obstacles when transferring those new research-based technologies to the market and into practice, which often lasts too long. We call it internationally and in Germany the so-called valley of death, feared by a lot of startups that start business and want to get profitable. Due to our long tradition of friendship, there are already first good connections between Indian and German or NRW businesses, but I believe we must work harder on strengthening these ties. Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia, and India and its states are currently leaders in many industrial fields, such as smart manufacturing, automation, and deep tech issues. But in order to stay at the top in the global competition, cooperation between our private and public actors are essential. We in NRW believe that cooperation in technological R&D, especially with innovative partners from India, is fruitful and to the advantage of both sides. Therefore, I would like to give you a short overview of NRW's strategic approach to foster innovations through cooperation in technological R&D. So, first of all, NRW is the key player for innovations in Germany. We have long traditions of entrepreneurial spirit along the rivers Rhine and Ruhr. Many large enterprises are located in the vibrant cities of Cologne and Düsseldorf, which also successfully attract innovative startups from across the world. Cities like Aachen, Bonn, as I mentioned, Bochum, Dortmund of the Ruhr Valley, and Paderborn, for example, in the Westphalian area, are home to universities and research institutes that are strong in engineering, information technology, or natural sciences, nurturing the entrepreneurial activities in those regions. Moreover, due to the structural change and the phasing out of the steel and coal industry, with its large companies, new space for creative, technology-driven startups has been called in our so-called Ruhr area. North Rhine-Westphalia is already an innovative powerhouse with the highest density of large companies, startups, hidden champions, universities, and research institutes in all of Germany. I think this is for you all a very important factor. You find everything that is sophisticated within a range of a couple of kilometers that are not more than the whole city of Bengaluru, I think, in its width. Nevertheless, we are the economic powerhouse in Europe, and we are indeed Europe's heartbeat, which is a claim for our international investment campaign. We are ranked on 7th position in Europe and 18th in the world in terms of GDP, even ahead of countries such as Sweden, Poland, or Belgium. Numerous large corporations and global market leaders are based in our federal state. Some of them are also based in India and here in the Karnataka region. For example, the Deutsche Post DHL, which is very famous, chemical industry Bayer, automotive producer First Tire Ford, situated in Cologne, Henkel, Evonik, Lanxess, another chemical company, ThyssenKrupp, has a big steel factory, and last but not least, RD, Metro, and other very big retail and wholesale companies. In this background, my ministry, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Innovation, Climate Protection and Energy, supports numerous statewide networks such as clusters, hubs, competence centers, as well as regional networks and initiatives to strengthen this innovative ecosystem. Our key aim is here to bring all actors together within science, business, and society. With regard to digitalization, for instance, our 5 DigiHubs, an initiative of my ministry, comprises a large network of different actors, such as cities and municipalities, chambers of commerce, SMEs and corporations, co-working spaces, financial institutions, universities and business angels, etc., with a goal to foster the start-up ecosystem and strengthen innovation in NRW. And we have considerable success in this effort. We started as one medium-ranged startup region in Germany 5 years ago, and now we are the second large startup region after Berlin in Germany. So it fits very good that we are here talking after the Berlin region. Also, our competence platform, we call it KI NRW. I have to explain it for all English-speaking people. This KI stands for AI, Artificial Intelligence, at the Fraunhofer Institute nearby Bonn. Fraunhofer, one of the famous public-private institutions for research in the world. And this KI or AI NRW Institute is the central contact point for SMEs interested in artificial intelligence. Its goal is to build the bridge between innovations and entrepreneurship for a smooth technology transfer from science to the market. Let me introduce to you one more best practice example which exemplify our strategic approach to foster our innovation ecosystem. And this example does not come from the very prominent Rhine region, but from the opposite side of North Rhine-Westphalia, the so-called East Westphalia. You never can explain anyone in foreign country what is Westphalia and East Westphalia, then everyone says, okay, let me alone. So we call it OWL, and there we happen in OWL, the technology network, it's OWL, which is the acronym for Intelligente Technische Systeme Ostwestfalen-Lippe. Now you heard it once. A region located in the most northeastern part of NRW. In 2012, its OWL was selected by the federal government of Germany as a leading edge cluster. More than 200 companies, universities, research institutes, and organizations are part of this network, which has an intense culture of open communication and cooperation. At the same time, it enables the knowledge spillover and technology transfer among its members. Let me just say to all of you, one of the first computer companies in Germany, the first profitable computer companies in Germany was Nixdorf. Nixdorf was a kind of Apple for Germany years ago, and then it merged with Siemens, and it set the core for this internet knowledge in this region, OWL. Industry-wise, the network caters a wide spectrum from AI to machine learning to digital platforms, systems engineering, and smart manufacturing. Recently, they put a strong emphasis on AI initiatives. For instance, the so-called AI marketplace creates a unique ecosystem for companies. The central feature of the AI marketplace is a platform where all players involved can share their expertise and co-work on finding solutions for AI problems. That must sound familiar to India, that must sound familiar to Karnataka, because this is one of the core competencies we saw here in this very dynamic region and state. We are proud to financially support its OWL projects and contribute to its growing process. But of course, we cannot rest on these success stories. If we want to compete worldwide, As a leading location for key technologies, we must continue to foster cooperation in technological R&D and create the best framework conditions for innovations. And therefore, it is one of our key aims within the Bengaluru Tech Summit to start the exchange and new collaborations with our Indian partners in the fields of innovation and technology. Our relationship with Karnataka and Bengaluru has grown stronger over the years, especially with the help of our Foreign Trade and Invest Agency, NRW Global Business. And we are very proud to have recently inaugurated this week our new NRW Global Business Office in Bengaluru with our representative, amiable Ms. Ambika Banotra. We want to deepen, with the support of Mrs. Banotra, the cooperation building between government, companies, and especially R&D institutions from Bengaluru and our federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a very good way to promote cooperation in technological R&D in order to unfold the innovative potential of the German and Indian companies in North Rhine-Westphalia and Karnataka. Therefore, I am delighted to discuss and follow the discussions today on all topics and exchange experience with innovative business representatives and researchers and hear about benchmark cases. I'm sure we will, here at one of the most important tech hubs worldwide, the Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. I wish us all an informative pain around later on and a fruitful summit. Thank you very much.
So now we'll get into the details. So to continue the session forward, may I request all the speakers, I'll start with Mr. Felix Neugert, the CEO of NRW Global Business, to come on the stage. Ms. Andrea Hendricks, the country head, Infosys Germany, executive board member, Infosys Germany Holding GmbH. Mr. Benjamin Frank, head for RWTH Aachen University India office. Ms. Nicole Karuvali, international relationship and project manager, DG Hub. And Mr. Harish Shinai, director and project manager, Plastic Fisher India. First of all, wonderful, and we are good to see you in the Indian attire today. I think big round of applause for Andrea Hendricks to come as an Indian here. That's wonderful to see. So, Mr. Neugert, as you are here this year, I think you have already visited India's second visit. Let me start the question with you only, because you know the sustainability is the important aspect, whether we are speaking India or Germany. The state of NRW has already taken the topic sustainability very seriously. We heard Dr. Traupel, how many initiatives we are having. Hence, there is all possible research in field of hydrogen, circular economy, renewables. Could you share few active programs or organization in NRW that are active in this area? Mr. Neugert.
Yes, I believe this transformation to sustainability, to carbon neutrality, which Dr. Traupel has pointed on, this is absolutely key for NRW. And I think there are many, many business opportunities also for partners from India to do business in NRW and to benefit from our transformation process. As Dr. Traupel pointed out, we are the largest state in Germany in terms of population, in terms of size of the economy, but also in terms of industry. We are the cradle of German industry. And we have been the cradle of German industry like more than 100 years ago, and even today we are heavily focusing on industrial enterprises. And related to this, we are also the energy state in Germany. So 1/3 of the energy in all over Germany is produced and consumed in NRW. And this is why this transformation process towards carbon neutrality is a key process for us. Actually, our state government wants to make North Rhine-Westphalia the first climate neutral industrial region in Europe. And this is a very large, a very ambitious project, and we would like to invite all of you to be part of this. And let me give you just three brief glimpses about the projects we are kicking off in this direction. One is to become carbon neutral. We have to stop the lignite mining because we stop using lignite as a fuel for our power stations. And there's a huge lignite mining area in the Rhenanian area, as we call it. So this is the area between Cologne, Bonn, and Aachen. Three large cities, which will be transformed very substantially because we will cease mining lignite in 2030. And there's a huge federal budget for supporting this transformation process in infrastructure, in innovation. So there are many opportunities to be part of this special transformation process in the Rhenanian lignite mining area. And I think it's worth for you to have a look at what we are doing and if you can be part of this. Second, the fuel for the energy transformation in North Rhine-Westphalia to a large extent will be hydrogen. And hydrogen, I mean, I know that it plays also a role here in India and in Karnataka. This is something where we will have to ramp up very quickly an ecosystem. We have many things already now in place, and we are working on a very ambitious plan to ramp up, to increase, to really speed up our hydrogen ecosystem. One example, we have one big steel producer in NRW, ThyssenKrupp, in the city of Duisburg, and they have decided to build the first green steel plant in all over the world. So they have invested, or they will invest with support from the federal and the state government in a special technology which will produce steel without any carbon emissions, based, by the way, also on hydrogen. So this is just to give you an example of this project, and there are many more in the hydrogen sector. And third, and then I will be finished, circular economy. I think also a very important part of this energy transformation process, that we don't waste too much energy. We have to become more circular. And there's a big project which is called Circular Valley in our state, which aims to attract innovative ideas, good startups also from India, to put into reality all the ideas, all the good technologies that we have to ensure that our economy becomes more circular. So this is like three ideas or three projects which we have. There are many more, but I think it's really worth to have a look into what we are doing in this great energy transformation in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia.
Thank you, Mr. Neugat. I think circular economy, hydrogen, these all are not the key or the buzzwords now. And I'm glad to know that NRW is already taking it so seriously with so many projects in hand. Thank you so much. So coming from NRW to Infosys, the industry. Andrea, Infosys has already adopted the circular approach to sustainability journey. We saw that very in detail yesterday, covering data, technology, finance, culture transformation. So how important is sustainability from the business point of view? So if you could share a few points about that.
Well, there is no way without sustainability, right? I love India, and I know that there are many people here in the room that are veg, and there are many people here in the room that are non-veg. Very good. Who of you has had a burger in your life? And I'm talking like the kind of a meaty burger. Okay, some hands go down. So here's the quiz question. How much water is being used to produce a burger? We have here 8,000 liters. Any other idea?
10 liters.
10 liters. Now in India, probably a little bit less because chicken use less water than beef, right? So in Europe, if you eat a burger, you can either eat that burger or you can shower for 2 weeks. That's the amount of water it takes. So if you want to save water, yes, you can brush teeth faster. You could also just eat one burger less. But not everything is solved over the plate. While agriculture is a big influencer, right, on sustainability, many things can be done with IT. IT comes in when it comes into smart buildings, smart cities, and we see a lot of that, but also into smarter programming. Now, I'm kind of old school, right? When I started, I used Pascal and COBOL, but eventually there was C++. And it turns out nowadays that C++ is the most sustainable programming language. Nobody would think of programming languages being sustainable, but some programming languages just use more energy than others. So at Infosys, of course, we're looking at being carbon neutral, and Achim Burkhardt just already mentioned it. The carbon neutral for 3 years in a row now, which is an awesome achievement, but we can't stop there, right? So net zero is actually the way where we want to go. Super important to do this not just internally for us, but also to do it for our customers. And so the demand was so high when we turned carbon neutral 3 years ago, the customers came to us and said, how do you do it? Can you help us? I said, well, yes, we can. Took us 10 years. Now we learned a lot, made a lot of mistakes. We can teach you faster. So how to be smarter, how to reduce water consumption by over 50%, how to reduce energy consumption by 65%. That's a story that we can tell. And talking about NRW, we're in touch with the city, and they've been very, very welcoming. And we've been discussing smart city solutions, and I'm very much looking forward to accompanying that journey for sure.
Great. Thank you, Andrea. I think so you taught us two things. One, we should eat one burger less, right? Second thing is how to include sustainability in whether it's IT or whether it's ICT services. You're doing the best, of course, the Infosys is already giving. So coming from now industry to academia. So Benjamin, you are with us, and you know that you are already heading the Aachen University RWTH Aachen in India. But we also want to know that can you highlight some focus area of RWTH Aachen University where technological solution for sustainabilities are being developed? So if you could share some insight.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. And actually, this I can tie right into what Mr. Neugaard already said and Ms. Hendricks also. First, I want to mention there is a project going on with Infosys and the RWTH. Actually, I'm on the project of 5G, where it's about harvesting machines, making them autonomous. So basically making crops or the harvesting of crops more efficient and therefore also more sustainable. And Mr. Neugaard touched upon the subject of hydrogen. And actually, the Indian and the German government, they have agreed on investing together more and putting more effort into green energy, and green hydrogen is a very important topic in this regard. And that's why the RWTH is also part of the so-called Zukunftscluster Wasserstoff, the H2 cluster, together with the Research Center Jülich and partners from the industry. Another part, of course, there's a lot of fundamental research going on into green energy and also e-mobility. And but I would be remiss if I would not also mention a specific project going on between our university, the IIT Madras, also other TU9 universities, the Indo-German Center for Sustainability, which has been in place since over 10 years now in Chennai, where the research focuses are revolving around water treatment, water management, waste management, but also energy, of course. And I'm happy that Harish and I could already talk a little bit about there might be mutual interests also in this regard. So that was a small tour de force. One that I would also have to mention is building materials, where EVTH is leading in the development of so-called textile-based concrete, which is a concept that is only around 20, 25 years old. And we have actually a very accomplished alumnus who is doing with his company technology and knowledge transfer from Germany to India in this regard, also ties into the topic of sustainability.
Thanks, Benjamin. It's amazing to see how the academia is also, helping for the sustainable manner, for the sustainable technology to bring together startups, industry for various projects. Thank you so much. We have another guest also from Germany, Nicole. So startup, I'll come because startup have very strong and very practical solution for everything, and I'll come to you later. Nicole, DigiHub, right, is the organization that strengthens innovation in Düsseldorf, Rhineland economic region, and you get connected with various companies, startups. So what is the focus of this organization towards sustainability? What is your experience, your idea about that, and how do you promote that?
Yeah, hello. Have a good day. Well, there are various occasions and possibilities where we at DigiHub and in Düsseldorf support and promote sustainability. Well, let me just briefly explain to you what is actually DigiHub. Maybe you don't know. DigiHub is a digital innovation hub in Düsseldorf, North Rhine-Westphalia. And we are an initiative by the Ministry of by the Economy of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Change, and Energy. And our biggest shareholder is the city of Düsseldorf. So, and what do? We are accelerator and matchmaker. How we do that? Like, we are accelerator for startups and encouraging, enabling the startups to develop economically sustainable and innovative product solutions, business models, and products. And how we do that? We have two acceleration programs: Ignition, that is aimed at early stage startups, regional startups, and we help them to prototyping, market launch, marketing, etc. And then we have Scale Up NRW, which is aimed at successful startups who want to expand globally and enter international markets. And then we are Matchmaker. Throughout the year, we organize a lot of innovative events and set a platform, a networking platform for all our partners in our ecosystem to coordinate, to connect, and find some synergies. And there comes the sustainability. Well, you may think who are all in our ecosystem. We have a broad range of partners, networks that consist of startups, corporates, small and medium-sized companies, cities and municipalities, universities, co-working spaces, financial institutions, investors, venture capitalists, business angels. So all are in our ecosystem. Actually, like, all who are sitting here are our business partners. The ministry, NRW Global Business, Infosys is in our ecosystem. And what we do is we connect these players together. And how comes sustainability in it? Well, sustainability for us it's not just a hype. It's the future, actually. And you cannot go without sustainability anymore. And we support this, for example, like when a new startup forms, we put a stress on the startup and we focus on that they actually contribute to the green economy. So we coach and mentor in like how they have to use the resources wisely and efficiently, how they have to do the waste management, how they can use energy wisely. And so from the start on, we support them to contribute to this green industry. And actually 36% of our startups in Düsseldorf are already contributing to this green industry. And then we have actually green startups who also work in this green industry. For example, we have Hydroplace. It's a peer-to-peer matchmaking platform enabling trading of hydrogen. So hydrogen is, of course, a very important factor. Then, for example, we have Vital. They introduced a complete reusable system for takeaway and delivery, so avoiding packaging and waste. Then, for example, we have Livelo. They have a revolutionary system of collecting food and goods in a revolutionary system, like and yeah, these are just some examples of our green startups. And I also told you about that we do a lot of events, and even then we put a stress on sustainability at DigiHub. For example, when we set up like events like these, we stress out that we are using, we avoid disposals. For example, we print or use reusable and recycled materials. We avoid printing at all. We go for the digital way, actually. We have a proper waste management. We use energy sufficiently. So these are all small steps, but this will all contribute to the energy, to the sustainability. And actually, Düsseldorf, the city of Düsseldorf, together with the Chamber of Commerce in Düsseldorf, has a climate pact with the private sector to be carbon neutral by 2035. And the private sector, I already told you, these are all the players who are in our ecosystem, and we work together with them to reach this goal. And let me just conclude one thing. I'll tell you one thing more about our events. We organized the Digital Demo Day. This is our lighthouse event, and it's Germany's leading startup expo and tech conference. It's every year, it's in August, so this year it's over, but just take out your calendar and mark the date for next year. It's on August 17th, so I invite you all to be part of this Startup Expo and Tech Conference. And I tell you one more thing, there are two major topics next year. One is health tech and med tech, which is also a very important topic. And the second topic is sustainability, of course. So there again, you see how much focus we put on this topic. Yeah, that's our take on sustainability. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nicole. That was very detailed information. And 36% of startups already contributing towards sustainability. That, in fact, is a great step indeed. Harish, I'm coming to you, and I think there's a reason for that, right? We spoke about sustainability. You have already adopted it. So, plastic fisher. I'm correcting spelling it right. Yeah, plastic, because I have already made few mistakes. Plastic fisher is showing the world a sustainable way of living. Can you briefly explain your project that leads to sustainable approach to prevent ocean plastic, right?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Ambika, for the very relevant question in the world that we're living right now. Yeah. Okay. I will just start with a quick introduction about myself and how I tie into the sustainability domain. I grew up in a town that was filled with rivers, backwaters, and oceans. And growing up, I was always concerned about the effect of plastic pollution on the environment that I grew up in. And my opportunity to serve in this domain came in terms of a job at Plastic Fisher, a German startup that is stopping plastic pollution in rivers so that it doesn't end up in the oceans, as you said, preventing ocean plastics. And the journey of Plastic Fisher is also very similar to my own, where the co-founders were traveling to Vietnam and they saw the plastic pollution in the Mekong Delta firsthand and wanted to work on this. So they spent 6 months in Indonesia working on a low-tech, low-cost and locally manufactured solution called a trash boom. What it does is it's a very simple metal barrier that floats on top of the water and stops all the flowing plastics from going further into the oceans. And it's a very simple solution. And this technology received a lot of recognition from World Economic Forum, and there was a lot of interest around this. So what we did was we didn't want to restrict the use of this technology. So we made it open source for everyone to use. You can just go on our website, download the construction manual, and build the technology yourself wherever you are based in the world without needing any patent rights. We also understood that the technology isn't the only limiting factor in the fight against plastic pollution. It's also about building the business around it or the operations to support this technology around it. So what we did was you have to collect regularly from this technology the plastic that gets accumulated. You have to sort and segregate the recyclables from the non-recyclables. You have to reintroduce the recyclables back into the supply chain. You need to send the non-recyclables to energy plants so that it can substitute the use of fossil fuel and carbon or coal for that matter. And India was a natural choice for Plastic Fisher to set up its operation because of the large size of the country and also the large amount of rivers that are highly polluted and lead directly into the oceans. And that is where I come in. I joined the team in 2021, and along with my other colleagues, we set up operations in Bangalore and Varanasi on the banks of River Ganga and even Kaveri that leads directly into the oceans again. What we did was we hired local project managers and local project associates who understood the ground realities very well. We tailored our approach to suit the operational sites rather than dictating the terms from Europe. And then we avoided all imports together so that you can manufacture locally and avoid the time-consuming, carbon-intensive, and very expensive process of importing the technology from Europe. And we also are a social enterprise. So we gave a lot of importance to hiring people for our cleanup activities from the unorganized sector and provided them with full-time jobs and employment and stable salaries and benefits that come along with the full-time employment. And we also involve the community in a big way with awareness campaigns and cleanup drives and on beaches and riverbanks. So last year, we collected 30 tons of plastic. And this year, we have already tenfolded our impact to 300 tons in October. We started 3 more operational sites, 2 on the coast in Trivandrum and in Mangalore, and 1 more on the bank of River Ganga at Kanpur. As we say it, these large cities are the main polluters of these water bodies. So we want to go to more sites, to more cities where the plastic pollution is occurring in rivers and stop it at the source. And that is the reason why I'm here at the Bangalore Tech Summit, to explore collaboration opportunities with companies that work in tech, either as strategic partners or tech partners, or maybe even large companies like Infosys that has CSR funds and want to invest them in projects which are sustainable and impactful. So this is how we have been sustainably building our business from the ground up, and that is how we inspire other companies to do the same as well.
Great. That's great. Yeah. So I think now the audience knows that why Harish was quiet till from that time when we had the last question. Now, I think from Mr. Noikat or Dr. Troipal, one common question. You want to comment? Yeah. Okay. So you have seen what India is doing, how the academia cooperation is there, research institute are cooperating. So how do you want to say the energy crisis and sustainability, although those are not synonyms, but have a significant connect. So how can the Indian companies, academia, startups, research institute can come forward to support NRW or Germany in this aspect? So any of you can maybe.
Let me maybe start, and I think this is the key question. I think it has become clear from what we all contributed on the panel that North Rhine-Westphalia, as the largest German state, is on a massive transformation process towards more sustainability and towards a carbon neutral industrial location. And where now come Indian companies into this picture? And I believe there are many, many ways where we could fruitfully work together to achieve this goal. Let me give you one example. I mentioned that North Rhine-Westphalia is a primary industrial state in Germany. Many, many industrial companies, and this is actually a difference with Berlin, for instance, which is more of a city, of a consumer related environment. North Rhine-Westphalia is very much industrial, very much B2B business. Now, in many of these industrial companies, they're actually medium-sized companies. So they are hidden champions, as we call them. And they all face huge challenges in achieving sustainability, in achieving carbon neutrality. And this is something I think where young, innovative, or maybe also not so young, but still innovative companies from India can come into the picture and support and team up with these medium-sized companies and help them to be on course and to reduce their carbon emissions. I mean, it's a question often of efficiency. You need digital technologies to achieve efficiency, and therefore this is one big field of mutual cooperation which I see. Second one, and this goes in the direction that my colleague here from the University of Aachen has mentioned, the innovation. We have a very broad, a very large innovation landscape, the University of Aachen, but we have around 70 other universities, many research centers focused on future technologies, battery technology, hydrogen technology. So there are many points of cooperation, I believe, between Indian institutions, Indian companies, innovative companies, and research R&D institutions in North Rhine-Westphalia. This would be a second, I think, line of engagement. And as we represent, Ambika and me here on the panel, we represent NRW Global Business. So this is the trade investment agency of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, very, very much prepared to support this kind of this process of matching, this process of working together, this process of bringing Indian companies to North Rhine-Westphalia, but on the other hand, also bringing companies from NRW to India. So if you now, by this panel or by any other information, if you get interested in what we are doing, please give us a call, send us a LinkedIn message. We will be glad to help you and to do anything we can to facilitate this kind of collaboration between NRW and India.
And let me quickly, I grabbed the phone, right? So it does cost money. There is no discussion about this. It does cost money. So going to net zero will cost the world approximately, and that's the best educated guess I have from a McKinsey study, $9 trillion every year. How much profit do they make in a year, the world? Profit currently not even half of that. So it really is an investment, but I can tell you from the Infosys experience, if you invest into smart buildings, the break-even point is reached after 2 years. If you go into renewable energies, the break-even point is reached after 5 years. So is it worthwhile? Hell yes, right? Absolutely. So walk the talk and just do it.
Dr. Troibel, you have seen India now, right? You have visited few institutions, you have visited NASCOM, you have seen everything almost done, not maybe in the 2 days span, lots of meetings. So what is your impression? How do you think India can collaborate?
Let me first of all say I'm confident that we can face these problems and solve these problems. Perhaps Germany has an historical example. We have to start after World War II from a devastating situation in Germany, and we made it to the top. And now we have the responsibility to start from the top of economic activity to a way for a green and sustainable development. And I think we can do this together with all of our partners in the world. We can be an example, especially for emerging countries, also for a country like India, because you face the same problems, or you have faced the same problems we had in the 50s, 60s, 70s of the last century. When I say you have faced the problems, then I experienced here that you try solutions, and you still are in the process of solution to these problems. And this is a reason for great optimism, really great optimism. But because we in Germany can do whatever we want, it will be perhaps a good example, but the solution of the world problems is not in old, sparsely populated Europe, but here. And what we experienced in this week is how much dynamism, how much ambition, how much engagement your country and your extraordinary people have to face really the problems of the world. And I'm really very confident that in combination of the old economy of Europe, a classical country like state like NRW, in combination with Indian states, will send a good example to the world how we commonly face the situation and get a better world, not a poorer, but a better, really a better and a more qualitative world than we have now.
Great. That was a great answer, Dr. Troibel, and I think that was a very welcoming message for all the Indian companies, startups, and other organizations. You know, if you want to reach out to us, you see the entire panel is there. Thank you so much. Andrea, you missed one point though, actually, the Digital Innovation Center in Düsseldorf. So that was all the Indian companies going there in NRW with support from NGB ministry and started this digital. Do you want to highlight few, very crisp points about that, how that is managing sustainability and how that is collaborating for sustainability?
Benjamin already mentioned it, right? That in collaboration with NRW, a startup in NRW, and the university, the RWTH Aachen, we're working on a sustainability project that is smart farming, 5G, using the IoT, next generation autonomous, because, you know, sustainability is more than just green IT. It's the whole environment, social, and government responsibilities, breaking up these silos, right? Bringing everyone together. And if you no longer have manual labor on the field, that's a good thing. That's part of ESG. And if you do not overload the field with fertilizers because you don't know anymore where your tractor just drove, that's good for the environment, right? So autonomous farming is the way forward. You wouldn't believe it, you know, when you have this, you stand on a field, you compress the soil. The robot we're using has less compression on the soil than an 80 kg person. And 80 kg is probably, anyone here with 80 kg? Yeah, roughly, there's some hands here. So they'd be more damaging to the field than the robot we're currently developing there with the RWTH Aachen for specialty crops. but we're doing many, many more things, of course, in the center. I would like to mention one thing that we've done with a German customer, and we have a large team also working out of Düsseldorf for that customer. It's an automotive customer. You know, Infosys, the star in IT, is a star in automotive. It's a Daimler. And they gave us their IT to host in data centers. And how do you make data centers more sustainable? So we found a collaboration partner in Norway. They had an old mine in a mountain. And in that mine, it was no longer used for mining. There's lots of water. So it has natural cooling. So it turns out we can now host the data for Daimler-Benz in a green data center, which is fantastic, right? And so IT always has to think in creative solutions. And if it is moving into a mountain, we'll do it all.
Yeah, moving the mountain, I think we can do it together, all of the. Now, one surprise question, I would say, if we have to give one word, you know, for the sustainable life, sustainable world, what should be that one word, one sentence? So I'll start with Harish. So one word for sustainability, I think you should start.
I think I'll just borrow from the COP27 event. I'll just say act now.
Act now. Excellent. Benjamin, one word,
One word, one sentence?
Either one word, one sentence. We don't have much time also.
Yeah, I would say sustainability is not a singular topic. It revolves around everything permeating all our everyday lives. Okay, that was maybe one sentence.
Cooperate with international partners.
Oh, perfect. I think I need a clap for that. It goes into my direction.
Less burgers.
Less burger, of course.
I would say just start at home. Just do your homework, just do your part. And if everybody is doing their part, it will be achieved.
Collaborate between administration, industry, and research institutions. Does it now and not tomorrow.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. I think that's all from our side. Thank you so much, audience, for your patience and listening to us. So for any further question, we are at BTS. Our booth is P13. So please feel free to visit us. Thank you so much. Thank you, wonderful. One picture here.
I request the eminent panelists to kindly stay on the dais to accept our memento. I request Mr. Akim Burkhardt, Consul General, German Consulate General, Bengaluru, to kindly come on to the dais and distribute the mementos to all the eminent panelists. Yeah.
So I'll request Mr. Akim Burkhardt to give the memento to Harish for doing a wonderful job. I think you got lots of information. You can clap now, maybe. Yeah? Okay, thank you. So the next one, I'll request Mr. Akim Burkhardt to give memento to Benjamin Frank from Aachen University. The next, Mr. Felix Neugert, who came all the way from Germany to Düsseldorf for us. Miss Andrea Hendricks, she came also along with the delegation. And one burger less, guys. So going further, Miss Nicole Karovali for DigiHubs. And last but not the least, from one government to another,
Mr. Akim Burkhardt will present it to Dr. Troibel, Director General, Ministry of Economic Affairs.
I request Mr. Akim Burkhardt to present a memento to Ms. Ambika Banotra, the moderator of this educative and informative session. I request all the distinguished panelists to kindly pose for a quick pic, please.
So zu Ihnen nehmen. Genau, dann machen wir so ein bisschen schräg, dann kann man alle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next session will be the Switzerland Indo-Swiss Tech by Nugent.
Excuse me?
Oh, volle Blüten hätte, das ist gut. Das mache ich gerne. Aber wahrscheinlich mehr gibt noch eine W, ja, oder sofort after. Sofort ab. Düsseldorf. Dankeschön. So we have to vacate. Huh?
Hi, sir. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
We saw each other at CSM.
Yes.
From the container. How are you? Good.
and we have eminent speakers with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a sincere request. I request all the audience to kindly occupy their respective seats so that we can commence the session. Our moderator is with us now. So let's look forward for another brainstorming session, please.
Can you ask the startups who are pitching to sit in the front because they'll have to come on stage?
I request
Startups, is it? The startups, yes.
I request all the startups to kindly come to the front row and occupy the seats in the front row. For the smooth flow of the session, I request once again. Ladies and gentlemen, I request once again, please occupy the seats so that we can commence the next session. I request the startups to kindly come to the front row. May I request once again all the ladies and gentlemen here to kindly occupy the seats and make way for the next session. You can take the session forward, ma'am, please.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. Whoop. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our Switzerland GIA session. Indo-Swiss Tech by NextGen. My name is Margot Plater from Swissnex in India, and I'll be your host for this session. In this session, you will have 14 startups next-gen startup pitching in only 50 minutes. So before we get it started, I would like to invite Jonas Brunswick, CEO and Consul General Swissnex in India, Consulate General of Switzerland in Bengaluru.
Thank you, Margot. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Switzerland session. I am the CEO of Swissnex in India. What is Swissnex? I think it's brilliantly captured by this image. Our job is to weave the threads of Indo-Swiss collaboration. And I think you're now all somehow part of this journey. Some of you may become a bigger thread, connecting to a bigger dot. Some of you may remain a more faint dot. But the point is, we want to bring Switzerland and India together in education, research, and innovation. Now, we're here at this session at the 25th edition of the Bengaluru Tech Summit, the Silver Jubilee, which is themed Tech for Next Gen. We have decided to play with that and not just focus on tech for next gen, but tech by next gen. So in this session, as Margot mentioned, you'll have early stage startups from Switzerland and India giving you a very short pitch. And if you look at this image, these early stage startups are like saplings looking to grow. And the part that we're most interested in and that we want to facilitate is everything that happens below the surface, the connection at the roots, the Indo-Swiss connection at the roots. And some of those connections will hopefully be forged in this room over the next 50 minutes and hopefully the conversations that will ensue henceforth so that we get to something like this, a very lush and diverse ecosystem of Indo-Swiss collaboration that matures over time and that is rich in collaboration. This is the aspiration. At Swissnex, I like to say that we are a consulate for the future. We have an eye towards the future, and we work very much on purpose. And if you think about purpose, it's inevitable to think about the grand challenges that we as a humanity are facing, and they're linked to themes of sustainability, for example, which encompass how do we build more sustainably, for example, and you'll get to hear some examples of that. How do we decarbonize the economy? How do we transition towards clean technology? Or also, how do we promote and ensure a healthier planet and a healthier humanity? We're coming out of a pandemic, but in fact, we're also in the middle of a silent pandemic, which is the resistance to antimicrobials, resistance to antibiotics, which is a big theme for us at Swissnex, among many others related in the field of health, health technology, and One Health. So you didn't come here, obviously, to listen to me blabber on, and we promised a fast-paced session with many pitches from startups. So I will close the brief introductory remarks here and yield the floor back so that we can dive into these rapid-fire pitches from the 14 startups present. Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the pitches.
Thank you very much, Jonas, for the opening remarks. So before starting the session, we would like just to make sure that we understand the rules of the game for this session. It is 2 minutes per pitch, and we will ring the Swiss bell to mark the end of the pitch and for the other startup to come on stage. We want rapid fire pitches, as Jonas said. So let's get it started. And Oksara, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Imagine we have a technology that is able to reduce the price of your construction by 10% while decreasing the environmental impact of your building. I'm Nyanli Landro. I'm originally from Togo. I did my PhD at ETH Zurich, Switzerland, and I'm the co-founder of Oksara, and ETH spin-off. In India, as in many countries in the world, specifically, there is 2 billion people that need access to decent, affordable housing. Specifically in India, we are talking about 35 million people. And we have a technology that allows us to use quite available resources, transform them without use of cement, enabling a circular economy, well-being, but also promoting more affordable construction. Our technology is a unique based on a patent technology that we developed at ETH Zurich. The opportunity that we are talking about is to substitute 40% of building material in the construction field, but also reduce the environmental impact of building by 80 to 90%, promote a circular economy, and improve the well-being of residents living in this house. We currently have opportunity in Switzerland, where we have specific projects, in Tanzania, but also in India, in Mumbai and Goa. And I'm here specifically to meet partners, but also investors to join our journey. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Panayotis. I did my PhD at ETH Zurich, and I am the founder of Seismo Health. Our mission is to prevent collapses of buildings, bridges, and further critical infrastructure. Today, over 50% of the existing buildings in Europe have exceeded their design lifespan and become older every day. Replacing all of them is impossible and would not be sustainable. Every year alone in the United States, 100 bridge collapses are reported. In the last week, 134 people died due to the collapse of a bridge that was recently repaired. Similarly to medical doctors, engineers need internal information to provide reliable diagnosis. And we develop a software that translates vibrations due to wind or traffic into structural condition metrics for predictive maintenance. Essentially, we put the structures in the intensive care, and so we maximize their safe operational life. We monitor vibrations, so we're able to evaluate the whole structure with limited sensors and to evaluate the internal damage independent from the construction material. We target exclusively enterprises and offer software as a service for monitoring applications. India is one of the largest infrastructure markets in the world, and we can help to make it safer, more resilient, and less expensive to maintain. For this, we're searching for collaborators, sensor providers, infrastructure and building owners, and investors to close our next funding round. Our society invests and will continue to invest immense resources to build. And our solution provides the means to get most out of our assets, and with your support, we will make it happen. Thank you very much.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Let me start this pitch with a small question. How many of you have a cell phone? Yeah, don't lie, everyone. And then, how many of you have an earbud or any other electronic device? And how many of you is running out of power? Yeah, let's start the solution what Perovsky has to offer. So what we do is we make everyday devices energy self-sufficient. What that means and what problem you're solving is obvious. This means there are billions and billions of interconnected devices that needs constant charging or battery replacement at a continuous with time in that sense. Imagine this problem getting even more worse with the advent of Industry 4.0, where there would be billion of interconnected devices. And at Perovsky, what we have developed is a solution to digitally print, custom design, highly efficient solar cells that works indoors, as you can see. A solar cell that don't need to go out to work. It works inside. We are already in the market with several players, And we have global presence from Asia to Europe to Americas. We are working active in the fields of medtech device, like one you can see me wearing here. This is the device which detects UV light and is fully running on a solar cell. There is no battery. We eliminate battery, and just by battery elimination, we can save 2 billion tons of CO2. Sorry, 2 million tons of CO2 just by battery elimination. We're active in different spaces, and in India, we are here to look for devices where our solar cell can be integrated and make. At Perovskaya, we have a saying: we not only make solar, we make solar sexy. So that is an appeal, and it can look like this, which can go on your watch, for example. And of course, as a startup, we need money to make more money. So we are raising money and make your money grow. We need 2 million to increase our production facility, 1.2 in capex, 0.8 in opex, and create a dream for a sustainable future, digitally powering all the electronic devices. And thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Kramer. It is a pleasure to be here today and to talk to you about a clean tech startup called Solaxer. We come from Lausanne, Switzerland. So Solaxer targets the emerging market of solar process heat. Today, specifically, what we offer are receivers for concentrating solar collectors. Today, about 1/5 of our global CO2 emissions are actually due to process heat. To put this in context, we use as much energy for industrial heat generation as we use for electricity generation worldwide in all sectors combined. We are talking about a huge energy demand here. And we believe that concentrating solar collectors could be the solution, as they are among the most mature technologies and among the cheapest technologies to achieve decarbonization of this industrial sector. They have some challenges today, and particularly it regards the central receiver element, the key component of these collectors. So today, conventional receivers degrade at high temperatures in air. What we propose is a new material. It's an innovative absorber coating, which is actually the only one today on the market that is stable in air above 300 degrees Celsius. This is a black spinel oxide that we make with a patented cost and energy efficient method. And today we can supply receiver tubes as the ones shown in the picture, up to 6 meters in length in a wide range of diameters. So we are here in India today, very excited to be in Bengaluru and to look for collector manufacturers, for suppliers, and also hopefully for different collaborations to set up multiple pilot and demonstration solar plants here in India. Thank you for your kind attention.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sausan Kolo. I'm the CEO and founder of TOSA Swiss Tech. I have a background of mechanical engineering with a PhD in material sciences. We at TOSA providing components for fuel cells. We are supported by the European Space Agency and also the Swiss Confederation through the InnoSwiss project for our development. What is a fuel cell? A fuel cell is a device that converts hydrogen into electricity. It's made of a series of plates called bipolar plates. So actually these plates are made with metal and they represent 30% of the fuel cell price, 60% of the fuel cell volume, and 80% of the weight. So our solution is to substitute these metal bipolar plates in the fuel cell by composite solution. So our solution is making fuel cells 5 times lighter, non-corrosive, and it's manufactured with an optimal process, so production costs are very low. We are here in India to identify some fuel cell manufacturers, also for financing and also to learn more how to enter Indian market. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Venkat Gauri Shankar, and I'm the founder and CEO of Simulatory. At Simulatory, we are trying to revolutionize the way surgeons are trained for surgery through our simulation platform. So let's see what that looks like. So the current training methodology for surgeons are that they actually don't train practically at universities or colleges. They train mostly at hospitals. And most of that training is done through cadaver training or by observing an expert doing the surgery 3 or 4 times and then performing it on their own. We are trying to change that. What we are trying to do here is that we are creating digital cadaver platform for surgeons to train on. We are one of the first companies to come up with a surgical simulation platform, which is with the aid of AI and haptics and through 3D metrics, with which we are able to provide excellent training to surgeons. So in this video here, you can actually see one of the first products that we created with our smart simulation platform. It's called VR Spine for spine surgery. You can see that the surgeon is sitting at our console and operating with a couple of devices that provide force feedback, and that also mimics the tools of the surgery, and the whole surgery is simulated on the computer on the screen. So with this, we are able to provide really portable simulation platform, and also at the same time able to simulate unique training scenarios based on real patient data. So we have fed a lot of data in the terms of CT, MRI, as well as real surgical videos, and we are able to provide unique training scenarios for surgeons with this. So we are here in India today to actually make collaborations with universities and also with hospitals, and also to see if we can find some distributors and resellers for our partners, and also partners for doing some R&D. Thank you so much.
So good afternoon, everybody. NextImmune, it's a preclinical proof of concept stage biotech creating tomorrow's immunotherapies. We are one of the top 100 Swiss startups. And myself, Rajesh Jayachandran, I am the Chief Scientific Officer as well as the co-founder. And I am backed by a team of experts with over 70 years in biopharma drug development. So what we offer is a solution for the problem seen with the use of non-selective immunosuppression. So if you look at the drugs that are used today for organ transplantation, it's a combination of steroids, cyclosporin, or various anti-cancer drugs. These drugs, they block the functioning capacity of every single immune cell subtype in our body. And these cells, they form the defense mechanism. And when it is blocked, what happens? You're attacked by your enemies. You're prone for recurrent infections, highly invasive cancers, and you do not know when you're going to die. To the contrary, at NextImmune, we specifically target the T cells by a technology which is Coron-1 modulation that enables only the T cells to be blocked, resulting in protection from infections, no cancer, and one can have a normal lifespan. As a preclinical proof of concept, here you're looking at the data in a psoriasis model, wherein you can clearly see that treatment with our compound results in rapid rejection and reduction in the amount of the psoriatic plaque formation in this mouse model. So why am I here? I'm trying to look forward to interacting with biopharma partners, and this would enable us with the lead optimization and acceleration of our protocol. And as well as I'm looking forward to raising like 5 million Swiss francs that would enable us to go ahead with our drug development. Thank you very much, and I welcome for you all for interaction later with me.
Hello. Nagi Bioscience, we develop new enabling technologies for the discovery and the development of drugs, cosmetics, and chemicals. So today, to run this type of tests and commercialize this type of substances on the market, we need to test them, first of all, for safety and efficacy if we're talking about active compounds. But today, still, a lot of these tests are run on animals, and this has a lot more and more ethical, cost, and time issues. At Nagi, we believe that a new way is possible, which is way more sustainable, scalable, and efficient, by replacing thousands of these animal tests by tests conducted on microorganisms. And in particular, we work with a microscopic worm, which is a validated biological model called C. elegans. So this is what we developed. Today, all these tests are done manually, and we really bring a revolution in the field. It's the first automated machine for testing drugs and chemicals on microorganisms. The device relies on state-of-the-art machine learning for data analysis and state-of-the-art microfluidics. And here I have one of the chips that you can plug in our machine, where we can really confine thousands of these microorganisms and really save thousands of animal tests. I'm Matteo Cornaglia. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Nagi Bioscience, and I'm very glad to be here in India and extremely interested in discussing with you collaborations. I'm also here to announce the release of our first commercial product in January next year. So I'm really glad also to discuss distribution partnerships. And last but not least, we're now in the middle of raising money. We have an open round of 12 million Swiss francs. Half of it already committed, so I'll be glad to discuss this business opportunity with you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ana Hernando, and I'm co-founder at Bionomus. We're a spin-off of DPFL in Lausanne, Switzerland, and I'm very happy to be here with you today to present what we have developed. I would like to start my presentation with this image here, which might be familiar to some of you. It is a researcher in front of a microscope who is most probably screening, sorting, and dispensing small biological entities such as cells or fish eggs, which are very important models for toxicity testing and, for example, to find treatments for cancer. And what is the problem with this? The problem is that nowadays it is a manual process. Currently, there are thousands of researchers sitting in front of a microscope, spending long hours there. So it is a really time-consuming process. It is prone to errors, as we are all humans, we get tired, we make mistakes. And besides, it is non-standardized. And here is where Bionomus comes as a solution. So we have developed the first device that automates the screening, sorting, and dispensing of small biological entities in an efficient and affordable way. We release the valuable time of researchers and stakeholders in the field. We increase the throughput of the experiments, as well as we standardize the process. And why are we in India today? So we're exploring the use of aquatic research models as an alternative to animal testing, for example, for drug development. And we're as well we want to find some collaborations to scale up our technology in the fisheries industry, as well as in the agriculture and horticultural fields, because our technology cannot only sort fish eggs, frog eggs, but also flower seeds. So thank you very much for your attention, and please, if interested, do not hesitate to ask.
Welcome to Life and Limb. We are an Indian startup currently incubated at IIT Kanpur. We are a medtech company who are building prosthetic hands, and we want our customers to live more. But why another processes? There are so many in the market, right? We did a market survey and found out that there are around 65% people who require a prosthetic hand, but only 10% end up getting one. But why this market gap? When researched further, these are the features that the amputees require, and we have worked on this to achieve the kind of innovation and the kind of industry standard that is currently not present in the market. With this, let me introduce you with Bionically, India's first user-customized prosthetic hand that can achieve 14 grip patterns, is light in weight. It weighs less than 500 grams, same as a natural human being's hand, is IoT enabled, water resistant, and requires minimal user training. On top of this, we have a unique user journey that decreases the delivery time to 7 days as compared to the industry standard of 4 months. This is our team, and this is the first pilot that we have performed at AIPMR Mumbai. I'm Prachi, co-founder and CEO at Life and Limb. Please feel free to reach out to me with any questions you have. I'll be waiting outside. Let's interact. And guys, let's make it happen together.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Vishwal, and I'm a physiopreneur and founder of VRehab Technologies Private Limited, and we operate under the brand name Curalgia. And our aim is to keep you moving by revolutionizing injury prevention and injury rehabilitation. So as a national level, ex-national level athlete, I lost my chance to become a part of Indian team due to a severe injury to my foot. So that was my inspiration to become a physiotherapist and start VRehab Technologies. And after doing a detailed market study, we found that not only me, but other athletes and even the geriatric patients are facing this problem of lack of insight-driven coaching, insight-driven physiotherapy, and lack of wearable devices to analyze the movement patterns. So my team and I came up with a product, Smart and Soul, which can analyze your movement pattern in real world, in real life. Whenever you move, however you walk, you jog, you jump, it can analyze everything. So with all the parameters that we are able to track, we can identify movement asymmetries, reduce the recovery time for any athlete who has undergone injury, and even delay osteoarthritis. So that these are some of the features that we have been able to come up with. And so here we are looking for strategic collaborations and partnership with private clinics, hospitals, and we are also raising a pre-seed round of 250K USD. And you can scan the QR code and join us on a journey online. Thank you.
So my name is Satyanarayan. I'm CEO and co-founder of Fembright Infotech. We basically work in the area of inclusive learning, and we're based out in Bangalore, and we're looking to explore in the European market as well. Thank you for the opportunity from from the 6next. So basically, we work in ADHD, autism, learning disability. As you know, 1 in 10 having in learning disability spectrum. And we found that there are different data-driven methods out there where we can identify their learning disability patterns, like attention span, their behavioral response, the reaction time, through various tools. Like we use virtual reality, haptic systems, eye tracking, EEG sensors. So we found out through activities like behavioral activities, social interactive activities, motor activities, we can able to identify their responses as well. So we did our couple of research in various hospitals like in IMHANS and also national institutions. We got support from BIRAC and from IIT Kanpur, and we built various virtual reality scenarios in both VR and projection systems. We understood that their the motor movements can be captured using these sensors, and we able to make sure that the therapists can do their patterns of therapies much more effectively. So that's how we come up with a product called AutiCare. We already implemented in 40 different centers in south part of India. And we're glad to announce that we got another investment from a Canadian investor, which we can able to set up in Toronto. So we're looking to raise our funding for European market as well. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarthak Gupta. I'm the co-founder of Novo Earth. Novo Earth is an organization working towards elimination of single-use plastic, and we are an IIT Kanpur incubated startup who has been funded by BIRAC, DST, MSME, and various other government organizations. So single-use plastic problem is not a new problem, and I'm not going to waste any more time describing it, but I'm going to tell you how we can tackle single-use plastic problem. So to tackle single-use plastic problem, we either need to build alternative materials which can replace the existing conventional plastic, or work around the technology to recycle the existing legacy waste effectively. I'm proud to introduce to you Novo Polymer. Novo Polymer is a second generation polymer which is 100% compostable and can replace 70% of the single-use plastic application. By second generation, I mean it uses waste resources, and due to it, because the raw material is waste resources, the end product is economical, it's adaptable. We have tested the technology in the labs of IIT Kanpur, and we have sent a sample for further certifications. It is compatible with all the existing machinery which is there in the market, so that the processor does not need to change their do any alteration with their machines. We at Novo Earth also are also building multiple other solutions. One is in the form of recycling. So we recycle that waste which even the recyclers reject. So if there is a recycler and they're producing certain waste, we take that waste and we recycle that waste as well. You can check more about us on our website, novooearth.co, and you can reach out to me. These are my QR codes for LinkedIn profiles. We are looking for strategic partnerships. We are also actively raising 0.5 million USD as a pre-series A round. And we want to do commercial pilots in the southern part of India. Already we are doing some pilots in northern part of India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. I think we can give them a round of applause again. So now that we have a little bit of time, I would like to invite all the participants and founders on stage for a Q&A session with everyone. So please. Great. Perfect. Join on stage. You can line up.
So I have the microphone, so you have to ask the question for me. Sorry. Okay.
So who would like to start with the first question? Sir, can we give a microphone here? A micro. Someone. Squish a little bit. Thank you. Is it working?
I think now. All right. Okay. So my name is Jose. Thank you, SwissNext team. I think you put together a wonderful array of excellent solutions. I have a lot of questions, but I will just ask one question to one startup because it's right that everybody else also asks questions. My question is to Novo Earth, right? So the question is this: since you're using the feather waste or whatever feather substrate to produce, the resin going forward, I mean, how does the quantity add up? Is there enough feather waste to meet the plastic demand, kind of, or we have to kill some birds? Just, you know.
Yeah. So
It's a rhetorical question.
to give you numbers, India generates approximately 1.3 million tons of multi-layer single-use plastic waste annually, and it generates almost 20 million tons of feather waste. So it's a common fact. I mean, even you'll find bigger numbers in the while you do secondary research over the internet. You'll find bigger numbers, and globally, the number crosses 200 million tons.
Thank you. Other questions? There we go.
Madam, my question is to the Consul General of your we had very illuminating and very interesting presentation by all the participants, and they are all excellent presentation. All of them are very young, very dynamic, very fast moving also. My question to you is what policy measures have been taken by the Swiss government to promote this ecosystem, innovative ecosystem? Thank you.
Yes. So there's a number of measures. The main ones come from the Innovation Promotion Agency of Switzerland, InnoSwiss, who will be mentioned in the closing presentation that will follow this Q&A. And Switzerland is very generous with providing funding. For example, any Swiss startup that is part of the InnoSwiss community is eligible for a subsidized internationalization camp, which our team here offers. So if they want to come to India to discover the Indian market, they can be fully subsidized for their travel costs and for the labor that we do in figuring out who are the right introductions, what are the right entry points, what are the right questions to ask. If they want to validate their product in the Indian market, or if they want to enter the Indian market, they can do this. This is just in the internationalization realm. And then there's a number of generous funding measures that are non-equity taking investments, again, from a government perspective. And then Switzerland is outstanding at technology transfer. The Swiss startups that you've heard pitching, they come out of the research labs of the universities, and there is an ecosystem in place that has just really greased the wheels of enabling this translation from the lab to the market. But it's not something that happens overnight, of course.
Another question.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Dr. Prakash, faculty or professor from the southern tip of India, Kanyakumari. I like to ask Anna the question. Yeah, it's a wonderful solution you have. Maybe the aquaculture industry is booming in India, and fin fish is getting started up. Maybe 10 species we have. The farmers are taking, maybe your technology of sorting good eggs will go very well with the Indian industry, because the blue economy is also very fastly growing than agriculture and things like that. So I think your technology has a promising thing. Okay, we'll discuss.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
This is a question for the life and limb. One of my questions is the hand resolution. How are the fingers moving?
So it's a myoelectric prosthetic hand. It works based on the muscles. So we place 2 EMG sensors over here at the end of the amputee's hand, which reads the signal and then transfers it to the fingers.
And each finger can move individually?
Yes.
What's the resolution of the movement of the finger?
So we have basically...
I'm thinking of an agricultural, like lady finger picking robot.
Yeah. So what we have done is we have 6 motors, and each of the motor is, we have used mini motors in each of the fingers. So what we are doing is we are using IoT and AI AML to convert the signal and then transfer it to the individual motors. And in the thumb, we have two motors, so it can achieve both the motions, this as well as this. So the difficult lateral grip, which is used to swipe a card or hold a magazine, even we have been able to achieve that.
So you can turn a page with this.
What?
You can turn a page with the fingers.
Yes.
Page in a notebook.
Yeah, not the turning of the page, but yes, we can use the lateral grip. Thank you.
Thank you. One last question.
I think I have a question.
So
my question is to Anand, solar company on wearables. Who have you piloted the product with? If you can share some details on that.
Yes, so one of the companies that we are working is, the product is out in the market is SunAware, this company based in Zurich. So you can buy it out and it tells the UV exposure to you, how much of UV exposure you're getting when you're out in the sun, so that you don't get skin cancer. And in India, it's another problem. We have enough sun, but lack of vitamin D. So people here are vitamin D deficient. So this sensor can also tell you if you're getting enough sunlight. This is one. We are working with a French company which is making a wearable. They're going to patent it, so it will be launched. It will be launched in CES 23 in Las Vegas next year. We are also working with a big, you can say, notebook maker from Japan, which they want to introduce our solar cell to the ebook reader so that you never have to charge your devices. So devices like this and a lot of IoT sensor like Miko is a company in Zurich. They make CO2 gas sensors so that, especially this room full of people, there would a lot of CO2, and that helps propagation of COVID, for example, and also reduces the efficiency of human brain because there are too much of CO2 and less oxygen. And this device would be launched either end of this year or Q1 next year, and this device would be fully running on a solar cell, and there would be no battery inside. So we enable devices like that we can eliminate battery as well as just harness the energy which is present in the room inside or in the ambient conditions. And if you want more detailed answer with whom we are working, how we are working, I would love to take it offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A big thank you to the founders and participants. Okay, I'll invite you to. I would like to invite Florian Müller, head of Swiss Business Hub in India, to join us for some closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margot. And my closing remarks will also be a bit a pitch for Switzerland. I think we have the slides here. Yes, why Switzerland? I'm very lucky man. Today, I believe, because I do the startups which have been presenting Switzerland, they have done my job. And that's, I would like just to ask you a question. What comes in mind when you think about Switzerland? Watches I hear, what else? Holidays. Innovation I hear. Chocolates. Cheese, Alps. One more? Good, okay. I think I'm right. I'm right that the startups did my job. That's stage one of mostly when we pitch for Switzerland, then we are at that stage. People know about Roger Federer, about chocolates, about watches. Stage two is this, that Switzerland is a hotspot for development and research, that Switzerland is a country that produces high precision technologies, and Switzerland is a country of very bright minds. And the proof has been here just a couple of minutes ago, and thank you very much to all the startups. So, because of these bright minds, Switzerland is global innovation leader since many years. And just let me wrap up and close this, why it is like this, with a couple of facts.
why Switzerland is so strong, and why you also should consider going to Switzerland when you have an innovative company. It is because Switzerland has a very innovative ecosystem. It has been mentioned before. Switzerland is very small, and that's a huge advantage. Switzerland has a very good mix of top universities. The best university in continental Europe is in Switzerland, ETH Zurich. I guess we also have spin-off from ETH here that have presented. And on the other side, Switzerland has also a vocational education and training system, which allows universities and startups and companies to work on a practical basis on their products and technologies. Then what also is important in my opinion, that Switzerland has a very good mix of companies. The small ones, SMEs, 99% of Swiss companies are SMEs, but also the big ones. And the big ones are also triggering innovation. They are nurturing startups, and that's also very important. The fact that Switzerland invests more than 3% of its GDP in R&D, that's very good. But the most important point is that 75% of these expenses are coming from companies, from the private sector. And I think that is the key, what the Consul General said, that the technology transfer, it's working and it's a reality. The other points I don't mention, you all are very much aware of that. For those who have not been in Switzerland yet, I think also a very important point is that quality of life is very high. So you can work on your products, technologies, but also enjoy life. And there is security, there is funding is available. That's also critical, especially for startups. And yeah, I think with this, that's Switzerland. Come to Switzerland, invest in Switzerland, talk to the startups, talk to them, and make partnerships with them. And with this, I hand over back to Jonas or to you, I guess. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Florian. Now I'd like to invite Jonas on stage to distribute the memento to the participants and startups.
And before I do that, I want to give a special mention to one startup that was scheduled to pitch, but unfortunately the founder fell ill. SciNature, they have a very, very interesting product that would have been out of left field among all of them that you heard about, because it is the application of artificial intelligence and sensors to the conservation of wildlife. So a big round of applause in absentia to SciNature. All right, I'm going to call all the startups up on stage again, including Florian, and we'll do the memento. Come on up. All right, we'll start, I guess, in the order that they presented. Nyanli Landru, number one. Thank you. Panagiotis Martakis. How badly did I butcher your name? Anna Kramer. Dr. Swasane Kilo. This is what you get when you have so many people on stage. Ana Hernando Ariza. This name I did better with because I speak Spanish. Anand Verma. You have to skip a few because they already left for other important meetings. Matteo Cornaglia. Prachi Karb. Vishwal Padole. Sartak Gupta. Satyanarayan R. Did we forget any of the startups? Florine Müller, Swiss Business Hub. And last but not least, Margot Plater.
I request Mr. Florian Müller, head of the Swiss Business Hub India, to kindly present a moment to the Consul General. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And the startups will be around today, so feel free to reach out to them to continue the conversations.
All right, group photo.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next session will be Japan, India and Japan co-creating solutions for the digital world. No. Sanjana, where? Sanjana? Oh, Sanjana. Where is she? Let's get up for another interesting session.
So you will pass me the mic?
Yeah, you will take it. Okay. Is it okay? That's how we wanted to go ahead before? That's how we want to go ahead?
Both.
No, that's how we want to take the program forward.
Yeah. So
I
I
will
will
be
start
moderating.
moderating.
Yeah. Kana.
So what will you say when that starts? Just
Gentlemen, can we go ahead with the next session? Can we move on to the next session, please? That is India and Japan, co-creating solutions for the digital world, will be the topic of the next session. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, I'll ask them. I'll have the friends. Can I?
to you. Thank you so much for making it to this session. And on behalf of the Government of Karnataka and the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, gives me great pleasure to welcome you all for this special session, India and Japan co-creating solutions for the digital world. Thank you so much, Consul General of the Consulate General of Japan in Bengaluru, Nakane Tsutomu, pardon me for the mistake. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and gracing this occasion with your entire delegation and many companies from your country. And on that note, I hand it over to you. Thank you very much. Have a great session and welcome to Karnataka once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Karthik. I request Ms. Kanai to go through the program and take the program forward for the next session. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste, good afternoon. Thank you everyone for being a part of the Japan session. I am Kanae Matsuda from JETRO Bengaluru, your MC for today. For this session, India and Japan, co-creating solutions for the digital world, we have a brief introduction about JETRO's initiative, followed by 3 keynote speakers from Denso International India and Panasonic Life Solutions India. We look forward to hearing about the interesting project of the Japanese companies in India towards our new digital world. First of all, I invite Mr. Tsutomu Nakane, Consul General of Japan in Bengaluru, to deliver the welcome address.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nakane Tsutomu, Consul General of Japan in Bengaluru. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you for giving me this opportunity to address the Japan session of Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. We sincerely appreciate the Karnataka government's efforts to support innovation and startups. I congratulate the Bengaluru Tech Summit on its 25th edition, and which all the scheduled meetings are successful event. There are 220 Japanese companies with 519 offices in Karnataka, of which about 1/3 are in the manufacturing sector, in line with Prime Minister Modi's Make in India policy for further development of the manufacturing sector. Several Japanese manufacturing companies have contributed to the subsequent development, particularly in the automobile industry, and have helped create many jobs. All of the Japanese companies located in Karnataka feel the need for innovation and collaboration with startups to drive their own growth. To meet such needs, JETRO Bengaluru office has set up Japan-India Startup Hub in their office and is making efforts to bridge the gap between Japanese companies and Indian startups. As a result of these efforts, there are some Japanese companies who are looking for cooperation and partnerships, especially in Bengaluru. In order to further stimulate this trend, I heard that at this Japan session, Panasonic and Denso on the creation of new businesses through collaboration with Indian companies and Indian startups, which they are currently promoting mainly in Bengaluru. Both these two companies are leading companies in Japan, but they are going beyond their traditional business, manufacturing of home appliances and automobile parts, to create innovative business models in collaboration with India. On the other hand, an increasing number of Japanese companies are establishing R&D centers in Bengaluru. Furthermore, the headquarters of Japanese companies are also eager to acquire Indian IT personnel, especially in Bengaluru. We believe that India's abundant and talented IT human resources will not only contribute to a symbiotic relationship with Japanese companies that are strong in manufacturing, but also to growth of Japanese companies. In the future, we believe that Japan and India will explore and strengthen their relationship in the field of digitalization. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nakane, for your welcome message. Next, I invite my colleague Natsumi-san for a brief presentation on JETRO and JETRO Bengaluru.
Namaskara, everyone. So I'm Yona Natsumi from JETRO Bengaluru. I'm responsible for Japan-India Startup Hub. Before the company presentation, kindly allow me to explain briefly what the JETRO and how our support program works for you. So JETRO, the Japan External Trade Organization, is a government-related organization under the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. We, JETRO, work to promote mutual trade and investment between Japan and the rest of the world. Originally, JETRO used to promote Japanese exports abroad only, but its core focus in the 21st century has shifted towards promoting foreign direct investment into Japan and helping small to medium-sized Japanese farmers maximize their global export potential. In this context, we also help Japanese startups to expand their business overseas. Furthermore, we started to support cross-border open innovation in recent years. Let me explain about this program later. So we have 50 domestic offices in Japan and 76 overseas offices in 55 countries. In India, there are 5 offices: JETRO Delhi, JETRO Mumbai, Chennai, Ahmedabad, and Bengaluru. As you know, Bengaluru is the hub of R&D in the world and the strongest startup ecosystem in India. So our office is focusing on innovation, capability, and startup in Bengaluru. So in this slide, I'd like to briefly talk about the Japan-India Startup Hub. The idea of a Japan-India Startup Hub came from the discussion between Prime Minister Modi and the former Prime Minister Abe in 2017. Then Japan-India Startup Hub was established in JETRO Bengaluru under the government agreement between Japan and India in May 2018. Now the agreement is upgraded by Japan-India Digital Partnership Agreement. The 3 roles are to be information hub, connecting Japanese and Indian companies, and promoting business collaboration. Fortunately, we have a lot of partners in India, India government and Karnataka state government and IIM Bangalore and NASCOM and so. It would be great if more organization can be added. So now I'd like to talk about JBridge. JBridge is a business platform to facilitate collaboration between Japanese company and overseas startup companies. To this end, we have a defined focus field as well as focus country and region. As you can see, India is one of the focus countries. Focus fields are roughly divided into two categories, digital and green. But many sectors like mobility, health tech, life science, agri-tech, retail tech, robotics, and so are included in digital. I believe it covers almost all the sectors. JBridge members are Japanese companies who are interested in collaboration with overseas startups. Over 800 people from more than 600 companies are registered from various industries such as ICT, trading, chemical, finance, and manufacturing. So now I'd like to give information about our service for Indian startup. So first, we will prepare a company introduction and a business summary of your company and share it with the registered JBridge members in the communication site. Also, JBridge members who are interested in those companies can request a business meeting. Secondly, you can find information about various JETRO online and in-person events, which are held once a week on average all over the world. Since last year, JETRO have hosted 100 online seminars and about 15,000 people participated in the seminar. JETRO Bengaluru also organized several webinars in collaboration with VC in Bengaluru and invited several Indian startups to give a presentation at the pitch stage. We could offer you presentation or a pitch for future events. Thirdly, for the startup with unique technology or solution, we will arrange one-on-one business meeting with the JBridge member who might be suitable as business partners. So we have a criteria. Also, you need to fill in the form to register. So today, I don't have enough time to explain the detail. So please ask me directly to check out JETRO JBridge on the website for further information. Other than this JBridge program, I would say we have another program called Invest in Japan, which is a support program for foreign companies who consider about setting up the office or plant in Japan. If you are interested in those programs and you have any question, please ask me freely and after this seminar. This is my email address. So you can also send email for any matter, anytime. So this is all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Natsumi-san. Moving on to today's keynote speeches. I invite Mr. Dinesh Agarwal and Mr. Masanori Kurita from Panasonic.
Good evening, Honorable Consul General, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be here this evening talking to all of you. The world's undergoing a lot of change. I mean, of course, post-COVID, the whole definition of living spaces, working spaces is changing substantially, right? People want more spaces at home. People want to work closer to their workspaces. But what's happening also on the other side is that whole issue on sustainability, right? Because construction is one of the largest polluting industries, right? But the world has to construct. There are so many people. The population is growing. There's rapid urbanization happening. So if you look at the numbers, the 3.5 billion people that live today in the cities is going to increase to 5 billion people, right, by 2030. And a lot of these people are going to live in the existing cities. New cities are going to come up. And a lot of this urbanization is going to take place in developing countries like India. So there is, of course, a vision that while on one hand we create inclusive living spaces and workspaces in harmony with nature, but on the other hand, the emissions from the construction sector has to get halved. Right? That's a very, very, very serious issue. So on one hand, while we create spaces that promote health and well-being, affordable housing, net zero carbon, etc. But the challenge is that still 1 billion people across the world don't have homes, right? Another challenge is that the amount of constructed spaces that you have today, commercial spaces, it's going to become double of that by 2030, right? These are the kind of challenges that we're facing. So it's very obvious that companies like Panasonic and other companies need to be conscious, need to provide solutions that counter these negative factors that are happening, help in creating a more sustainable world, help in reduction of the greenhouse gases, and promote technologies around that. So we have also chosen some of these areas to work in, for example, energy, transportation, mobility, living spaces, and of course, products and materials. So what Panasonic has been doing is, in Japan and in other parts of the world, trying to create cities of tomorrow. So Panasonic's ethos today, the value says that we'll enrich people's life and move the society forward. So Panasonic created this smart city in Fujisawa, which is about 70 kilometers from Tokyo. It was a factory of Panasonic making televisions. What we did was we flattened this factory and we have created a city, a model city, with about 1,000 houses, which are completely self-sustained. Each house produces its own power from solar and from fuel cells. And all the devices, appliances in that house are low power consuming inverter appliances. There's an energy management system which optimizes the energy use. And then, of course, there are other smart technologies which interconnect all the houses to the hospital, houses to the security. And the whole city, of course, is that the only mode of transportation is electric charged bicycles and electric cars and other vehicles. So what's important is that we set quantifiable target, right? And that's very important. How do you measure your achievement? So we said there will be a 70% carbon dioxide reduction, there will be a 30% water use reduction, and we will at least use 30% renewable energy in the city. It's a different matter today that in this city, it's 100% renewable. In fact, we are producing excess power and supplying to the other city. And safety, in case of a flood or an earthquake, the city will be able to sustain itself for at least 3 days. So with that in mind, of course, our top layer was how do we create a smart life, right? Where people collaborate with each other, they have a healthy life, a healthy living, a safe living. And then how do we use the spaces? How do we use the sunlight? How do we use the wind which is coming from the sea? And then we looked at technologies. So the bottommost layer was the infrastructure. So essentially, the city comprises of smart homes, use of smart energy, smart security, right? Mobility, and creation of a community. So as I mentioned, the houses are all self-contained, the devices are all inverter, and they all have controlled by an energy monitoring and management system. So what we are doing in India, now India, of course, has this 100 smart cities which are ongoing. Some of them are ongoing, but these smart cities are essentially existing cities where the infrastructure is being improved. Now this is a very big challenge. It has to be done, but it's a big challenge. But as we go along, there will be new cities coming up, ground up, greenfield cities along the national highways, along the industrial belts. And this is where we hope that Panasonic will be able to work and create a similar smart city with a base infrastructure. However, we are already working with the existing smart cities in some of these areas, either on the lighting controls, which I'll talk about, EV charging, and so on. So we've got a very strong solar EPC experience. We are doing rooftop. We are only focused on rooftop in commercial and industrial segment. And over the last 5 years, we have done about 200 megawatts of installations. And now we are extending this to residential kits. We believe that the requirement of residential rooftop, even though India is supposed to be power sufficient today, but the fact remains that the power consumption, the per capita consumption of power in India is very, very low. So as we industrialize, as we get richer, as more homes come up, the need for power will always keep increasing. So there will be a need for rooftop solar, whether it's in commercial or in residential areas. So we continue to focus and work on that. What we have been doing is doing substantial work on the infrastructure side, on the airports, metro stations, auditoriums, stadiums, where we are not only providing the lighting, the LED lighting, but we are also providing control. So if you look at the project on the left side, this is the Rudraksh Convention Center in Varanasi, where we have provided rooftop solar, and the lighting and the lighting controls has been done by Panasonic. So all in all, we're using green energy, and plus we're also optimizing the energy use. This was inaugurated by the Prime Minister, Honorable Modi. What we are doing also is on the wireless side, where we see that there are so many existing offices across the country who can optimize their air conditioning and the lighting requirement, the load, right? Now, you can't rewire these offices. It's so much of work. So what we've developed is the IoT devices where you can integrate the sensors into the existing HVAC system, the air conditioning system, and the existing lighting fixtures. And then you can optimize the use based on the number of people inside, based on the outside lighting, outside temperature, humidity, etc., and end up saving maybe 20 to 30% energy. Street lights, we've done 2 large projects, right? And I think these are one of the unique projects that we've done in India. One is near Mumbai, where 30,000 street lights are controlled by a centralized application. So what they do in the city is that in the evening time, the lights are at about 30 or 40% level. And then as the evening night approaches, it goes on to 100%. This city is already saving 40 million rupees a month, which is substantial amount already. And we have not even finished half the project. On the electric vehicle charge, of course, I think we are all aware about the opportunity. It's happening, it's there, it's real. Right, of the greatest adoption which is really happening in the two-wheelers, but also what has really happened, and kudos to the government, is the amount of adoption which is happening on the intercity and intra-city travel. And that's where we have established ourselves. So today we have solutions, we have chargers where on one hand we provide chargers for home, individual application. On the other hand, we have public charging infrastructure for cars and buses and trucks and so on. And this is an area we believe will also enable energy optimization, as we go along. This is a big problem, which again the government has been talking about, that the metering in India is not foolproof, right? There's so much of leakage, there's so much of theft of power, there's so much of inefficiency on the collection, and you know the situation with the discoms. So we are committed to our advanced metering infrastructure. We already started doing projects, and this total opportunity is huge. And so Panasonic and companies like Panasonic, as and when the adoption starts by the discoms and on the secondary metering side, we will be there with our technologies to ensure that the smart metering infrastructure is set up. At the home level, of course, we have the wired home automation and the wireless home automation, the IoT home automation using various technologies for various kind of homes. This is a business which is ongoing and growing. So while it's a lifestyle on one hand, in terms of comfort, but it's also an energy-saving, technology solution. This is the last bit I would like to talk about. So Mirai is a platform which has been created by Panasonic, where on a single platform. So Mirai in Japanese means future home. Right, Mirai. And on a single platform, you can control all appliances in the house and all the electrical products in the house on a single platform, right? Now, what we're doing is we are extending this platform to the commercial spaces as well. So for example, let's say a hospital or a hotel or an office space, there are so many devices in all these places which are having multiple controls. So what if you bring all of them on a single platform? And because Panasonic has a huge range of products, it's easier for us to do. Right? So imagine combining the security and surveillance, security cameras, maybe the projectors, maybe the display screens, all of that with the lighting and air conditioning and so on. So we are doing various kind of projects. So look, for example, if you look at a stadium, right, we have the stadium lighting, we have the displays, we have the security cameras, all of them can be controlled on a single platform. So again, I'm saying that this is, while on one hand, it's all about convenience, but on the other hand, there is so much of energy optimization that happens using these combined technologies. On our last slide, on our own operations, we have 7 factories. And what we are doing is we're starting digitization in these factories, right? So we're using the latest IoT techniques so that the information is readily available. It's real-time information. and that leads to higher productivity. So that's our bit where we are working along with Japan, with our parent company, and enabling these technologies into our factories. So this is our digital journey, and I'll request Kurita-san, who heads our R&D, to talk more about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kurita from Panasonic, Isami R&D Panasonic. First of all, let me introduce the name Isami R&D. Isami stands for India, South Asia, and Middle East and Africa, which represent the regions we focus on. However, currently, most of our activities are focused on India. Okay. At first, I'd like to explain the position of our electric works company in Panasonic and R&D activities in our EW company. Panasonic was founded in 1918, and as of September 2022, we had 529 subsidiaries and approximately 240,000 employees globally. The Panasonic Group consists of several business segments under the holding company, including lifestyle, automotive, connect, industry, energy, and others. And the group's consolidated sales forecast for 2022 is 7.4 trillion yen, or 4.1 trillion rupees at current exchange rate. EW is one of the largest companies in the group and operates in the field of electrical equipment, including wiring device, energy management system, and lighting fixtures. We deliver our product to every living space that makes up society, including homes, offices, hotels, commercial facilities, and sports facilities. And Panasonic acquired Anchor in 2007 to expand our business in India. Since then, we have worked to improve our existing business by reforming design and manufacturing with Japanese corporation. As a result, we have achieved over 10% CAGR over 15 years. India is the most important country for Panasonic because it is not only a huge market, but also a base for business expansion in other regions. Panasonic will continue to grow globally with India as an important strategic country. Before introducing our R&D activities, I'd like to introduce Panasonic's initiatives aimed to realizing a sustainable society. Panasonic commits to net zero CO2 emissions by 2030. At the same time, toward 2050, we aim to contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions by improving the energy efficiency of our products and by providing energy-saving solutions and clean energy technologies. Currently, we are emitting 2.2 million tons of CO2 per year through business activities centered on factory operations. On the other hand, our products are used by more than 1 billion customers worldwide every day. And the estimated CO2 emissions from their power consumption amount to 86 million tons. The total CO2 emissions from the entire value chain, including these, are estimated to about 110 million tons, which is equal to approximately 1% of the world's electricity consumption. Therefore, it is the responsibility of Panasonic Group to reduce these emissions, which have a great impact on the Earth. The green text team Panasonic Green Impact represents our commitment to take action toward a sustainable future. Here is an introduction to our role in relation to the larger goals of Panasonic Group. Panasonic Electric Works India offers products such as wiring device, solar panels, lighting fixtures, and EV chargers. Of course, each of these products is designed to save energy. But R&D aim to connect these standalone products into a system and provide a more environmentally friendly solution. To this end, we introduced advanced technologies that Panasonic have developed globally to India. And conversely, the result of development in India may provide globally. Okay. From this page, I'd like to introduce 3 product areas we are working on. The first is home IoT products. Panasonic Japan has an established ecosystem for smart homes. Many subsystems and devices have already been linked to provide solutions such as energy saving, comfort, safety, and more. Currently, we have solar systems, storage batteries, IAQ, appliances, sensors, and more. In total, 39 categories of products from 32 companies are whitelisted. Yesterday, I tried to check the exact number of compatible devices on the web page, but there were too many to count. I can't count. Maybe over 1,000 products are compatible. Meanwhile, in India, we are expanding our lineup of compatible device products to meet Indian lifestyles and needs. In this area, Japanese technology such as energy-saving algorithm and Indians' ability to quickly develop such as mobile apps can work well together. Next is smart street lighting. Panasonic is the largest lighting manufacturer in Japan and has many technologies related to lighting. In addition, Panasonic in Indonesia has a lot of experience in the smart street lighting business. We have deployed these technologies and knowledge into India to run the smart street lighting system business. This system lowers both energy consumption and maintenance costs through proper control of street lighting. In India, we have a large-scale smart street lighting project compared to Japan and Indonesia. Based on this knowledge, we will provide better systems to each other globally and contribute to energy saving in the world as Panasonic Green Impact. Finally, about EV chargers. In Japan, there is a diverse lineup of outlet and Mode 3 type chargers. These chargers can also be used in the sharing service provided by Panasonic to realize a more convenient EV society. Meanwhile, in India, the chargers themselves have been made smart and linked to mobile app to enable remote operation and remote monitoring. This enables more efficient charging management and improved convenience for customers. As this is an evolving area for both hardware and services, we will provide more convenient chargers through strong collaboration between Japan and India. Again, we will continue to contribute to the realization of global energy-saving society with our technology from India. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentations, Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Kurita. Next, I invite Mr. Tsuyoshi Morimoto from Denso International India.
Good afternoon. I'm Morimoto from Denso International India. I'm based out of Bangalore. Today, firstly, I will explain about the Denso. And next, I'll introduce new business development activity India. Also, next, I will explain about the first application of our data-driven business. And finally, since we are collaborating with several Indian companies, including startups, so I'd like to introduce collaboration area. So Denso was founded in 1949. We spun out from Toyota Motors. So we are very old company. And in 1953, we started a technical cooperation with Bosch. And Bosch is currently our competitor, but we still respect Bosch. And our competitive advantage is quality. So for example, in 1961, we received the Deming Prize, which is one of the most prestigious awards of quality control. So this, I will briefly explain about the company profile. So our headquarters is in Japan, in Aichi. Aichi is between Tokyo and Osaka. And our revenue is 45 billion, and our number of employees about 170K. And we are operating globally. So Denso is a relatively big company. So our vision is to achieve zero in the field of green and peace of mind. We want to realize carbon neutral and zero traffic fatalities. So we are aiming to become carbon neutral by 2035. Since Denso is a manufacturing company, we want to realize carbon neutrality at our plants. Also, we want to contribute to the electrification of cars to reduce CO2 emissions. And we are also aiming to become a leading company that provides peace of mind to society. So we are aiming to realize zero traffic fatalities. Also, we try to create comfortable space in mobilities. Sorry. So this explain about the business overview. Our business, more than 95% of business comes from automotive sector. So there are four main domains. First one is electrification system. We supply like motor generator or inverter. And second one is powertrain system. We are supplying engine components such as injector. And the third one is thermal system. We are supplying AC system for automotive. And mobility And last, fourth one is mobility electronics. We are providing LiDAR or radar, which is related to self-driving cars. And some part of business is comes of non-automotive business. Today, I wanted to remember one thing about Denso. Denso invented QR code. So Denso has filed a patent of QR code. So the business related to QR code from is an industrial solution. And in India, Denso started our business 36 years back, and we have 5 consolidated group companies, 3 manufacturing, 1 engineering center, including R&D centers. From here, I briefly explain about new business development in Denso, India. We are developing business so-called data-driven business. Our team's mission is to contributing to solve social issues in India while leveraging power data. Our target area is those 5 areas: mobility, agriculture, environment, healthcare, and education. The reason we are doing this activity in India is we have 2 reasons. One, there are many issues and challenges in India we should solve. And second one is Indian innovation ecosystems. Like, as you know, there are many startups. Also, there are many software engineers. This is the reason we are doing this activity in India now. And for this data-driven business, we want to become B2B SaaS, software as a service provider. And we are creating architecture so-called digital twin. So we are collecting data from mobility, including 4-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 2-wheeler, to cloud through sensor and gateway. And we are developing mobile and web application while combining several microservices. And now, as a first application, we are developing cold chain service. Now, this project is sponsored by, this year sponsored by Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. And we are planning to service launch in April 2023. So I think we are running out of time. So I will skip this page and go to this movie.
We keep your freshness for your value. In the Indian grocery market, there are many issues. Food wastage rate is 40%, 60% of which consumers are not satisfied with the freshness of groceries in daily shopping. We believe freshness is valuable. It means people lose their value every day. We can see many spoiled vegetables in the market. They look delicious just as packed ice cream, but when unpacked, it's not the same. E-commerce shopping is increasing rapidly. It is difficult to maintain the fresh delivery of groceries by means of an ice pack. For drivers, the reefer truck is expensive. In fact, the unemployment rate is very high. 5 million people lost their job during 2016 and 18. Our technology will change it. We provide 3 things: cool and traceable delivery by blockchain technology, easy startup lease for drivers, matching shoppers and cold equipment using AI technology. How does it work? Once consumers place an order, shoppers and our control center will receive it. We allocate drivers for various orders and those items will be delivered respectively. Cool and traceable delivery. Basically, it is hard to retain the coolness of the ice pack, but we stabilize the items by maintaining the temperature at below 0 degrees. Denso has supplied reefer trucks for many courier companies all over the world. With this technology, we will also use a newly developed active cooler backpack. We can manage all deliveries by connected technology in a timely manner. If the control center detects a problem, the manager will solve it. For example, if any of the boxes have been opened by mistake, the manager will get a notification. The manager now will notify the driver to set the lid properly. We can also detect human error and mechanical problems. In addition, freshness score estimates the value and condition from temperature, humidity, shock, and lid opening. With these, consumers and drivers can easily check the freshness. The freshness score is secured by a blockchain. No one can neither change nor erase it. Easy startup lease for drivers. Once the driver has passed our screening and registered with us, we lease trucks. The driver can open the door with the digital key. If the driver does not pay his charge for lease, we will turn the engine to sleep mode based on the live status and daily driving patterns, matching shoppers and drivers using AI technology. So, we provide drivers with reefer trucks and boxes to shoppers. We deliver fresh groceries, ice creams, cakes, and much more. AI connects drivers and shoppers effectively. For example, there is a high demand for meat over the weekend. We pre-allocate required drivers based on past sales and traffic condition forecasting. Another example is the delivery of ice cream. Orders may change due to weather conditions, thereby AI modifies the plan and adjusts the number of drivers. We maintain a stabilized delivery capacity. We apply dynamic pricing and offer a discount rate based on the delivery. Our technology delivers fresh food to the consumer. In the future, we will provide an advanced service to celebrate one's birthday with an excellent combo of delivery. We also deliver vaccines to help people. We want to drive the Indian cold chain to the next level. Our technology keeps your freshness value. It's a value of India.
Denso, crafting the core.
So I don't explain in detail. So since we are collaborating with many startups, there are several areas we are looking for partners. And also since we are planning to expand our product development team and launch a new security team from scratch, we are looking for full stack engineers and security engineers. So please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morimoto, for insightful presentation. Coming to the end of this session, finally, I invite Mr. Mizutani, Director General of JETRO Bengaluru, to speak a few words.
Okay, thank you very much for participating in BTS Japan session today. I'm Mizutani from JETRO Bengaluru office. I would like to thank Mr. Nakane from Country General Japan in Bengaluru, Mr. Agaruwa, Mr. Kurita from Panasonic, and Mr. Morimoto from Denso for participating and explaining company activities. I'm very happy to be able to host the Japan session face-to-face this time on the memorable day of the 25th BTS. Today's Japan session theme was co-creating solutions for the business world. In the context of this digital and IT field, JETRO Bengaluru is supporting a business collaboration for India and Japan based on a digital partnership agreement between two countries. To accelerate open innovation of Japanese companies, we at JETRO launched a new project, JBridge, several years ago, as Ms. Natsumi explained. JBridge is a business platform to facilitate collaboration between Japanese corporations and overseas startups, of course, including India. JETRO will keep continuing to make further efforts to deepen the two countries' business exchanges and cooperation, not only digital field, but also other industry area. Please feel free to contact JETRO if there is anything we can help to expand your business. Again, thank you very much for participating today. This concludes Japan session today. ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mizutani. So, as you know what's happening next, we would like to pass the momentum to the other speakers. So, the other speakers, could you come to the stage? So thank you all for joining today's Japan session. Let us co-create a new digital world. Hope to see you again soon.
I thank all the speakers for the informative speech and the information they shared with us in respect of the Indo-Japan relation. Thank you so much. And now let's move on to the next session. That is USIBC sessions. The topic of this current session will be augmenting and co-creating IP through US-India partnership. So as a moderator of the session, we have with us Mr. Ravi Bhola, partner and chair, patents practice. The panelists in this session will be John Kebeka, U.S. Intellectual Property Counselor for South Asia, Embassy of the United States of America, New Delhi, and Dr. Malati Lakshmi Kumaran, Executive Director and Practice Head, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys, Dr. D. Usha Rao, Assistant Controller of Patents and Design, Government of India, Vipul Srivastava, Advisor India Operations, Baccara Therapeutics, Dr. Chaitra Harsha, Joint Managing Director, Viprajan Biosciences, I request the moderator, Sri Ravi Bhola, partner and chair patents practice, to kindly come onto the dais, and all the panelists to the dais for the next session. A hearty welcome to the moderator as well as the panelists. So, Mr. Ravi Bhola. Ravi chairs the patents practice of the firm. He has handled filing and prosecution of several thousands of patent applications for clients in diverse areas of technology. He also has vast experience and expertise in the handling of the design applications and issues related thereto. A hearty welcome to you, sir, for this next session. John Kebeka. John Kebeka is the U.S. Intellectual Property Counselor for South Asia, serving Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Dr. Malati Lakshmi Kumaran has more than 30 years. She is the Executive Director and Practices Head, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys. Dr. Malati Lakshmi Kumaran has more than 30 years of experience in the field of biochemistry and molecular biology with an expertise in plant genomics. Dr. D. Usha Rao, Assistant Controller of Patents and Design, Government of India. She is the Assistant Controller for Patents and Designs, which is under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. She holds a PhD in microbiology and has been working with the Intellectual Property Office since 2003. Shri Vipul Srivastava, Advisor India Operations. Vipul Srivastava has more than 30 years of experience in driving innovation in various technology domains and lately in the life sciences as Chief Operating Officer at Biofusion Therapeutics. Dr. Chaitra Harsha, Joint Managing Director, Viprajan Biosciences, is a rare personality who comes with the rigor of a scientist, zeal of an entrepreneur, and the heart of a social activist. So I welcome all the panelists and the moderator for the next journey.
Thank you so much, and very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to this exciting session on intellectual property. And we have a fantastic set of speakers for this panel discussion. And as you heard that each of the panelists on this panel here comes into a very different kind of experience around IP. So as you can see, we have two speakers who are coming in from the industry side. So they are the ones who are in a way creating inventions, creating innovations. So they represent that part of the ecosystem. And then we have, two representatives from the government, from India and from US, to give us a perspective in terms of the regulatory environment and the kind of initiatives patent offices in India and in US have taken up in terms of collaboration between two geographies, India and USA. And of course, we have IP practitioner, Dr. Malati, who's going to talk about the diverse set of, clientele and thereby the diverse set of needs she sees from her clients, US and from India in terms of IP protection. Now, clearly, in my view, as a practitioner, I have seen that the level of collaboration between India and US on IP front has grown significantly, particularly last 7, 8, 10 years. India has made significant efforts to encourage innovation in the domestic ecosystem. And we also seen large number of Indian companies, looking at US as one of the biggest markets in the world, and often setting up their presence in US and running businesses. And similarly, John, for example, I'm sure will be able to talk about areas where the US businesses have been able to look at India and provide for technology transfer and some of those experiences. So we're going to have a 360-degree kind of a conversation here. The way we structured the panel is that each of our panelists will take about 8 to 10 minutes to talk about these diverse set of issues around IP and the collaboration between two geographies. And then we'll open it up for the audience to ask questions to each of the panelists. So we'll start with the industry segment first. And may I invite Dr. Chaitra from Viprogen to come in and share her views in terms of innovation she's seeing, not only in her own company as a dynamic young company deep into innovation, but also in terms of the kind of experience she had around IP, maybe even some sort of pivoting that may have happened during COVID, and her experience with the US market. So Chaitra, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Balla, for a nice introduction to the topic. I am Dr. Chaitra, representing Viprogen Biosciences, to give a little brief of what Viprogen Biosciences is into. It's a preclinical research company into, we give end-to-end solutions to, in the field of drug discovery and, even agri-biosciences, herbals and nutraceuticals. And so we do have a wing of services as well as research. To give a little more a broader perspective of about the startups, and which is relevant to the topic here today. Startups, yes, we know that every startup should have innovative idea, a disruptive idea, but increasingly the role of continuous innovation is seen as, it enables a startup to either scale, go global, or even to survive to a certain extent. So along with that, yes, technology is unleashing innovation through entrepreneurial zeal across the world like never before. And gone are the days when, value creation for a startup is through scaling, it is through the power of the idea. So since I come from the pharma background, if you want to relook at or look at the R&D of the innovation in pharma sector. So worldwide, pharmaceutical R&D is shown to grow from about 140 billion a decade ago to, it is expected to reach about 180 billion. Along with this, there is extension to this reality, you can say that the drug discovery, even to bring a molecule or a biological product to the market, the time taken and the cost is about more than a decade, and it is estimated that 1.5 billion is required. So translating discovery or innovation, laboratory innovation to clinical success is a major challenge for pharmaceutical industry. So it definitely, there is a high risk of failure, and also the time and cost involved. So what happens is these R&D companies actually survive on those few successful molecules in the market. So that brings us to the relevant topic of today, IP, right? Protecting your intellectual property is so important. What I feel is a robust ecosystem of innovation should be articulated with an explicit IP strategy that would enable the startups to look at or have a better or a gain competitive advantage in the marketplace. A good IP strategy definitely will enable the startups to monetize or look at build credibility and position their product properly in the market. I mean, there are a lot of advantages, right? Including, as I said, bringing credibility and even attracting good investors. So IP definitely has, is a key driver, you can say, for this industry, especially the pharma industry. So increasingly, we see that, even including the startups, they're integrating IP into their business strategy and their business development. Yes, I think today and yesterday we were seeing that people are talking how Bangalore is a hub. More than 400 R&D centers, so many PhDs coming out, and this is the best place for startups to be, nowhere else in the world. Yes, there are the positives, right? So if you want to little bit break down into the challenges that innovation for startups, if you look at R&D investments. So we are actually very low. In India, the R&D investment is about 0.9% of your GDP, compared to our counterpart in US is about 2.8%. It's a smaller chunk, you can say, they have allocated for R&D. And interestingly, most of the R&D investments come through our Indian government. So what are the other challenges? We have multiplicity of regulations, low appetite, risk appetite from our investors. I think most of the startups would agree that angel investors hesitate to invest because of the kind of high failure, the risk that is there in especially the pharma startups. So what is the way forward? So if you definitely, startups have to survive and have to go global, have to scale up, right? So one thing that India has done really good is affordable innovation. So what is affordable innovation? Wherein India definitely has done a great job there. We've been able to build in successful generic market within India. And also our generic producers have definitely adopted innovative, disruptive, reverse engineering. It could be reverse engineering of patented drugs or repurposing of drugs. Various ways wherein they have definitely reduced the cost of these drugs, and that made a huge difference for Indian market. The patients in India, especially for TB, HIV, and certain even some of the cancers also. So this is one way of looking at it, affordable innovation. So other one is, what else? COVID definitely gave us an opportunity to look at open innovation. What is open innovation? All this while, yes, it's quite open. This kind of an innovation is definitely there in ICT industry, where a mobile is made with many patents, made technologies, they come together. But in pharma industries, we generally don't open up about the know-how, the technology, the proprietary technology that startup holds or any pharma company holds. So definitely COVID turned around the table, I can say. Startups had to survive, had to look at the opportunity. That is what it is, right? Startups have to grab the opportunities and jump into it. So what did they do? They started, it's not just about, you can talk about open innovation can be in terms of collaborations. It can be, I think my other panelists would speak about co-patenting, patent pooling. That enabled startups to look at, monetizing or making products come into the market quickly. So typical example we have from our own sister company, Genie Laboratories, wherein our company actually collaborated with IIT Delhi, who had the IP for RT-PCR kit. And quickly, within about, say, a month or so, within when the pandemic opened, and we were there in the market, which was not at all was part of our strategy at all. See, these are the kind of examples. And so diagnostics and therapeutics, I wouldn't want to talk about vaccines because it's a different scale itself, but definitely even collaboration happened at the vaccines. But startups made a hay, you can say, with diagnostics and therapeutics. So one example I gave you about diagnostics. Other example we have, we are working with a IP sharing with one of the Singaporean companies to get the therapeutic, that is monoclonal antibody with Viprogen. So otherwise, if you look at, if COVID were not to be there, probably would have taken years together to even, or we wouldn't even look at collaborating with others, because we have our own platform, we have our own R&D, and we always work around that way. So only when, a situation came up when startups had to survive, had to be there, right? So these are the some of the classic examples we had in Indian startups. And going forward, I think why not? Open innovation is such a concept wherein, as I said, it can be in different forms. It need not be, probably with a proper regulatory framework. We can definitely look at cross-border scaling up, and IP sharing it could be, or co-patenting. Even it actually reduces for startups. If you look at it, reduces the risk that is taken in bringing a pharmaceutical molecule to the market. So I think I look forward learning a lot of things from other panelists too, Ravi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chaitra. And I think some very relevant points you raised, raising funds, early stage, and while, even in the pure play tech space, there are challenges for early stage risk capital. It becomes even harder when you talk about life science, biotech, and pharmaceutical space, because obviously the long gestation period, and not everyone who has that kind of risk appetite, and wait for 10 years for that investment to yield some sort of returns. But clearly, as also in a way you indicated, we see a bit of a pivoting happening. You see gradually little more capital is made available, support coming in from the government and from certain funds who are willing to take that risk and are able to raise some funds and invest in exciting companies like yours. So very well put. And yes, of course, regulatory environment, again, maybe Dr. Malti may talk about that going forward, but yes, especially in life science, biotech space, regulatory environment is something that we have to constantly work on, and to see how entrepreneurs can have that kind of freedom and flexibility to innovate with free mind and spirit. So now, building on what Dr. Chaitra mentioned, I'll invite Vipul from Bicara to come in. He represents, again, a very exciting company having presence both in India and in US. He's got teams in both the geographies. And this will be an interesting example to look at in terms of collaboration happening across two geographies, India and US. Vipul.
Thank you, Ravi. And good afternoon, everyone. I represent Bicara Therapeutics. It's a company that has very close ties to the city, Bangalore, and also Boston. But before I talk too much about Bicara, I just wanted to give you a framework of what I'm going to cover. So touch a little bit about Bicara, the innovation that we have done, how we have done it, how we have built the team across geographies. Then also give some example of broader IP collaboration, right? Even though I work for a therapeutic company, I have a technology background, right? So I've worked for a lot of technology companies, semiconductor, software, and jumped into biotech recently. And give you some examples of what we have done in technology space to collaborate in IP, how the patent pools have evolved, and how can some of those be applied to biotech, what can be done, right? Especially for technologies that are being developed jointly or being collaborated on. And then I will leave it with a question for other panelists. Right, so Bicara is a company that provides treatments for people living with cancer, and especially people who have been through primary and first line and second line treatments, have been exposed to chemo with PD-1 and a lot of other immunotherapy as well. And the way cancer works is that it evades our immune system. I mean, our body is capable of fighting it, right? But it evades the immune system, especially by creating this complex biochemistry around the tumor, the tumor microenvironment, right? And whatever immune system we have, it gets suppressed. Even the therapies, are effective for a while, but it gets suppressed. What Bicara does is it develops bifunctional antibodies that target the tumor inside the tumor microenvironment. right? And thereby providing safe, lower amount of drug dosage that doesn't impact other parts of the body. And it fights the tumor inside those TMEs. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But before that, I want to talk about the team that did all that, right? It's the team that collaborated. So we were very fortunate to be supported and invested by Biocon as part of Kiran's vision to create a novel drug discovery company in India and put India on the world map. So the team was assembled primarily from scientists in India who do all the R&D, who do right from discovery, antibody engineering, bioinformatics, looking at cell line development, process development, upstream, downstream, you name it. I mean, the entire end-to-end discovery to development process. And this team works very closely with all our clinical experts, the clinical development team and the management team in the US who have access to the top cancer centers in the US. And that's where all our clinical trials happen. So the discovery and development happens here, and we work with the clinical clinics in the US. The team in Bangalore also works worldwide with multiple CROs, the clinical research organizations. And our biggest partners, and I'm very proud to say, because part of the same family, our biggest partner is Syngene International, right? So we work very closely with them and the CROs all over the world. Our drugs are manufactured by Syngene locally in Bangalore, and we ship it to US for clinical trials. Right, so that's the structure that we have created for this collaboration. And so far, our first molecule is showing a lot of promise in the clinical trial. We have completed phase 1. We are in the expanded cohort. The results are showing very well. You can look up the clinicaltrials.gov and look up Bicara BCA101 on how it's doing. It's doing very well. That molecule was entirely designed and developed by the team in Bangalore. The second molecule that we just presented our preclinical data last week at the Society for Immunotherapy for Cancer in the US last week was designed and developed jointly by the team in the US and India, right? So we've hired some scientists in the US too, because they have access, very close access to the other scientists, other companies working there. And we realized after the first molecule that we do require some science presence in the US and not just the clinical and the management. So we created that team to do that, right? So that's the collaboration scheme we have within the company. Now, how do I expand it to other companies? How do I expand it to other research lab working on the same thing? And that's where I wanted to bring my experience from technology, right? So in technology, if you look at the smartphone that everybody's carrying today, right? It's possible because the players in technology decided to pool all their patents, right? Over thousands of patents that are required to make the smart devices work, right? And the way it all started, I mean, if you see, it has a long history. The patent pooling in the past was very closed, right? People with access to technology who were sort of colluding, right? I mean, if you look at 1920s, 1930s, sewing machines or spring cables and things like that. But that's not the right way to collaborate, right? The right way to collaborate is what developed in 90s and and then 2000s is create these patent pools. For example, the MPEG, the compression, or the radio frequency, the RFIDs, or the spread spectrum, the 4G, 5G, all these technologies, right? Various companies came together, created this patent pool. Now, is it possible in biotech to do this, right? There are multiple aspects here, right? The first one is in the technology, the life cycle of a product is very short, right? The innovations are much faster. And the secondary innovations are possible, very quickly possible. I'll give you an example, right? I mean, look at the air conditioner, right? Can I use artificial intelligence technology, facial recognition, right? Radio frequency, the artificial intelligence, the connectivity, the Internet of Things, all these technologies together in that air conditioner that can look at our face and detects if we are angry and cool it down. It's possible, right? I have not patented it. You can go and file a patent for that. So in technology, it's very fast paced, a short life cycle. I mean, use cases, I mean, they're numerous and you know, it is all enabled by the base standards that are created by the patent pooling, right? All you do is pay the royalty to the pool and it goes to everybody, right? So in biotechnology, is that possible, right? I think the idea is that in biotechnology, it requires a lot more effort, lot more money, lot more rigor, and the companies are much more protective of those IPs, right? Because they spend so much amount of money, and that I've been learning ever since I jumped to the biotech side. But there are certain examples, right, where we created diagnostic tools or the medicine for HIV or hepatitis C in the medicine pool program by the UNITAID program. But we have to look beyond the drug patents, beyond the medicine patents, right? I'm talking about the enabling technologies, the building blocks, like for the smartphones, right? I mean, I'm not talking about the patents about the smartphone, but the patent about the spread spectrum technology, the radio frequency that enables it, right? So how do we do that in biotechnology, right? There's a lot of patent war going on in gene editing tool, right? Where who invented it, right? And the winner takes all. I mean, there are thousands of patents filed after the patent war started in the gene editing, and whoever wins the battle will take all the revenue, even the secondary patents that are being filed as of today. So is it possible? I think yes, but I think what needs to be done is looking at these tools, the mechanics of discovering drugs, the access to the databases, access to the biomarkers, not only worldwide, but also do a lot of research in India to get those access to those biomarkers and things like that, right? Get the building blocks and pool them so that anybody can go and discover a novel drug or look at how the different proteins combine and use that knowledge. And it goes beyond just public health. That's obviously very imperative, but goes beyond public health, goes to food security, right? Goes to animal health, goes to how to keep our environment clean. I mean, a lot of biotechnology is involved in all that, right? But above all, as all of us at Bicara keep asking us every single day, right? And how do we help patients who are waiting for us to deliver new immunotherapy products? Thank you.
Extremely fascinating. And I really like this whole theme around learning from other industries. You talked about the telecom industry and things like that, and patent pooling in telecom space. And, we talk about in India how we can, have our own kind of a network with 4G and 5G. And now there are discussions about 6G already in terms of standard setting and things like that. But clearly, there's a lot of interoperability that happens in telecom, and which makes these even competing entities come together and collaborate. So while they might be fighting on one issue in the court, they have that maturity to collaborate in another space with same rigor. So I think we have to find a way to make that work and apply that in our industry. Also, another fascinating aspect, which you touched upon, Vipul, was about, the vision from Kiran and the support coming in from Biocon and Syngene. And I strongly believe that in every industry, you need one large size company to act like a mothership, to nurture the entire industry in a way. So it's fascinating to see, how, there's, Indian companies are also shifting gears and focusing on cutting edge innovation in complex areas like cancer. Fascinating. Thank you so much for that, Vipul. Now we'll shift gears. We heard from the industry, what they're doing, what they're aspiring to do. And now we'll hear from the government side, both from the Indian government side and then from the US government side, in terms of what they have seen, what they have, worked on in last few years based on, these inputs coming in from the ecosystem. And maybe you'll start with Dr. Usha Rao from Indian Patent Office. Ma'am, over to you. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and it is a pleasure to be among all of you. And I am actually very proud to interact with all of you. And I come from an organization which is more than 100 years old, the Office of the Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademark. And our office comes under DPIIT, that is Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and we are under the Government of India. So it is actually a pleasure for me to interact with all of you and to give you an overview of what the government is trying to do to see to it that intellectual property and intellectual property rights are protected in India. So our office safeguards intellectual property rights, and my office administers towards 6 of the patent intellectual property rights, that is patents, designs, trademarks, geographical indications, copyrights, and semiconductor integrated circuit layout designs. So our journey has been very, very turbulent, and sometimes it has been very stagnant, and sometimes it has been very, very interesting. And I have been very lucky that I have joined at that time where, it is very, very interesting. So when I joined in 2003, we were shifting from the process patent aspect of chemistry and pharmaceuticals to the product patenting aspect. And that was a very interesting time where, a lot of inputs were taken from the stakeholders, and the Patents Act and the patent rules were amended. Next, in 2006, our office started the process of digitization. So we wanted to become a paperless office. And from 2006 onwards, we are trying to actually decrease the the work on paper. And we have achieved this. And now our office is totally paperless, and all the patent applications, or in fact all the applications filed for intellectual property rights in our office, is all online. And we have an online module. We process all the applications in an online fashion. We also conduct hearings for the applicants by the video conferencing mode. And this has actually made the office very, very tech savvy. And I think this is one of a very big plus points that our office has. And next, when you look at it, the government, at various stages has always talked to their stakeholders and tried to find out if there are any changes that need to be done so that the intellectual property ecosystem is improved in India. And there have been a lot of such changes that have been done. From when I look back, in 2016, there was the launch of the National Intellectual Property Rights Policy. And this policy paved the way for a new way of looking at intellectual property rights. It brought about a buzz in the industry and among the stakeholders. And we have seen a lot of positives coming out of it. One of the positives was the CPAM, which is the Cell for Intellectual Property and Management. And this CPAM, I was a part of this team. I was the patent legal aspect there. And we used to see what are the ways in which we can encourage creating intellectual property. And one of the things that we used to do very small studies, and we used to find that one of the things that are very lacking in our Indian IP ecosystem is awareness about intellectual property rights. So we had these 7 pillars in the intellectual property rights policy, and one of the pillars was how to create awareness. And this awareness was created by giving seminars and conducting very small programs, not very long, because we understand that intellectual property is very complicated, and it cannot be told in one go, and you expect that people are going to file for patents or for designs or for other IPRs. So we thought that it should be a gradual process, and gradually we tried to see to it that the industry, the MSMEs are given tailor-made programs, IP awareness programs. In the same way, the institutes, the universities, the startups, all of these aspects were taken into consideration. Then we also thought about, how we can nurture the intellectual or innovation talent of the startups, because startups are taking the center stage today, and they are contributing a lot to the GDP of the country. So we wanted to see how the government wanted to see how this can be nurtured. And there is a scheme which is called the SIPP scheme, under which the government pays patent agents or facilitators to file on behalf of the startups. And the fees for the startups, the fees for the MSMEs, the fees for the universities, all of this has also been slashed, and now only a very minimal amount of fees is required to pay for applications to be filed by all these entities. Now, the SIPP scheme has been very successful, and although we see that yes, the number of applications that are filed by startups in India is very low compared to as maybe in other countries, but we have seen a very good and a gradual increase in the number of applications that are filed. And we have also included a rule which allows for expedited examination of the patent applications, which allows that the patent application can be granted within a span of just 1 year. So all these factors have really helped in actually pushing in a lot of intellectual applications for patents and designs in the IP ecosystem. Now, why is this important? Because intellectual property right actually helps in the economy of a country. So for example, when I look at say movies, like say Bahubali or KGF, they are copyrights, right? They have copyrights, but they have contributed so much to our economy. So in the same way, a patent, which is for a scientific innovation, contributes in the same way. So there are so many different examples where how IPR contributes towards the economy of the country. Next, I would like to just end with just 2 points. During the COVID period, there was a lot of disruption, and even the government was finding ways how we can still do our work, our responsibilities, without getting disrupted. And we at the patent office, we got all the modules for examination for a work for home facility. And you will be very pleased to hear that during that period our output was more than what it was even when the COVID was not there. So we were actually more productive working from home. But yes, that is also positive. Then we come to another major mission that was launched in December 2021, which is called the NEPAM, that is the National Intellectual Property Awareness Mission. This mission was launched so that students, it was targeted only towards the students. So students from the universities, from schools, from colleges, from anywhere where students were interested or teachers were interested, we have gone and we have conducted IPR awareness programs. We do a very basic sort of a program, just around 1 hour program, but we just teach the students, tell the students, just give them basics about what is intellectual property. And we have seen that this has also pushed a lot of applications into the system. Design applications have gone up in a very big way. And even we have observed that, even school students have started filing for patent applications. So our office has collaborated with Kapila, and Kapila files for around 10,000 patent applications in a year from different schools, universities, colleges. And we have collaborated with them so that we could go to very rural places. And I was a team leader, and I know that my team members have gone to this a very I mean, in villages in Rajasthan, in villages in Punjab, in villages, even in Ladakh. So we have tried to spread awareness about IPR. I know this is a very slow process, but yes, it is work in progress, and we will surely achieve what we want to achieve. We have already given around 11 lakh students had been given awareness program during December 2021 to July 2022. And because it was Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, that program came to an end in August, in the August 15, 2022. But now there's again another version, that is NEPAM version 2.0, and we have again started. And now our target is to see to it that every district of the country, somewhere or the other, whether it's a school, whether it's a college, every district of the country is targeted. So with this, I stop, and I thank you so much for your.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. As you were talking about how during COVID time the transition was so smooth, I'll tell you my own experience as a practitioner sitting in India. And I'm not saying this because you are here, but just honestly telling you how I experienced. So February, March 2020, and we had this whole pandemic coming in. And for our clients, we were still filing applications for patents across the world. And trust me, we had to file applications in like 20, 30 countries, developing economies, developed economies, whole spectrum of countries. And it was essentially India and one more country where I could seamlessly do it sitting on my system. For all other countries, it was almost impossible to have those applications filed, because in India, everything was digitalized way before. So today we have patent rules which actually in a way prohibit us as practitioners to send anything in paper copy form. We are obligated in a way to send everything in e-copy form. So that's the kind of progress Patent Office in India has made essentially last 10, 12 years. And we all experienced and are beneficiaries of that. And I think that also is one of the reasons why you've seen significant increase in filing of patents in the country. And the best part is that it's not only that it's only the foreign players who are filing more in India. A lot of awareness campaigns that Patent Office and other organizations have undertaken in last few years, that domestic players, startups are filing quite a bit and giving impetus in terms of filings in India. And as you rightly said, startups in India today, and consistently for last 5-7 years I have seen, startups in India can get a patent in average about 9 to 10 months time. And its startup need not be only startup incorporated in India, startup anywhere across the world which meets the requirement under the patent rules is able to take advantage of that. And it's again a very rare program. I don't think there are very many countries in the world who are able to run this program. So congratulations to you and to the entire system. And on a lighter note, trust me, while Patent Office ran so fast and efficiently, we as practitioners were also made to run very fast to catch up with the speed at which Patent Office was working. So thank you so much for that. And now I'll invite John Kabeka to share his perspective from US side of things. He has spent so much time in US at USPTO, working with diverse set of companies, and now sitting in India, having closely seen how the Indian ecosystem is operating. So your views around technology transfer, how companies across the world, across US and India particularly, able to collaborate and make this whole thing work. So over to you, John.
Sorry. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So it's a huge pleasure to be here and to be part of this distinguished panel. I'm the U.S. Intellectual Property Counselor for South Asia, based in New Delhi. We were talking about COVID in March of 2020, which is when I arrived in India. So I had about 4 or 5 days of actually going to the office every day before the nationwide lockdown. So I've been there through it all with you here in India, and just so excited to be in person again. I think that even through the pandemic, throughout the pandemic, and during the pandemic, the U.S.-India relationships remained extremely strong. Our bilateral partnership now, at least in 2021, was $159 billion. We continue to see indicators that is only going to rise. And a lot of that is because of what we're talking about today, the technology partnerships, investments into research, into development, creating new technologies, advancing and entering the Indian marketplaces. And so, again, it's great to be here. It's great to be in a trade show. I've been 10 years in the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, representing my agency. So I miss this interaction. I miss this energy. We actually have a U.S. mission booth here in the Tech Summit, in the Startup Pavilion. And it's just been incredible seeing the energy, hearing from the different perspectives of those that are coming to visit the booth. Whether it's an Indian startup seeking to enter and protect the innovations in the US, or whether it's actually a company that already has ties in both India and US and is looking to expand those relationships and expand their market presence in both countries. And even some I've spoke to that are looking at the US and trying to bring those innovative technologies here to India. And so we, throughout the mission, have a lot of different programs throughout all of our different respective agencies that make up the US mission here to help support this. And it's great to be a part of that, to at least support efforts on intellectual property and working together with the host governments here and throughout South Asia in building a stronger and cooperative IP system to make it more navigable for those that are trying to get protection globally. I wanted to also take a minute to share that the important role that the intellectual property plays, and through the exchanges that we've had. Not only with the IP offices, but throughout the governments, throughout South Asia, not just here in India, to help in sharing experiences, sharing international best practices, technical cooperation. And there's a lot of mechanisms that we've undertaken together with Indian government since my arrival, and I look forward to more of those interactions. We also monitor other ministries and governmental departments, whether throughout the region, to see if there's any developments that might implicate intellectual property. And then again, we work with our Indian partners to address those, and whether we're, and to share any experiences we may have with some of the efforts that are being undertaken. So that's pillar one, this government to government work that we do. The second pillar is advocating on behalf of primarily US, but not exclusively, companies trying to enter the Indian market, helping them understand the IP landscape here, how the courts work, how enforcement proceedings are handled, and things like that. So we do advocate on their behalf if they also share with us things that are going well and things they would like to see evolve over time. And these are things that we also, again, work closely with our government partners on. The third pillar is one about outreach and education and intellectual property awareness. And we do this throughout the region at all levels on all types of intellectual property. So I thought I would just put in a quick shameless plug for the IP session we're doing tomorrow in Hall 6 at 11 a.m., which is basically IP strategy as a business strategy, talking about why intellectual property is important, the different types of intellectual property, and how they overlap and how you might be able to leverage this from the perspective of a startup, regardless of what stage of a company you're in. So please join us for that. That would be great. So I want to now turn to investments. And we see a tremendous amount of investments here. I see it in the news. I hear it from the leaderships throughout India, encouraging the US to invest more into Indian industries. And I think, again, this is one of the reasons that drew me to come from Silicon Valley here to India, is to help support these efforts. But I thought I would share that in 2020, there was $42 billion of US to India foreign direct investment. And I say that, but I think, I told you, I feel this tremendous momentum. But I want to share an example. I was reading the newspaper probably a little over a year ago now, and there's front page above the fold announcement that this US company was investing $20 million in its manufacturing facility in India. And I thought that was great, and I just happened to be meeting with that company later that week, and I congratulated them on their $20 million. And they looked at me and they said, thank you, but we really wanted to invest $200 million. And one of the things that so the incentives, or increasing the incentives, will draw much more foreign direct investment. I get the sense from US industries, they want to invest in India. We've seen that from some companies that have invested heavily in India, some that have invested a little and want to invest more. And I feel the intellectual property landscape is a big contributor to drawing more investments to India, especially when we talk about startups. One area that I like to talk about when I'm talking to startups is, and I'll talk more about this tomorrow, but is trade secrets specifically. Because the first type of IP a startup creates is a trade secret. You're usually in stealth mode, you're innovating, you're iterating, you're developing different prototypes, you're trying to get to a point where you have something marketable and commercializable. And trade secret protection can help with that. And I know that there's definitely some protections here in India, but that is something that again, we look forward to working towards, especially as many large companies that have some substantial trade secrets in their business models look to come into India and support the efforts here. Okay, so going to investment, I would like to switch to research and talk a little bit about IP-intensive industries. So these are industries that are innovating, they're investing in India, but they're also investing into themselves. So we call an IP-intensive industry one that reinvests a portion of its revenue back into research and development to create new technologies, to keep innovating, finding improvements to what's already out in the market. So that's what we call an IP-intensive industry. We've run several reports over the past several years at the USPTO and through our department, US Department of Commerce. And our studies show that IP-intensive industries amount for 41% of the US gross domestic product, which is $7.8 trillion of our GDP. And that's a tremendous amount of investment that is going into our own economy, into building and innovating and continuing to advance technologies. So this helps also companies keep their competitive edge, and it underscores this intersection between innovation, research, and competition. So turning again to research, when we think about technical partnerships, these are extremely crucial to finding new innovative solutions. And we see this even across countries between institutions here in India and companies in the US and vice versa. And these partnerships are tremendously important. And one thing that companies often do is they leverage expertise from these research institutions to help them do this. And I've seen this firsthand in Silicon Valley. So I thought I would share a story. You know, prior to coming to India, I was the US Patent and Trademark Office director for the west coast of our country, based in Silicon Valley. And I worked a lot with startups. And I also worked with high tech in the biotech and life sciences industries. And I saw this firsthand, where through research partnerships, we would see, and I think Ravi, you were mentioning about having, these big industries need to kind of serve as a mentor, be a big brother to these little industries. And I've seen this where through these research partnerships, a partnership might be between an institution or a researcher and the company to solve one particular problem. But through solving that problem, you can't stop the innovative process, right? You're constantly thinking, okay, you're solving this problem because that's what you were hired to do, but you're thinking about new and other problems that you might want to solve. And that's what we've seen, throughout our country and now throughout the world, is these new problems may have a new value stream and might have actually an opportunity to spin out, be their own company and create their own venture. So we've been really excited to see how that works. And even I was having a meeting earlier today, and I was surprised that, although I shouldn't have been, but I was surprised that even when these researchers spin out companies and form new companies, they're still collaborative with the big brother, with the big company that started the whole process. They still form these relationships and form these ties. Because in these innovative industries, you never know when you're going to need to rely on each other to solve the next big problem, to advance technology through the next phase of our growth. So another catalyst when it comes to research institutions is in the US, we also offer grant money for research projects. We actually have over $100 billion a year that is invested and offered to researchers for solving specific problems. And we've seen this as a tremendous growth to our economy over the years. We had an act, the Bayh-Dole Act, that was passed in 1980. Through the Bayh-Dole Act, we found that any innovations or any IP that was generated from government-funded research dollars, the researcher was actually able to keep. They didn't owe the government anything for that. There were some exceptions for defense and things like that, but for the most part, the Bayh-Dole Act really spurred innovative activity. And I happened to be, while I've been in Bangalore this week, I met with Qualcomm, and they reminded me that they got their start as a very early stage startup from one of these research grants, from a small business innovation research grant. And so they're actually one of our largest champions, one of our largest companies, global companies, but to show how far you can go, and especially when you look at a company that's that large, and to see over the years how many other companies have spun out of them. This is how our innovation engine keeps going, keeps evolving, and keeps impacting our ability to access markets, work with foreign markets, and continue to build our work together. So I think I'm running out of time, so I think I'll just stop there, and I'll save some initiatives that we have at the USPTO for our Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. You did talk about the trade secrets, and as you probably know, that now of late there's been a bit of a kind of momentum in the Indian ecosystem that we have to have some sort of a legislation around it, as you would have noticed in initially in the national IPR policy that we had a few years ago, and more recently in the Joint Parliamentary Committee last year. So I'm hoping that, and I think even Indian ecosystem would really like to have that kind of a legislative framework, because right now, as you know, trade secrets are all driven through contract law and the common law, but having a legislative framework gives confidence to the innovators, be it in India or in US, to be able to invest with greater confidence that their trade secrets will be protected through the law. And I'm hoping that we'll hopefully get there soon. Now, since we're talking about regulatory environment and things like that, probably this is the best time to call in Dr. Malati. Dr. Malati is a giant in the area of IP, representing Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan. And ma'am, over to you to give us perspective on what's happening in India, your experience of also your clients, seeking protection and forcing it in US. Over to you.
So thank the organizers for inviting me to give our perspective. And thanks, Ravi, for the introduction. I think the Usha Rao has actually set the stage and, okay, she set the stage. A couple of things that have really happened well is even before the COVID, the IPO started digitizing everything, and at least it's nearly 10 years before that. And that was, I think, really helped the practitioners, the applicants, the patent office, and everyone else. So when COVID struck, we could do paperless from the next day. And as what Ravi said and Usha said, I think as a practitioner, I think we worked more during COVID than this, but it's actually the patent office which made that happen, because they worked a lot and there was a lot of pressure on them to complete a lot of examinations. And so the prosecution picked up, and that was a good boost. So we really never felt that 2 years, nearly 2 years of COVID was bad for us. Instead, it was good for us as practitioners. So that's something very good. So and we also have this expedited examination, which has helped a lot of startups. So today, the ecosystem in India is very nice. What it is as compared to what it was 10 or 15 years back, for a lot of technologies. It could be in the internet, it could be in the telecom space, it could be in the biotech space, it could be in the pharma space. That everything has actually accumulated, and we are able to see a lot of success stories, whether it is in the biotech space, whether it is in the IT space, whether it is even in electric vehicles. I mean, you see this thing. What I would like to do here is, we're doing very well, but what more can we do? Why do I say this? In 1970, the Iyengar Committee report came in because we wanted to change. We didn't want to give product patents in pharma or chemistry. Do we need another change now? Because the technology is moving very high, the slope is very high. Are our legal systems, the patent office or the patent act, are we also keeping in the same speed? Are we able to understand and see that there are new technologies coming in? And for the new technologies, how are we going to protect? Because the new startups are going to do in a very different way. It's a very global world. We can do things across an internet. So this is something that we feel is, can the Patents Act also work, or the legal systems work in such a way that we can also foresee what the issues are and make changes in it? One of the things like we feel is that, we have this problem of foreign filing license. Today it's a global world. You have researchers in India, you have researchers in the US and in other countries. And getting this foreign filing license, can we get retrospective foreign filing license? I mean, these are things that we can do. We had this foreign filing license before, but today with this global world, can we have retrospective type of foreign filing license? Can it be done on a quicker basis so that there's more collaboration between US and India and other countries? And we would like to get more research into India, contract research into India, more research institutions into India. Like what John said is, a lot of US companies want to invest in India, want to do R&D in India. And for that, one of the things is, can we have a patent system which will help these companies? I mean, I work a lot in the biotech space, and one of the issues that we do face is on technology. So if I take CRISPR-Cas technologies, it's only 2010, 2012 that the first thing came up in Science by Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier. It was a great listening to Emmanuel Charpentier today. It was a collaboration between Europe and US. And also there were other competing institutes. So this is a great technology which was born in labs, born in institutes, born in universities, and the applications you get to see so much. But where are we in the Indian patent law is, I can see Usha here, and I would like to suggest is, are we keeping up are we keeping up with the patents? Are we keeping up with the research? And I'd like to see that we get more patents in this field. And we can't say that, no, you're using it in eukaryotic system, you're using mouse cells, you're using CHO cells to make antibodies, or you're using these systems to gene edit. Because now, even if I look at Government of India, in the agri space, the regulations have come down to, in SDN 1, SDN 2, for gene editing, the regulations are sort of knocked off. You can get it through without the long gestation cycle or even the regulatory approval. Can we have such a system that if the Government of India wants to allow GM technologies in agri, like SDN 1 and SDN 2, where there's no regulation, can we also help in the patent system? Because that could be a block now. We may not be able to get most of these types of innovations through, but if we can, and if we can make changes in the Patent Act, especially 3J, 3D, 3C, and so on, it will really help people. Because today CRISPR-Cas can be used across technologies. It can be used in agriculture, it can be used in microbial systems, in synthetic biology, it can be used in gene therapy, it can be used across, and it's very easy to use. But where are we? Can we get patents in that? Because they do see a lot of problems in this type of area as well. One of the other things as Indian applicants, we do face problem is on the biodiversity law. It doesn't affect US applicants. Can we do something? Because when we file a patent and we're using bioresources or genetic resources, then we need to get prior approval from the NBA. Can this be worked together between the patent office and the NBA to hasten the process? Because the Indian applicants, and many of them startups, could face problems. So all the people working in the biotech space using any of the bioresources or genetic resources will need approval before the grant of the patent. A patent office has done their work. It's there for allowance, but they cannot grant it because we're not getting the NBA approval from that. So that is something we can do. One of the other issues that we do face is on the pre-grant oppositions. So we said very fast. I mean, Usha Rao and also Ravi Bola said, in 9 months, 10 months, you can get a patent granted in India, either as a startup or in the expedited process and so on. But there are some other issues that we have is the pre-grant oppositions. I know the patent office is looking into it because you file the opposition, then the notice has to be sent, and then you need to get the reply to be filed. A hearing is there, then there's some adjournments in the hearing, then the controller has to give his or her orders in the matter. And so this really prolongs. Also, there are some sequential oppositions being filed. I think if these can be removed or at least brought down, there will be more filings in India. And I'm also seeing a lot of awareness by the patent office, by CPAM, by NIPAM, that in the last quarter, we had more filings from Indian applicants than from foreign applicants. And I see this as a big ray of hope that we will see more and more filings from the Indian applicants. But if we can actually work on Section 3D, 3J, I think there'll be more and more applicants filed, especially during the COVID time. Like IIT Delhi and other institutes and startups wanted to file applications. I said, no, there's 3D, there's 3I, diagnostic not allowed, and so on. If we can remove some of these things, a lot of Indian applicants can get patents in this, because there's all a delta improvement. And when a delta improvement can be given a patent, I think it will give a big impetus to the startup community to go and file IP. Because for the startup, IP is important. If you have IP, you have more valuation, and that's how your company will run. With this, I would like to end. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malti. as you rightly indicated, pre-grant opposition, especially the serial oppositions that we see, and more particularly in pharma space, is something that we need to really work on as a country. And I was really glad to see that the recent economic advisory report, which was presented to the PMO, specifically highlighted this as one of the pain points that needs to be worked upon. So keeping our fingers crossed. And of course, Section 3D is, I think, always work in progress. But I was also fascinated to see some of the, in fact, one of the recent judgments we had from Delhi High Court, IP division, which actually brought in a little bit more clarity in terms of how patent office may need to look at 3D in terms of at least articulation of objections and rejections. So glad we made some progress, but yes, we still have a long way to go. With this, what we'll do is we have just about 5 minutes left for this session, and we can take maybe a couple of questions. So if anyone in the audience, please go ahead, sir.
Hi. Good evening to all the panelists. My name is Samir Kumar, and I represent a startup known as InnoKrish Technologies. My question is to John and Dr. Usha Rao. First of all, congratulations to John. The US PTO interface the search interface has significantly improved. Earlier, there were two interfaces. Now it is just one. It is great. It was long overdue. And ma'am, Indian Patent Office also has grown leap and bounds. But I have one complaint, if I may, to both the representatives here. The patent offices have a mandate to make the patent information accessible to the public. That is the deal between the inventor and the government. You disclose the invention, I make it public, and in return you get the protection. But if in terms of accessibility, I am talking about specifically the search. The search is still based on rudimentary keywords. I just need to do a keyword search, whereas if I just slightly digress, all the patent offices, they get in hordes patents related to machine learning, natural language processing, and you process a hell lot of patents related to that. But why don't you adopt yourself, technologies which enable the access of patent information for a kid, for example, for a entrepreneur, to make it more accessible, so that they can just type in a simple paragraph in natural language, and it is easily, they're able to access and read and understand the patent. It remains a little opaque. As a professional, I find it easy to use these interfaces, but I'm just thinking from a person who is curious to know about science and technology. That was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So yes, what you're saying is right. And
can I just add one more rejoinder? Since USPTO has not done that, maybe India can leapfrog and take a flight in this direction. Thank you.
Yeah, so we do try to keep on improving our interface, search interface, and we are totally dependent on the stakeholders. Whatever the stakeholders request, that request is accepted. So if you have any sort of an issue, you can please communicate to the office, and we can see what can be done. Because basically, we do not go and search on, we do not do a public search. So as sitting on the other side of the table, we do not know what problems or what issues you may be facing. But yes, valid point. If there are any issues, we can always resolve them. You can just send a mail to the CG office and we will look into the matter.
No, ma'am, actually the question was related to, currently you have a certain interface. I mean, what I meant was interface, it's not an immediate something which can be solved immediately, but to have an interface which is based on, let's say, a natural language processing model, which will basically take right now I'll have to develop a complex query which has keywords in claims, in description, and all these things, and then I'll get my relevant results. Instead of that, the end user, as an end user, I just give it in a simple natural language.
So if
Yeah.
so, just so we have some time to answer
Yeah.
the question, since we're already
Yeah,
at
just
time,
1 minute
if
left.
you
Yeah,
don't
please
mind.
go ahead.
So I'll just say quickly, just in the interest of time, the USPTO is testing AI for examiners, both on the trademark and patent side, where we actually are using AI machine learning to see what's related to inventions that are filed and giving the examiners some search results. It's just a test. I know other companies are even working on similar things as it relates to AI. We use text searching as a tool, but it's not the only tool. We use classification searching. Both offices do that. And we also have ways to help make it a little more easy for kids, as you were saying, to access our system. But at the same time, we're talking about rights that have been granted a legal monopoly to exclude others from making and using. So it's unfortunately a complicated area of law, but we try our best to make it as simplified as we can. And we do that also through training.
Thank you, John. We'll take one last question, sir, and rest can be probably taken up after the session. Yeah, just one last question. Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah, very interesting panel. I'm advisor for the EU ambassador in Delhi. I'm a director for technology, so I thank you for the US colleague. Actually, John, I have a very direct question. Is the USPTO using AI in order, in India especially, but not only in India, to, once you have been attacked by copying your IP on forged, are you using it? Are you using AI, or do you have products that help a company to analyze, okay, my product has been stolen, the IP have been stolen?
So thank you for the question. Obviously, enforcement of intellectual property is tremendously important. The USPTO works with enforcement agencies, throughout the U.S. that, whether custom, Homeland Securities, there's actually 25 or 30 different agencies that we work with. And so we use AI in a variety of the things that we do internally. But on the enforcement and custom side, I can't really speak to what's being tested. I know a lot of startups are working on novel ways globally to keep ensuring the supply chain through tokens, through blockchain, whatever it might be. And AI will play a role in that is what I expect, but I can't really speak to it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, so we have to close the session now. But a big round of applause for the wonderful panel that we had today. Thank you so much to all of you for taking your time for this panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll close the session. Thank you, ma'am.
I thank all the panelists for the very informative session. I request Mr. Sandeep Samadhar, Head Strategy and Policy, USIBC, to kindly come out to the dais and distribute mementos to our distinguished panelists. So please. May I request Mr. Ravi Bhola to accept honors? I request Mr. Sandeep Samadhar to hand over a memento to Mr. John Kebeka, U.S. Intellectual Property Counselor for South Asia. A big thanks to Dr. Malti Lakshmi Kumaran. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. D. Usha Rao. Sincere thanks to Mr. Vipul Srivastava. And thanks to Dr. Chaitra Harsha. So once again, I thank all the panelists and the moderator for this educative and informative session. Next, we shall move on to the next session.
Usually some of them are doing it, the moderators are doing it. Should I allow to call it? Yeah. Paper, right? Shall I announce? Is it changed? It's all changed there? It's all ready, right? Everything is ready. Okay. You can start. Only, yeah. When it's time, you can start. Good evening, everyone. We'll be starting a session now. I would like to welcome the moderator, Dr. Vaibhav Gar, the Director, Health Economist and the Government and Affairs, India Hub and ASEAN, Boston Scientific. So welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are just beginning this last session of the day. Please bear with us for another 45 minutes, and we should be able to bring some very good thought for food for thought for food for all of you. Last session. So I am
honored and privileged to be joined by some of the very known name in the industry and very able panelists with me. So let me invite them one by one. Can I have with me Dr. Mahesh Bhalgat, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Syngene, to join me on the panel, please? Do we have Dr. Mahesh? Hi, Dr. Mahesh, please. Thank you. Can I now invite Mr. Ayan Chaudhary, Vice President, Imaging System Software, GE Healthcare? Ayan, please join us. Thank you. Can I also have Mr. Ram Rangarajan, Vice President and Head R&D, Stryker Global Technology Center? And finally, do we have Dr. Manish with us? Just joining from next session. Oh, okay. So he'll join us in between. Okay, super. No worries. Thank you. And is Dr. Arundhati joining us by any chance? No, she won't be. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. So it's a very interesting session that was given to this panel. How and what will make India a healthcare R&D hub, what it needs basically, right? So when the title came to me, I actually wondered that are we not already a R&D hub? And if no, then why not? And what will it take to make us a R&D hub, right? And when I see the title and I question are we not, honestly I couldn't find many answers as to why we are not, because we have all the ingredients that are required to become a R&D hub, particularly for healthcare. And when I say healthcare, we will be reflecting largely on few spaces. It is medtech, it is pharma, maybe biopharma, and those kind of things, and not so much in other areas. Yes, diagnostics as well. So we will restrict the discussion towards few of these sort of segments of healthcare so that we can bring some real valuable points for all of you. And I have been joined by very, very able panelists with me from medical devices, from contract research organization who would know essentially what it takes for pharmaceuticals to become a R&D hub, basically, right? So with that, let me quickly share my thoughts around this, and then I'll go to the panelists quickly on this. I think, when we talk about R&D, to me, I think what needs most is the mindset. Do we have a mindset of becoming a R&D hub? And when I say mindset from all stakeholders' perspective, whether it is industry, whether it is policymakers, whether it is regulators for that matter, and also then all other stakeholders which are in the pipeline. So I think that becomes a very important area, because unless you have that mindset of investing into R&D, and also while talking about investing, okay, industry can invest in the R&D, government can also come and supplement the investment of R&D into some of these segments. But also equally important is, are the policies supportive enough to be getting into that route of R&D? Because when you talk about research and development, they are not easy things, right? You are about to charter a space that you are not aware about, right? That's what research is all about. And I think that's where the mindset come into picture. And particularly for medtech, I would say, it's a 2, 3, 4 year shelf life cycle for medtech. While pharma, it is a little longer cycle. For medtech, it's a very, very shorter shelf life and innovation cycle. And so while regulation always follow innovation, but this catch-up game should not be in a way that innovation is much ahead and regulation will catch up a game in like few years. Then you are in a space which is almost a crossroad. So we'll discuss all these things during the panel. And with this, let me allow to go to Dr. Mahesh. And Dr. Mahesh is representing Syngene on the panel, which is a contract research organization, if I can say so. But you can, and manufacturing as well, of course. During my college days, it used to be only CRO, Dr. Mahesh. So I'm just sort of reflecting that I've been following this company for a while now. I think very early in the R&D space in India, I would say Syngene picked up what world is looking for, right? And that's how the entire journey started, right? So when you found, Dr. Mahesh, that what R&D needs of the world are, what really helped you deliver those needs? What you saw in India as like, what can help you deliver those global needs in R&D in the space that you're operating, Dr. Mahesh? Over to you, please. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for having me on the panel. I think it's really indeed an important topic to talk about, because I'll set a little more of the background, if you will, in terms of one of the things that we talk about in this healthcare space for India, the opportunity of being more than just the pharmacy of the world from a manufacturing perspective, being actually a value provider. And that value transition has to come from India, moving from only doing manufacturing to actually doing R&D and manufacturing, getting a lot more of the entire value chain. And for that, to your earlier point, Vibha, I think you made a good point. Are we not already in R&D? Well, let me just sort of reflect a little bit on our R&D spending, right? Because the R&D spending are public information numbers, and if we compare, India has 1.3% of its GDP that it spends on R&D. This is 2019, which is the latest data that's published. US, on the other hand, is about 3 times that. It's 3.1 or so. If you look at healthcare spending, again, as a component of GDP, India is about 3.1 there. The US is about 16.7-ish. Sweden, Switzerland, some of these countries fall in the 10, 11%. That tells you, one, we're not spending enough on healthcare. Second, we're not spending enough on R&D per se. And so I think those are clearly the opportunities that we have to make a difference. Now, coming to your question about what made Syngene really embark on this journey is interesting from a perspective to look at as to what are some of the enablers of R&D, and especially in this space of healthcare R&D. One, you need deep pockets because the gestation periods are long. Second, you need the right talent. And therefore, what we realized is, if you don't have the talent that is already doing R&D kind of innovation in the country, the best way is to go and help partner with someone who knows how to do it. And that is the model of where a CRO model comes in. You start working, you start your staff having the work that is being done in a seasoned, well-established R&D organization replicated in your shop here, by which you build the capabilities internally. Today, Syngene as a CRO and a CMO, we have, this is public information, we have, for example, 600 of our staff that actually do exactly the same work that happens in a pharmaceutical companies in the premises in New Jersey. Now that's replicating the R&D capabilities, understanding how you go about doing the pharmaceutical R&D, which is basically, I call that as, finding a needle in a haystack. I'm sure everyone knows we go through thousands and thousands of compounds before something becomes a drug. How do you make that transition? How do you get that identification of that needle from the haystack? Is through a lot of talent, is through a lot of data generation, and is through a lot of intense collaboration across the different functions. All of these are the kinds of things that we embarked on to say, let's make sure that we use the great scientists that we have in India. They may not necessarily have the science that we need to do for build drug discovery capability, but let's put the great scientists that we have in India with the capabilities of the external organizations, build that model into a CRO, and then embark on that journey. And I think that's where we've been growing. So, roughly, I would say, starting our journey about 28 years ago, we are now today 6,500 people. As I mentioned, some of our staff literally are the ones who are on the working side by side with the pharmaceutical company partners. And I think that's what is going to be important for us as India makes a transition into the more R&D realm of things. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. I think talent is, comes on top of everybody's mind when we talk about India as a R&D hub. And, I myself has seen that journey in India where when you used to pass out from 12th, maybe 30 years back, you have a mathematics, you go for engineering, and you have a biology, you go for medical, right? Today, I think that at least that system is that system is challenged, I would say, and now there are at least opportunities available for you to cross train yourself into multiple of these I think areas, and I think talent is definitely one area where people vouch for India, and I take that as one of the inputs where talent is available. But just a quick sort of a follow up question on that, Dr. Mahesh, is current talent good enough, you think, or there are areas that you have suggestions to make it a little more attractive for companies to come and sort of set up shops here for R&D?
So I think there's two parts to that question. Essentially, one is what is the quality of our talent, and second, what is our aptitude to grow that talent, and the quality of our talent, I would say, is really a component of how our education systems are developed. Right today, we have an education system that's very oriented towards, let's just see success as measured by a test. And I know that transition is happening. There are many more schools that are now introducing non-examination based approaches to learning. There are schools that are using AI based approaches to learning, and so that transition will happen, and eventually that sort of a talent growth will be there in India, which I think is really the kind of talent that we want to see. This is about problem solving as opposed to knowing something and then regurgitating it. So that transition to utilizing different ways of learning from the very beginning, in literally starting in our primary schools, middle schools, high schools, has to happen, and that's where we are seeing some of that happening. Coming to the component of how are we utilizing that talent, how are we nurturing that talent, I think we have a lot of opportunity in our corporate structures to do more of that in a different way. We are starting to learn the concepts of mentoring. I worked in the US for many years, and we had components of mentoring where you partner a young scientist with a professional who has been in the industry for many, many years, talks about not just how you go about setting up an experiment, but how you actually evaluate the data. How do you see that, is this experiment even needed? And you bring in that component again of thought process as opposed to simple execution. You bring in that component of problem solving as opposed to regurgitation. That's the transition that we need to see. And that's the transition, I would say, I wouldn't say we are, of course, there, but as we start to work in a much more collaborative way, as we cross boundaries, as technology brings us a lot closer, we will continue to make that progress, and we'll continue to leapfrog in that direction, if you will.
Certainly. Thanks, Mahesh. By the way, while we keep talking about talent in India for R&D, let me also tell you, we as company Boston Scientific set up our second R&D center in Pune early this year in March, and we had to struggle, honestly, hiring those engineers at that level, basically, right? While talent early stages are available where you have to train and sort of start working with them, but having talent at a level where they are performing from day one, it's not easy still in India, right? I think that's one area where we need to really work. And Agni, I think if we can go back to DOP, I mean, I'm sure we didn't have anybody here, but then how do we really ensure that that kind of a talent is getting nurtured on a continuous basis, basically, and so that we don't have to poach from each other when we set up our R&D centers, honestly speaking, right? That's how usually happens, because the talent at that level, you go to 10-15 years experience, it is not readily available, honestly, in the country. So I think that's one area we should definitely look into as an industry and as a trade association also.
And I wish we had folks like Dr. Manish Diwan here to talk about how we are taking advantage of skill development support and skill development programs, which are a lot more about partnership. Otherwise, of course, as you said, we are all taking the advantage of having our own staff that may be in the Western regions, coming from there, working side by side with our partners in this mentoring kind of approach that I'm talking about, and actually bridging those gaps. Absolutely.
No, thank you.
You're not there yet.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. Let me come to Ayan, to you quickly, and you are representing GE Healthcare on the panel, and GE Healthcare, more than 100 years in the country, GE at least as a company. 130 years, and GE Healthcare about more than 30 years now. Fantastic. So we are talking about a company, came here even before any such kind like Make in India or Innovate in India came up, and started making in India and starting innovating in India. So when you did that back 30 years, if I put it, then you have a fantastic center called JFWTC. I can say all this because I was ex-GE, by the way. So, so I know all this. So I think the kind of capabilities you have built in India from a technology center perspective is amazing, Ayan. But 30 years back, let me take a journey back. What would have been a thought process then? Because we were not talking about all these things what we're talking today, right? So what made GE invest in those areas then? And what has changed since then? How we are progressing as a country, and what are those components which is helping now invest more and bring or attract those talent from outside at times to bring to India? If you can throw some light on that, Ayan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. And good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be part of this esteemed panel. Now, you talked about GE being there for more than 130 years and presence in India for more than 30 years. 30 years back, we are talking of 91, 92, around that time when India started opening up. And, GE as an organization understood that the opportunity of the skill set, you just talked about the skill set that, even at that time, all the premier institutes, the skill set that was available, how to tap onto that talent, right? And start basically seeding that. Today, what we call startup, basically, in a way, seeding that and building that, organizations. Now, you said, what is the progress? 30 years back to today, when I look back at it, and great to have, someone who has been in that beautiful JFWTC campus, sprawling 50+ acres campus, very, very rare to find such a very green space today in the city. Today, we started off by just, working on few components and, some software parts of it. That's a natural progression many of the companies started doing. But what that helped really was to, seed for the growth for future. Really what happened is the team started to challenge, why can we not start to do more? Why can we not start to build something what we see our counterparts have been doing? And what has happened as part of that, over time, is that we have seen, products. Today we are talking about Make in India and all of that. So we actually, even before the Make in India and all of that, we started working on some of that. We have built products which are for India, which are for South Asia market. Today, let me give an example. We just came out, or I would say just coming out of 2 years plus of pandemic, right, in COVID. And what was one of the, imaging product that was in high demand, right? One was, CT. We have built products for the India region. I'm talking about even used in some of the diagnostic centers, hospitals in Bangalore, where you're supposed to do 30, 40 scans per day. We have had to do even, 200, 180, 200 scans, and the products have been able to hold up to that. That is what, we have built out of this space. Many other, innovations in terms of, oncology, for example, PET CT, or in terms of ultrasound. The wireless handle, the handle is, less than the size of this, mobile phone, which is there today, bringing it closer to the home in sort of things like that. So a lot of progress has happened, and it has not happened just because of, we have grown in scale, we have hired people, we have also collaborated very closely, with our ecosystem in terms of, working closely. We just talked about, how to nurture, build talent, working very closely with the institutes, right? Working very closely with our, customers who are actually our, hospitals, right? How do we closely work together, build what really the need of the hour is. And we also have, startups. We are looking at so many startups around, right? We actually incubated with, startups within GE Healthcare, various different, spaces, and we have, successful 17 of them out of that. So yes, a long story. I think it's a successful one. And what has happened today is we are actually the largest of all of this, places that we have for G today. So that's what, we have grown to, where we are doing many of the things, developing products completely independently, and so much of responsibility is what we have been bestowed upon. So that's the wonderful journey we have.
No, thanks, Ayan. Appreciate this. And Manish, welcome to the panel. Thanks for joining in. No, absolutely not. We were given to understand you were in a different panel, but I'll give you time to breathe till I finish a question with Ram. So please take your breathe. But I think Ram, you are at the helm of thing at Striker, yeah. I mean, head of R&D and driving the technology centers for Striker. You started your first, I think, technology center back in 2006 sometime. Right. And now you have again 2022, you have another larger technology center investment coming into the country. So, I think it's a definite commitment to the country that Striker is making. So, I'm sure some thought would have gone in the company's boardroom globally that India is doing something right, that let's go back and invest more, create larger capabilities. So what are those 2 or 3 components that made you come back with larger dollar investment, and how are you seeing India as now as a destination for R&D for a Striker? What do you?
Thank you, Vibhav. First of all, I want to thank the USIBC for having me on the panel and share my thoughts. Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, I want to. Can you hear me now? Yeah, this is better. I want to thank USIBC for having me on the panel and share my thoughts. And Vibhav, thank you for that question. Yeah, much of the success that we have had with our technology center is related to what we are discussing about. It's the journey of R&D, how to become an R&D center, and then the other point is the talent. So I'll just talk about that. So if in 2006, when we came here, it was actually a cost arbitrage. Perhaps we can have people in India do some drawings. It's cheaper than in the US, right?
Maybe you need to put it.
Yeah. So the journey has been pretty significant. The success is attributed primarily to the investments we have made in developing our talent, particularly in the clinical domains. Right? GE was there at 2006, but pretty much, there's no one else that would speak the medical technology language, how to develop a product. So the journey has been in, say, taking a mechanical engineer and making that person an orthopedics engineer. So investments have gone in training in anatomy, what is a knee surgery, what are the products that's used in there, what is an implant, what is an instrument. So you train people, and that's the journey over the 16 years, right? So after 16 years, we are publishing patents, we're doing global programs, and I keep making a joke, actually. We have chief engineers sitting here and mentoring people in the US, actually. It's a great journey that has come in the last 16 years. I spoke about the clinical depth. Part of it is talent, and bit of it is about the ecosystem. So when we are developing, say, a product, an implant or an instrument, we have to validate the product. And in this journey, we found that in the US, we would have cadaver labs. We have easy access to cadaver labs on how to validate our products, right? Even before we go into the clinical trials, we have access. And then, somewhere in that journey, we found out that it's not just the talent, actually. We need the ecosystem. So otherwise, what happened is, it progressed from doing a drawing to designing an instrument, an implant, but you would still ship that instrument to US or Europe to get it tested. Or to do the validation, you'll do a cadaver lab somewhere outside. So we said, okay, we need investments in test infrastructure. So okay, let's invest in the test infrastructure. And then we partnered with a private hospital here in Bangalore who had access to cadaver facilities. So we invested in the hospital. Before that, no one in India was using cadavers for product development, actually. So it's investment in the ecosystem, it's investment in talent development, it's investment in the clinical domain that has happened over these years. So that is one aspect of it. And then the other aspect of it is the engaging the customers, right? Okay, we have good engineers that can design implants and instruments. I keep saying if if I'm designing a car, I can drive it and test drive it, actually. If I'm designing an implant, I can't actually, right? I need the surgeons to participate in that. They need to tell, because we're not licensed to do it. So our ecosystem has been designed, the new center that you talked about is particularly designed to engage customers in our center. We have about 25 different product and clinical labs. Both engineers specialized in that particular domain. We are engaging customers. We bring in and sometimes training the surgeons, getting VOCs, inputs for product development around the world. And we'll continue the investments. Actually, we are inaugurating neurovascular innovation center end of the month, actually, with KOLs from around the world. So we are committed to India. We love the talent. We love the fact that the raw talent is there. But, the raw talent needs to be nurtured, right? When I talk to surgeons, right, they say once you get a license to practice medicine, your journey starts then, right? They're practicing, they're treating patients, they're doing continuing medical education. So the investment needs to keep going on. So that's what we're doing, and that's what has been successful. And that's why Stryker is investing further. And we're committed to driving innovation in India and for the world from here.
Awesome, fantastic. Ram, I think one clear messaging coming, and Manish, just before he joined, even I think Dr. Mahesh also talked about the talent, I think, in India is coming out to be absolute, underlying theme of why and how India will become the R&D hub in healthcare. I think nobody can deny that. A lot of work is going on in the talent development at government angle, at an industry level also. I mean, all of us, I think, sitting on this panel, I'm sure in the audience as well, are investing heavily on developing talent, not talent just at a company level, who would be a potential employee of the company, but also talent at a physician level, right? You are doing a lot of medical education, a lot of understanding of new therapies coming in. Then technicians, basically, right? That's another area which is very important in our system, because unfortunately our medical system doesn't allow a nurse to do nurse practitioner, which is sort of available outside India in many countries. But I think talent is coming out very, very clearly one area. But beyond talent, right? I mean, I'm sure government is doing many other things to ensure that R&D in India is picking up and will pick up actually as we go along. But, from a DBT perspective, quickly, Manish, to you, DBT, I think, again, as one of the government department picked up this concept of research very early on. When I say research, I'm particularly talking about the industry collaborative research. And I think that's where BIRAC came into picture, basically, right? That Biotech Industry Research Assistance Council. That's right, right? That's right. Thank you so much. So how a government, I mean, before BIRAC, honestly speaking, I haven't seen a government department proactively going to industry and saying that let's collaborate, let's work together, let's bring research outcomes together, right? So what was running, in the mind of DBT, then officials, government officials, that let's go proactively? That's one question to you, Manish. And the second is, as the name suggests, biotechnology industry. Where the medtech come in? When? How? So those two questions to you, Manish, if you can enlighten us. Thank you.
All right. First of all, I apologize for being late. Kindly overlook that. I'll try to fill in that space.
Manish, sorry, I didn't introduce you properly. So Dr. Manish Diwan is head of strategic partnership and entrepreneurship development at BIRAC. Very, very important person for biotech industry to get in touch with, and Bangalore being the hub of biotechnology, I think who doesn't know him? So thanks for joining us, Manish, this evening. Thank you.
That's an overstatement. So I just work for enablement of the ecosystem, and BIREC is what I represent. And coming from an industry background and looking at the ecosystem, which requires that nurturing and catching up to enhance the footprint of enterprises in the country. We have a very small footprint put together, all the industries in the biotech, and that's not enough, catering to such a large population base. And why only India? Like, we have capacities to serve the entire globe as well. So I think the first question, the research and R&D that needs to be done to build the strength, capacities, training, and be able to be prepared for future. I think that is what has been done through the traditional, conventional departments, in like Department of Biotechnology or Department of Science and Technology and other functionaries. Incidentally, you must know that India is one among very few countries which have a dedicated Department of Biotechnology. Not all countries have it. Right? It's one of the very few. So it signifies that biotech has a potential to contribute both at societal level as well as economic level and nation at large. Means power to represent India at the global front. Now, when you do R&D, of course, it is attrition related, sometimes knowledge enhancement, but not much translates into products and technologies for commercial usage. And that is where the public funding has, or public processes have difficulty when it starts moving towards commercialization. So with some visionary thoughts, Dr. Bhan and people around at that time, they thought of that we create a special purpose vehicle which would work at an arm's length from conventional government processes and work closer to the industry, and would look at work like an industry, work for the ecosystem, just like with the industry philosophy, agility, priority, uh, uh, ability to work with different models, evolve different models, unlike prescribed way of working. So the public-private partnership in true sense. So these were thoughts at that time. And I would also recognize contribution of people who kind of got into implementing that vision and brought the shine out of it. So that was the genesis of BIREC, and with a larger with a focus mandate that how to enable the knowledge generation, translation into tangible products and technologies for addressing the unmet need of the society. We added, as we progressed forward, that those solutions must be globally competitive to be viable for not only today, but 5 years, 10 years down the line. And we've been able to put some effort in that direction. So today, we have, if we compare last 10 years, let's say 2012 when the BIREC came into being, and 2022. So we have uh, at least there were hardly, like, we seeded 5, 6 incubation centers in the country. Today we have 74 incubation centers in the country specializing in the biotech domain, covering 21 states and UT. In the beginning, we had seeded just about 50 startups across the ecosystem. Today, we have 5,365 startups as of December 2021. So these are poised to increase to 10,000 by 2025. We were looking at economy of, let's say, 10 billion at that time in the bioeconomy. Today, December 2021, we have 80.2 billion bioeconomy. Likewise, number of jobs, number of IPs created, etc. So there has been a visible improvement over a period of time. But I think we should not get complacent out of it. It is just the foundation. I often call it as laying down the base of the pyramid. It has to be vibrant, sustained, and continuous. We need to now, next 10 years and longer, we need to now focus on the scaling up and building up and looking at the outcome that it can yield. I'm actually very happy to be part of this panel where we have all the companies sitting here who are contributing to the not only India client but global client. So I think that's the power, right? And there's not one, like all four of you, right? And we want the other side also to become that powerful and that much impactful. Your second question, within the biotech, biotech is interdisciplinary in nature, right? So it touches lives as health, uh, for example, aged people who are striving to stay healthy and beating all the diseases, struggling for therapeutics and diagnostics. It also have implication to youngsters who want to become, who want to stay healthy so that they can live longer, the longevity of life. It also impacts unborn, so that they come into life on a healthy footfall, like no need to screen, etc. It also goes little earlier before you start thinking of conceiving. No, there itself also it has impact. So health is integral, and health, as we all saw in the COVID pandemic, health was the center focus, central point. It shook established economies. It educated every single person, literate, illiterate, what is PCR, what is RT-PCR, what is rapid antigen test, and what would it require a culture test, etc. Vaccine needs to go through clinical trials. There is virus, there is bacteria. I think, and we need to wear masks, for example, or can we create vaccines? So health is kind of, you can't ignore it, right? So within about close to 4,000 plus beneficiaries whom we have funded directly, there is 50 to 60% of that basket is health tech, and that includes therapeutics, prevention, medical devices, diagnostics, and wellness products, in short. And within all of them, if I may take 30 seconds more, you see medical devices, we import 70 to 80% of them to meet only the current requirement. We haven't been thinking of what is there, what all we can do. It's just the current requirement, right? Diagnostics, we saw, I'll quote example of COVID again. 2,200 rupees was the price of one diagnostic kit as a government tender to begin with. It got reduced to now 20 rupees because of the indigenization and so many kits which got developed through the startup ecosystem. uh, 1,800 plus registered RT-PCR test kits. Uh, the therapeutics, I also come from the pharma background, and I have seen this. We don't get to have access to the new molecules, biologicals or NCs. It doesn't get launched in India because the price bracket is so high. We get those medicines or therapeutics only when they want to expand into market, lower margins, etc. So we need to, why this disparity? So we need to push and create those environments so that we can come up with first in class innovations rather than solely depending on bringing the price down for off patent products. uh, and similarly biogenerics, at least the biogenerics is more faster. But we need to move and build an ecosystem where we can build, create, or discover, develop, manufacture therapeutics for our uh, the population of India, which comes with so much of genetically different background, different gene pool. We've still been following the statistics of what has been developed or done outside India. And I think just last piece, we have kind of chased and followed up or running up to the health tech sector in trying to treat the diseases, find a treatment and provide that. I think time has now come. We have passed that stage, and we have got into the prevention forward. Quality of life. It's now everybody understands this. So I think we need to move into that direction quicker than we are now. And again, like health tech sector is like integral for that. We need to reach out to the low resource settings as well as to tertiary resource rich in tier 1 people also. 65% of our people live in low resource setting. So we need to bring that healthcare delivery or healthcare to all of them. So healthcare innovations is must.
Oh, thanks Manish for taking us through that journey completely. Agni, how much time do we have now? Half an hour. 20-25 minutes. Okay. So before I go to the next question, I want you gentlemen to think this mic as a magic wand in your hand, right? And today when we talk in global scenario, that R&D, talk about R&D, the name come to the mind of people is like Israel, right? US, Sweden at times. India still, it doesn't come immediately to the mind of people. So what are two things beyond talent that comes to your mind that are must to have if India needs to come to that league where people think R&D, people think India from a medtech perspective, pharmaceutical contract research perspective? So what are those two things, starting from Mahesh?
So let me take a stab at one of them, right? Which is, and when we talk about healthcare, I'll go back to what I said earlier. One is we do need deep pockets. Gestation periods are long, huge amount of investments. We just talked about the whole journey of the number of patients you have to bring into a clinical trial, the number of clinical trials you have to do, the number of molecules you have to scan through, all of those bits of how complex that whole journey is and how many years it takes, right? And I'm sure these are not numbers if I say some of these, just to put some context around it. It takes roughly $2 to $3 billion, 10 to 15 years traditionally to bring a drug to the market. So so outside of the talent bit, what else do you need? Obviously money. And in general, Indian entrepreneurship has been fantastic, right? We have more entrepreneurs per capita for our population than most other populations in the world. However, our appetite for the gestation period required in the pharmaceutical industry, in the healthcare arena, is not there. Is because we don't have deep pockets. We cannot sustain ourselves for that long. This is where I think organizations like DBT and others come into play, because this is the partnering approach that needs to be developed on saying, how do we incentivize you to continue to stay invested and bring that energy and momentum that you need to push that drug and get it into the commercial arena. That's where one of the things that we are working on as an industry is things like, we've talked about, and everybody's aware of, I'm sure, the production linked incentives that came in really to support the production part of the industry, and it's certainly helped the pharmaceutical industry, many other industries. In the pharma industry, we need to talk about research linked incentives. Let's talk about how do we get the partnering between industry, the partnering between government, and the educational institutions who can all work towards that common goal. This partnering will bring in the deep pockets that are needed. Of course, there has to be a component of that has to happen through more than just the private investor or the private company investing. And that's where I think the research linked incentives come in. The other bit of partnering, I think that's really important to recognize, is that it can help you to build the ecosystem that you need. Because when we are talking of ecosystem, it's not just a talent, it's not just the money, it's about the receptivity of that environment. If you start paying scientists more, if you start building that recognition of how important a scientist is in your value system, in your food chain, that's going to make a lot of difference for the number of people who are going to start to say, yes, this is a career that I want. I think the earlier point was made, well, we used to only think about, you made the point, 30 years ago, we used to think, well, you'll either be in medicine or in engineering. Today, we talk a lot more about alternate professions. We need to get the scientist profession up there from a recognition perspective. And that's where these components really need to fit together by bringing the components of academia, industry, government component. And the last bit I'll talk on academia, a lot of research is driven, and this is world around, right? A lot of research is driven without the incorporation of the end customer, because it's research. You just think, well, it's too far out. You need to get that connect more, and that's the component of what all of this putting together will help drive. So those are my two aspects, if you will.
Thank you, Mahesh. I think just a little bit of reflection on that. I remember in 2012, 2011, there is to be a pharma innovation fund with DST to the tune of almost 5,000 crores, right? And I used to remember Dr. Samadhanam used to be the person in charge of that fund. And we used to talk to him. He said, there is no taker, unfortunately, Vibha, for this fund, right? Now, I don't know, honestly, what were the qualification of the taker of that fund, but I'm not sure whether established company were allowed or not allowed to take that advantage of that fund, or just the startups. Because I think somewhere, in my opinion, do you think, Ayan, because you incubate, you have an accelerator or something like NG, right? Do you think that when a VC or a PE is investing into a startup healthcare, right, and where the R&D is, they have a thought process of making quick bucks and quite fast, actually, so that that deep pocket and a patience of staying longer, invested longer, is really becoming a challenge in the healthcare sector R&D?
No, absolutely. I think I would like to extend the last point that Dr. Mahesh mentioned about the research, and I'll add your point in it. I think I'll add a little bit more on top of research. Today, when we talk about the research, we are talking about building the next generation of the products, and our focused research in the institutes and all of that. I think we also talk about what is our advantage, demographics, right? Are we really using that demographics to our advantage when we do the research, right? A lot of research is probably happening inside the institutes, and what is getting reflected in the market in terms of how it is getting to the customers. We spoke about the access, right? Is it really reaching to our tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, right? I think that is where I feel we need to think it a little differently. How can we use our to our advantage the demographic advantage that we have, right? Maybe we need to start thinking about, can we have our products reach to our tier 2 cities, tier 4 cities in a different way than what we are doing today? Get some feedback, being able to work closely, right? And that's where some of this incubation that we do and some of these things that we do, we provide that ecosystems so that we can help all of the startups get that market that we have, right? And that, I think, is also one other aspect that we need to look at, of course, about the money and the support that we can give. That's one thing I think we need to think a little differently, and one thing we can help here in terms of thinking about the Indian ecosystem.
Thanks, Ayan, for those thoughts. Ram, your top 2 priorities through the magic wand that you got in your hand now.
Yeah. I reiterate a couple of points, actually. I think Dr. Manish mentioned it, and Dr. Mahesh also mentioned it. See, R&D is a multidisciplinary field, right? I think we tend to sometimes look at this as a problem in silos, we tend to get carried away by, say, just make in India or just digital. We have to look at all of that holistically. Just making a prototype or solving a problem is not sufficient. Much of the success, what is the point in making a product and putting it on the shelf if I cannot scale it? And if I have to scale it, I have to commercialize it. So if you're not thinking about that at the R&D phase, it's not really effective. I think that piece of it is missing. We are only there's a lot of progress. We are doing a lot of engineering prototypes. Is it really effective in the customer's hands? Can we commercialize it, right? Whether it's a multinational company or a startup, they're not going to be able to successful in scaling it. So I think several examples have been mentioned about how it's multidisciplinary. This is another aspect of it, right? There's a regulatory aspect of it. There's a distribution aspect to it. There's a commercialization aspect to it. And of course, there's a clinical aspect to it in our problems. And engineering comes is only one of it, right? So, whenever I interact with many people, there's so much energy around the engineering or software or AI. I think we have to marry it up together, and we have to get that early enough. I say the next thing is, I know you said apart from talent, but I
come back to that.
yeah, exactly, right. So it's I think we place a bet on our youth. When I talk to my daughter who's 15 years old, or even my 11-year-old son, the way he thinks is completely different. They're digital natives. They're actually much better at solving the problems at our hand than how I'm thinking. So I would say place a bet on our youth. If I go to another session, there's a student entrepreneurship. The room was full actually, and the buzz was much higher. So I would say shift our energies to our youth, and they'll solve our problems.
Thank you, Ram. And I'll tell you, I was very happy. Just few days back, I was a part of a discussion of government of Haryana. They're doing a very innovative experiment, right? And experiment should be innovative. So yeah, it is redundant, but they're very innovatively thinking about a degree course for medical devices, where the 2-year student will be in an engineering college and 2-year student will be in the medical college. First time in our country I'm hearing this, by the way. There are like, you can be an engineer and get trained, but in degree itself, 2-year here, 2-year here is very, very innovative. For example, yeah, sure. So I think this is something which is very encouraging to hear, that our new generation will be trained in both engineering and medical aspect. And so I think that's where the true interface that we have been talking about will come into picture. And I was very encouraged to see that at least somebody is thinking in somewhere that this is required now, particularly for R&D kind of a thought process and talent in those areas, basically. Yeah, thank you. So I have a separate question for you, Manish, after this.
Okay.
Please.
So I was in LV Prasad recently in Hyderabad, which is one of the known names in ophthalmology, right? We have a bio-incubation center in LV Prasad. So I was pleasantly surprised. They told me that they are starting in a master degree in ophthalmology. Engineers can take that. So ME. Okay.
Very interesting.
So that is domain specific. It's really one. There is also I think ISC with the Dr. Bagchi's contribution as a hospital seated in the ISC. There is a medical degree, medical profession. People can enter into biomedical engineering in the MBBS course. We did a small effort, just like LV Prasad. We have seeded 6 incubation centers in hospitals. So the engineering students can interact with let's say clinicians, or the life sciences scientists can actually see. So there's a lot happening, and non-conventional.
Absolutely. No, thanks, Manish. But the last question of the session before we go to the audience for any question to you, Manish, is be very critical of the panelists sitting here. Okay. Be very critical of us. We are all representing large companies in the country. What do you think that, when I say we, I'm talking about the large companies who are already invested in R&D in the country in multiple spaces. Should we do more to be able to, make this entire R&D sort of a hub of India being R&D hub a reality, honestly, right? Are there any things that we should do as companies who are established So your thoughts on that, Manish? I know you will love it, but
Not like to criticize. I think this is the best example. All of you, like Boston Scientific, Stryker, GE, Syngene, they're the better examples who are investing in innovation, who are investing in the R&D. There is a whole lot which is not looking into that direction, right, at all. So you are front runners in that, but still, dil mange more. So I think I also spent a lot of time, had spent a lot of years in R&D, and I know how much expenses go into R&D, what is the perseverance or patient capital that is required, and a lot of iteration. Coming, like thinking from your shoes, I would be very happy to do the crowdsourcing of innovation at a fraction of cost with no liability. You can choose as much and you can invest as low as possible. So the ecosystem has kind of reached to a level where there is a demonstrated evidence of excellence. You can pick up that excellence as cherry pick, whichever product portfolio suits like your product portfolio priorities. You pick up that lead and maybe handhold it for some time and then see what commercial engagements happen between you and that company. But that would go a long way. It can reduce the R&D costs if you have a, let's say, one fraction, 1%, 2%, 3%. So that would have a much higher bang per cent that you spend. So I would honestly, sincerely encourage all of them. Stryker has come forward, so thank you, Ram, for doing that. They have contributed a small portion of CRS and engaged with BIRAC. But I think that has a starting point. We would, and that's a long-term intent to commit. GE invests and handholds so many startups, and the one good thing I keep on hearing is that you also extend your logistics and vendor base, that rich knowledge to the young startups. Imagine if you face that challenge of getting access to cadaver, for example, for testing, or the young startup or a young entrepreneur who has nobody around it, just 1 or 5 or 10 people kind of team with very limited budget. How can they ever even consider utilizing that piece? So industries can bring in that expertise and hand holding. In India, apart from few industries who are invested in R&D and have been able to develop products which are globally relevant, we do not have much experience of development. You look across, in fact, large piece, it comes out as blank or very little experience in development. There is a local development, but not enough to take the product and compete. So the companies who are cognizant of the fact, who are front runners and contributing at the global platform, it would be very easy for you to pick up the talent from other ecosystems. You would have a fraction of less cost and more availability. It's just that you need to polish it a little bit to bring it to any level. So only that request.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, Manish. And we are at the fag end of the hour, so I will not attempt to summarize because there's so many thoughts. I will not. But I'm just itching to say a couple of thoughts. Being a moderator, you can't contribute at times. So I wanted to contribute at the end of the session also. Is that two things? One, I think, while our Honorable Prime Minister has given that saying, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan and Jai Anusandhan, which speaks a lot about the mindset of government toward the R&D. adding that Anusandhan to the entire thing is a big deal to my opinion. But I think, as cliche as it may sound, what gets measured gets done. We are still not seeing that percolating down to, various officials in government, where still manufacturing is right ingrained in the mind of people, and R&D still picking up. I think it is important that everybody talks that language, right? That R&D is, if not more, equally important, because for healthcare, I believe innovation, R&D is a true precursor of manufacturing. Once you do R&D, you will bring prototypes. Why you would go outside India to manufacture that? You do prototyping here, you will find enough facilities to do manufacturing also here, right? So I think so I'm coming back to where I started, the mindset, right? So the mindset towards the R&D is so very important in our country, especially in the mind of policymakers and the regulators, that it is important to companies to invest, to bring product, and that should also reflect in our policies, right? So today, if I'm manufacturing in India, I have so many incentives, but if I'm doing R&D in India, I don't have enough incentives. And I don't want incentives in terms of that government should come and give me money, but at least treat me at par with a manufacturing company, if not more, right? I think those kind of discussions need to happen. But thank you all for your time. And I'm opening this for a couple of questions from audience. Yes, please, sir. Yes, Dr. Malti, I'll come to you in a minute. Please introduce yourself, sir, and then your question. On कर दीजिए sir इसको. I think ये on नहीं है. ये ले लीजिए.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. My name is Mrityunjay Hekkalagutti. I am from I'm a founder and CEO of Cell in 60 Seconds. I started 3 startups. First one was Mindsmeet Consulting. Second, Cell in 60 Seconds. Third one recently started, Problems.com. I have been awarded from Stanford UIF. UIF means University Innovation Fellowship Program, which has been awarded from Stanford. And mainly we work on creative and innovative space. Only that is the way, that is the USP from us, from Cell in 60 Seconds. And second point,
what's your question, sir?
Let me introduce myself. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, and after that I will get back to your question. And we do handle a problematic statement in a US, means pre-sales area, mainly into RFP, RFI, and RFQ. I'm the 32nd founder and CEO in digital healthcare according to Dr. Hempel Network, Germany. Okay, if you search about me in Google, you will get all the data. Mrityunjay Hekkalagutti. And my question is, in innovative and creative space, it's nothing but R&D. Okay, how you will going to collaborate, because you are part of both India and US. So how you taken to the journey from one level to next level? What is the milestone so far, and what is the plan for future?
So your question is how the collaboration between India and US?
India US Tech Conclave, this one particular event.
So how the collaboration is
means
happening?
And what is the already milestones, path history, and what is the plan I want like.
Okay, sounds good. Anybody would like to take that? Ram?
One of the ways we are can you hear me?
Yeah.
One of the ways we are collaborating is with the company's investments here, right? As I was saying, R&D, any of this field, it's actually new in India. Like, many of the fields that we operate in, which is surgery, let's say orthopedics, neurotechnology, it's all very new. And it's a journey, right? It's not going to happen overnight. And I spoke about the talent investment, the ecosystem investment. So it's happening. I think many of the Indian American companies are committed to developing the R&D ecosystem in India. And I would say, I'm not sure if everyone will agree with that. We've been very focused on doing R&D from India for the US or for the world, actually. But I see that changing. So that's the next milestone I see happening. We have developed talent. We have created ecosystem to leverage and do R&D from India for the world. The next milestone is I see how can we use the same skill sets to solve the problems in India. And then it's a much taller order problem because of many of the problems that we know, right? It's the affordability and the ecosystem is very different. It's easier to innovate for the US actually. It's much harder to innovate for India. So I think that's the next milestone.
Super. Thank you.
In R&D space, how do you going to connect R&D area, those which are the companies working in India, working in US or across the globe? How are you going to plan to connect each other and collaborate?
Sir, there are platforms like US India Business Council who facilitate that connect between Indian companies and US companies. There are also government of US programs, government of India programs that come forward, who help the companies of two countries to come together. There is a US India CEO forum where healthcare CEOs come together and do collaboration basically. So there are, I think, platforms available for collaboration. If your objective is clear, what do you want to achieve? I think there are companies to collaborate in both sides, in my opinion. Thank you. Sir.
Respected all of you. I am an engineer. Just I want to convey 2 points. I'm doing the missionary service in Kidwai Hospital and Jaydeva Cardiology, like that, all the hospital. So I wish for this healthcare R&D because I'm visiting this Kidwai, Jaydeva Hospital. Every day, thousands of patients are admitting. It's really required and helpful to India. So one more point I will tell you, because I am an engineer. I have mentioned that after second year, third year and fourth year, all the engineers should go to the medical equipment study. As per my knowledge, only third year and fourth year, we are getting the knowledge, technical knowledge from the colleges. Okay. This what is medical equipment? Equipments are there. That subject they can add as extra.
Sure.
That is.
No, I agree with you. I think there are a lot of colleges who are coming up with now optional courses in medical.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that will happen quite faster now as compared to the previous years, because people have now seen the need basically.
First
sure
and second year we will not get the technical knowledge.
Yeah, sure. No, I hear you, sir. Dr. Malti, you had a question?
The NEP, the new education policy has been implemented now, and it is for real. And you will start seeing the result of it, in next few years. Major upliftment, major openness. So cross-disciplinary. You don't need to be. If you enter, for example, in mechanical engineering, you can still do coding. You can pick up AI, ML related federated learning courses, everything. So it will evolve in next few years.
So what I thought listening to all of you all, research in AI or cloud technologies is much easier. People have gone there. Indians have gone there the last 10 years. What I see problem in the biotech or even medtech, the downstream regulatory process or the clinical trial process, I think that's where a lot of Indian researchers have to go there. A lot of them do something in the lab. They'll say multi-patented. And then I say, no, what about the regulation? What about that? I mean, we're nowhere there. I mean, I also with Cedesco, also with the thing, if large companies, multinational companies can invest in that type of thing, or, government of India takes such a thing like regulatory approvals across in the biotech space, medtech space, pharma space, I think it will help us a lot. I think we're weak in that area. That's my concern.
Yeah, I would say, that's a fabulous point. And it's about the ecosystem that we talked about, right? You need all of the components to come together, which means the government also needs to look at it and say, what are the policy structures that we can put in place? I'll just give an example. India is one of the countries where you actually have to have a test license to even start research, essentially, right? But the good news there is that those things are getting visited. We are having those conversations. I'm sure we are not moving fast enough as we would like. That's always the case. But these things are getting highlighted, and I'm glad you brought that up, because as a need, when we go back and look at our regulatory system is really built on the fact that we want a lot of reassurance at all steps. By definition, you're talking about a lot more data. The flip side of that is, in fact, it is seen as we are an under-regulated country, right? So, you know, on one hand, we have quote unquote over-regulation, we have more requirements, but the perception is quite the opposite. So there's a lot of work to be done in that area as well. And we are starting that conversation, you know, the Drugs and Cosmetics Act getting revised, the rules getting revised, the biosimilar guidance that is getting, that is now under discussion in terms of having the next version of that. All of these things are components that will help drive that for sure, but also it does need a huge push from the government and industry working together. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, two last questions from this gentleman and then gentleman.
This is Ranjit Reddy, intellectual property professional from pharmaceutical background. So my question is a continuation of what Dr. Malati has asked. So we have seen the recent episode of 66 children dying in Gambia because of the Indian medicine. We've also seen the Jammu situation, death of 20 children in January 2020. So looking at these examples, I think whenever we discuss about healthcare or healthcare R&D, we focus more on the ease of doing business or investments, attracting investment to India, and less on the regulatory point of view, or the less on the actual healthcare perspective. We also have the recent episode, another 10 seconds more. We also have seen the recent allegation on the deputy DCGI, where one of the companies in Bangalore is trying to bribing him. So looking at these perspectives, and also several episodes from the clinical
question.
So my question to conclude is this: so are we overemphasizing on the investments and less emphasizing on healthcare?
Sure.
Actual healthcare.
Ayan, you want to address that?
I can only say from you know, G point of view, I think whatever we do in terms of, you know, medical, you know, device research or any of those sort of things, you know, ethics is very, very important. And I don't think any of our products, when we are going to the market or any of those, will ever be done without, you know, the regulatory requirements that are there, the validations that are there, the testing that are there. Even if you're going, you know, for trials, right? Those are absolutely important, and all the checks are done. And I'm pretty sure all of us sitting here would be doing the same thing, right? There may be aberrations, but, you know, I think all of us, you know, the top, you know, companies which are sitting here represented here about the medtech, I'm pretty much sure that's how it is.
Thanks, Ann. Sir, over to you.
So,
Last question of the evening, please. Thank you.
yeah, is it fine? Yeah, I'm Srinath, CEO of Genovi Biotech. So I stick with the title, that is what India needs to become a thriving R&D hub. What I feel is there is a statement called as think out of the box. The requirement is to first to know what is inside the box. Yeah. The first route for it, that the children who are coming to the next level, they should be told how to do a prior art search. Because once they get to know what is there inside the box, then only the R&D will work for them. So this is a statement from my side rather than a question.
Sure. Yeah. No, absolutely. I think it is important to know what is inside the box. Then only you will know what do you think need to think outside the box, basically. Absolutely. No, very, very valid point, sir. And I think it's a fantastic point to end the session also, that let us know what is inside the box, and then we'll start thinking outside the box also. So thank you, panelists, for your great time in the session. I loved this discussion, and thank you, audience, for your patient listening. Appreciate this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to call upon Mr. Sandeep Samatara, Strategic Leader, Policy Advocacy and Engagement, on the stage, please. I would request all the panelists to accept this memento. Mr. Manish Divani, sir, kindly accept it. Diwan, I'm sorry. Dr. Mahesh Bhalgat, sir. Then we have Ayan Chowdhury, sir. We have Rangarajan sir. And we have Dr. Vaibhav. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Sure.
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.